Hello, friends.
What up, everybody? Rust Dog gets the belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog. We're live a little early today. Oh, yeah. What's up, Chris? What's up, Casey Tucker? Yeah, man. Shout out to Fred Warner. Hanging around. Yeah, man. Niners-Bears NFC title game is going to be pretty nuts. Yeah, sure does. Jesse is back. What's up, TC? What up, Wheezy? Steven Castaneda in the building. West Sac Kings fan in the building. Zabo and Bryce and Dr. David and Norm. Oh, my goodness. Everybody. Gang's all here on a Monday. We love to see it. Johnny G's here. Michigan's in the building. Oh, my God.
Does Johnny G come armed with puns?
Obviously. Is it a day that ends in a bear shitting in the woods?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Warren? And good morning, Rust Dog. Thanks for dropping in. Rich Wright. Oh, we got time today. Let's go. What's up, David Jackson? What's up, Mrs. Mac? P Dub, what's good? Harry, what's good? Curtis, good morning.
Hey, Miss Mac. I was telling Kyle how we had to kick the guy out of the King's Beat podcast on Saturday. He got a little outlandish.
Yeah, that's a big thumbs down for me. Don't be a dick in people's chats. Manny. I need everybody to know I like Manny. I consider Manny a friend. I need to make that really clear because I feel like I never actually say anything nice.
Well, and John Bull's in here. And
I
don't
desperately want to punch in the face.
You do want to punch in the face, but you don't really want to punch in the face.
No, he and his wife did our engagement shoot back in 2022 down in Old Sac.
Nice.
Yeah, it was we had a just delightful time hanging out, but B, the photos turned out beautiful. So shout out to John Bull. What's up, Tony C? What's up, Germs? Hi, John. What's up, JR? I'm gonna go JR. Hi, Jason.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't play with the King's Beat chat. Just like
Mrs. Mac, this is a wonderful idea that I'm going to spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about this week. In fact, I'm literally writing this down.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, Miss Mac.
This is great. Yeah, no, we're gonna work hard on that. Hi, Ash. Hello. Hell yeah.
I know which one would be the coconut sprinkled player, because nobody here eats the coconut sprinkles, so I stopped getting them. I literally say I need 2 dozen donuts with no coconut.
Just 86 the coconut.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do a bit next time where I just get a dozen of the ones D-Lo and Casey likes with their preferred topping.
Oh, we got Jesse back today, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, we sure do. That's what I was saying earlier. I can't wait. What's up, Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember this. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Oh, hey, the show's starting. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Vibes are up on a Monday. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. And we are live at the ESPN 1320 studios on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. We're on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We are also on the free Odyssey app, the free iHeart app, the free TuneIn app. We're also available wherever you get your podcasts at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. Download and subscribe wherever you get your pods. There's really no reason to ever miss any of this show.
No.
We're everywhere.
We are.
And even if you can't listen live, there's so many ways to go back and re-listen to the program. Also, we're not on air. That's my bad. I hope I fix that in time. Okay. So Here we go.
All right.
We're back. I knew there was something off. That's why I got off to a weird start. Now, okay, see, we're live now. Let's see if does it come back? Is it going to yell at me? I'm sorry, everybody. This is super behind the curtain. I did not push the button that made our show live on the radio. And that's a no-no in this business, it turns out. Studio. Is it coming back? There it is. Hey, we did it. We're live. Come on. Oh, I didn't have my hotkeys on. Hey. We're live on a Monday. We have a 49ers victory to talk about. We have a
Yeah.
The Raiders.
The Raiders.
We got a game 7 tonight in Major League Baseball. We got to dive into that because that has huge ramifications here in Northern California. If you are somebody who hates the Los Angeles Dodgers, you should be locked into that game 7 tonight. And we have breaking news because you just made a face at your phone.
I do. I'm not gonna talk about the breaking news. It's on my phone that I'll show you while we're sitting here talking, and we'll just keep going with the show.
Okay, great. Perfect. Great. All right. So the Kings also won a preseason game, and we'll talk about that. We got other NFL Week 7 action to get into. So much to cover in the next 2 hours before we hand it off to D-Lo and KC at noon. Okay, the 49ers 20, the Falcons 10. I almost, not quite, feel like this is an even more surprising result than the 49ers Week 5 win over the Rams.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
The 49ers were so shorthanded offensively in that game against the Rams, and the Rams defense have been playing so well. But the Rams made a lot of little mistakes in that game where they missed an extra point. I think they miss a field goal as well? Or no, they had a field goal blocked. I think they had a bad kick out of bounds at one point. They turned the ball over a couple of times, once at the goal line. There were just all these little mistakes that just kind of went the 49ers' way. Last night, I thought the 49ers just flat out won. It didn't feel like there were, oh man, the Falcons, if they had that play back or that play back, it was just, nah, man, the 49ers just kind of beat them and held a really explosive offense to 10 points without Fred Warner. It was incredible.
They looked like the team that we've seen in the past where they methodically beat you with the run. Yep. They get to the quarterback. They play really, really good defense. The fact that you're playing good defense without Nick Bosa and without Fred Warner.
Unbelievable.
And then they lose a cornerback early with a toe injury. The whole time you're sitting here wondering, how in the world are they keeping this thing together? And you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it doesn't.
Nope.
There's even that moment where they score, where Bijan Robinson scores a touchdown. It's oh boy.
It felt like the wheels were going to come off.
Yeah, here they come. And then next thing you know, 49ers just methodically beat them up. And I thought that was about as professional a win. And watching the young defensive players step up and just be more was crazy. Absolutely spectacular. Huff was incredible, but even the defensive line was nuts. The blitz packages that Robert Saleh was throwing, just everything felt like they were dialing up the right thing.
Yeah, man, they were as good as they've been all year, honestly. That might have been their best overall performance of the season. And I just, given how, and we talked about this all last week, the Buccaneers, after Fred Warner went down, had 5 drives. They scored 24 points and averaged 8.4 yards per play. 8.4 yards per play is an insane number. That is so high. If you're in the 5s, the mid 5s, you're really, really good. You're at 8.5 yards per play. That's, if you're a defense giving that up, that's really tough. So we kind of said throughout the week, okay, it's going to be better against the Falcons than it was. They're going to have a week to adjust and this and that, but still, you're taking a player the caliber of Fred Warner, removing him from the middle of the defense and dropping a second-year 7th-round pick into the middle in Tatum Bethune, and he was good.
He was.
He was really rock solid. You mentioned Darrell Luter having to come in because Renardo Green left the game with a toe injury. Played really well. Chase Lucas, salute to Chase Lucas. I want to get to the Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle of it all because that's the main headline. But I need to have a mea culpa here.
Yeah.
Chase Lucas is a player who had a really nice preseason.
We talked about him in preseason.
Yes.
And I kept saying, like, you got to play the dude. He's one of those players that magically shows up wherever the ball is all the time.
Yes.
So anyway, go ahead.
And during the preseason, I have seen so many players over the years have huge preseasons, not make the 49ers roster, and then not make any roster.
Yeah.
And so I thought, okay, Chase Lucas was a practice squad guy last year and has primarily played special teams in his career. He had a nice preseason, but I don't think if he makes the 49ers roster, it's going to be to play defense. I think he's a special teams only guy. But sure enough, he's had to be in games against the Rams and against the Falcons in the biggest moments. He's the player stepping in. He was the first player there on Kyron Williams' 4th down run that ended the Rams game. He was the first player there to stop that play. And then the 4th and 1 last night on the Falcons' second to last drive, he's the one undercutting the Drake London route, knocking the ball down on a 4th and 1, and giving the 49ers the ball back where they could go score the game-sealing touchdown. Shout out to Chase Lucas. I was wrong. He can play.
Yeah, he can.
Good player.
They have a knack for finding guys, either deep in the draft or undrafted guys that can actually impact winning. And that's all you're hoping for. You know, there are top-tier talent guys. I think we're pretty harsh on Sky Moore a lot of the time, and rightfully so, because Sky Moore's not very good.
Thank you.
But then he came up with a huge play. Massive play. You're like,
sure, Sky Moore.
I was
Why
like,
not?
oh my gosh, look at that. Sky Moore can actually play. Like the move he made coming around the corner, you're like, oh.
Hey, he broke a tackle, got up the side. I was like, oh
wow.
You kind of see the vision. So that's what was so impressive to me last night. And I do want to get to the Christian McCaffrey of it because it was a vintage Christian McCaffrey game. But I think what we saw last night, there's 2 directions you can go here. And I think we can actually bring the Sacramento Kings into this conversation. We'll talk a lot about the Kings during this show, but I think you can bring the Kings into the conversation because the Kings reached this tipping point last year. Mike Brown gets fired. De'Aaron Fox has his trade drama. And you can go 2 ways as a team. You can rally together, and you can go. Wasn't that the Giants slogan? Rally together. Maybe it was the San Francisco Giants slogan. Anyways, you can rally around your difficulties as a team. You can rally around that adversity, and you can say, okay, hey, we're banding together. We're going to be strong as a group, and we're going to overcome all of this, whether it's injuries, whether it's trade drama, whether it's coaching drama, whether it's front office drama, whether it's something off the field or off the court. You can band together and rally around that, or you can disintegrate. I think we saw the Kings down the stretch last year disintegrate.
Yeah.
What we're seeing the 49ers do now, this entire season, is rally around, okay, in week 2, no Brock Purdy. Okay, everybody's rallying together. Week 3, no Brock Purdy again. Everybody bands together. You lose in week 4. Brock Purdy's out against Brock Purdy, and everybody is out because you lose George Kittle in week 1. Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. You rally together. You find a way to beat the Rams. You take a tough loss in Tampa Bay. Fred Warner out for the season. Okay, you can collapse. There's an opportunity there where you can collapse, and not a single person's going to blame you. Had they lost last night, we're coming in here today and going, the 49ers just had too many injuries. They could not withstand the amount of injuries they have. And yet, all of the guys we just mentioned, Tatum Bethune, Bryce Huff, took over the game last night. D. Winters continues to play really well. The mix of safeties that they're throwing out there are figuring it out because they're kind of mixing and matching and trying to find 2 quality starting safeties. Deommodore Lenoir continues to be good. Darrell Luter Jr. had to step in. Like, all of these players, I'm naming people so far down the depth chart.
Yeah.
Put together a performance where they held a good Atlanta offense to 10 points.
Yeah, it's absolutely spectacular.
Really, really good. And then you get to the other side. I was so worried after 6 weeks that we were never going to get a Christian McCaffrey game like that again.
Yeah.
Or if we did, it would be like a garbage time type of deal. When he is on the way he was on last night, there are not that many players who are more fun to watch because he is a threat on every single snap, whether he's being handed the ball or whether the 49ers are dropping back to pass. And he was so freaking good last night. He carried them offensively. Was it 24 carries, 129 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. He also led the team with 7 catches, 72 yards.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Phenomenal.
And we've been waiting for this moment where you get Juwan Jennings healthy, at least somewhat healthy, and I thought he looked so much better.
Yes.
Like he was moving so much better. The one ball that he dropped late, that was clearly, hey man, you gotta, as a quarterback, you have to read the safety there and know that you've got a receiver with broken ribs. Because that's what that looked like. That looked like a guy who's like, no,
I want no smoke.
I want none of that. I'm an alligator arms this thing.
You saw it with his blocking too. Juwan Jennings still very much feeling the broken ribs.
Oh yeah. So I thought, like, even the blocking though, having him on the field, he's just so much bigger than most defensive backs. And watching Kittle get to the second layer of the defense, taking out the linebacker time and time again. That's how you're able to spring them. And we talked about how, it's one thing to have those guys as pass catchers because they are both so good in the seam, and it helps space the field a little bit and it drags the linebackers back. But having them in the run game is as important. And watching those guys just really set the table. It didn't matter who was on the offensive line. They literally alleviated who was on the offensive line, almost like Fred Warner usually alleviated. It doesn't matter who's on the defensive line. Fred Warner's got your back.
He's going to clean it up.
Yeah, so that's what it really felt like. It felt like that you had these specific players that were, you knew they were missing and you knew how much they meant to your offense, but you really don't understand all the nuances until they're back and you get to see it in functionality.
The 3rd and 13, and shout out to Mac Jones, 17 of 26 last night, 152 yards. He threw the pick, which was off of Juwan Jennings' hands. But I think this is more what I was expecting from Mac Jones. And I think this is what the 49ers are expecting from Mac Jones. The numbers aren't eye-popping, but he just did enough.
Yeah.
They didn't ask him to do a ton. They put the game on Christian McCaffrey's shoulders. But I thought Mac Jones had 2 huge plays, and they were both to McCaffrey, and they both led to the touchdowns. There was the 3rd and 4 on the 49ers' first touchdown where Jones is rolling out to his left. And McCaffrey, with 4 Falcons defenders, just kind of sneaks in behind him. And Jones bought just enough time as all 4 defenders broke on the quarterback to layer it over the top.
That was beautiful.
McCaffrey makes a catch, gets down to the 1, scores the next play. And then there's the 3rd and 13 before their second touchdown.
Yeah.
So that was one where Kittle's gravity as a pass catcher, like you were talking about, that threat of him up the seam is so great that Jones looks at him, and the linebacker who was in that window, and the Falcons only had 10 players on the field for that.
Oh, wow.
Which,
yeah,
inexcusable mistake. That's so bad.
Yep.
But the linebacker that was in that throwing lane immediately vacated that to go make sure he was in front of Kittle, who is running between the hashes.
It was a beautiful look off by Mac Jones, and just super subtle. Just looked over, boom, hit the other receiver on the other slot.
Yep, move the eyes a little bit, move the linebacker, completion to McCaffrey, 1st and goal at the 4. I learned last night an NFL rule.
I knew this rule.
It's the dumbest rule I've ever heard in my life. So you are allowed to push a player across the line to gain. You can line up with 3 players behind the quarterback, and they can all put 3 hands on each cheek and push them across.
That's right.
But an offensive lineman can't pull a runner across. And that's supposed to be a flag?
Yeah.
That's dumb as hell.
You can't pull, and you can't pick them up and carry them across.
Sure.
Yeah, but this has been a rule forever.
Sure, totally.
But I hadn't. First of all, the officials missed the call.
Missed it blatantly.
Because, I think it's a 10-yard penalty.
And loss of down.
Yeah. So, that would have totally changed the entire complexity of that game.
Yes.
But to watch that, what's the young...
Connor Colby.
Yeah.
Had his first catch last night, too.
Yeah. Well, and that ended up being huge as well.
That was a major play in that game.
Yeah. So we're talking about a 7th-round pick who just grabs Christian McCaffrey and just goes, oh, and runs backwards.
Yeah.
That was so impressive watching McCaffrey. He gets stopped and he twists, and then he just starts
turning his legs
backwards. He's going backwards. You're like, what in the world? Yeah. And then a big old offensive lineman grabs him and just carries him right through.
Drags him across.
Yeah.
Insane. Missed call. Blatant missed call.
I think that they should allow, you could do the old refrigerator Perry move. but actually have him piggyback a running back into the end zone, like I'm here for it.
Only if the offensive lineman gets credit for the touchdown.
That's right.
I need a Connor Colby rushing touchdown for that. No, I just want some consistency, okay?
Yeah.
That's all. If the Eagles can push, which I am in favor of the play, I'm in favor of the tush push. If the Eagles are allowed to do that, then you should be allowed to bear hug your running back and drag them into the end zone.
I want to see them like put Kendrick Bourne on top of that guy's shoulders, have him run at the end zone, and then just lean the ball over way up high. That'd be awesome.
There's 3 kids in a trench coat offense.
That's right.
All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. We've got a game 7 tonight. 2 of the best words in sports. I wanna dip into that, but there's a tough question we got to ask about the Raiders, and we'll do that next. Yo. Charlie O.
Charlie O is here.
My man.
So did you read what I showed you?
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
We're back.
Hmm?
There wasn't some crazy Kings news.
It was not Kings.
It was not Kings related. It's ESPN 13 related. They wrote it in an email, so I guess we can tell people. Yes, Kyle?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Yeah, let's find out. Well, you guys will be looped in at some point, I promise. I just want to make sure it's done correctly.
All right. Kill the mics for 1 sec. I got it.
Oh, we have 50. %1,000%. We have 5 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Hey, salute to Mac Jones, by the way. Well, hang on. Salute to Paramount Plus. First and foremost. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Before we get to the Raiders, and this very tough question we have to ask about the Raiders, shout out to Mac Jones, who hit a really nice incentive package in his contract last night. For winning his 4th game as a starter, he earned a $400,000 incentive. But this also triggers an additional incentive package, according to NFL Media's Tom Pelissero, where any game that Mac Jones starts moving forward, he earns an additional $100,000.
Oh,
that's not bad.
No, I would like a $100,000 bonus for hitting specific benchmarks.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
let's get that written up.
Yeah, where's that contract?
So salute to Mac Jones. Now there's there's a lot of smoke that Brock Purdy is going to be back next week, but I'll believe that when I see it, because they reported on NBC last night during the game. Melissa Stark, who is the sideline reporter for NBC, said that they went through a diagram of what turf toe is, and basically what Purdy relayed to Melissa Stark is that any like false step could set him back to square one. It is such a, what's the, like, finicky? Nope, that's not right.
Yeah, no.
Finicky?
Yeah.
Fickle? Fragile injury? I'm just going to say fragile. It's such a fragile injury.
Yes.
And so they are going to make sure he is 100,000% good to go before they bring him back. And she said on NBC that there's no timetable for his return. Meaning they're not going to say, oh, it'll be next week. I think we're going to find out Brock Purdy's playing like on the Sunday that he's playing.
Yeah, it really does feel like there's very few ways to like solidify the foot and the joint that he tore the ligament in the big toe. And so now it's moving around. Like his big toe has no stability. So planting on it just makes it extremely difficult
and painful.
Yeah. And not only that, but he doesn't know like what will cause it to be worse and what won't. So they're just waiting to see if it heals. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised that they didn't take a more serious look at surgery like with Joe Burrow.
Sure.
I am. I'm like, if you're this far into it, what are we, 4 out of 5 weeks he's missed or 5 out of 6?
4 out of 6. 4 out of 7. 5 out of 7. He's played 2 games. He's missed 5 out of the 7 weeks.
Well, yeah, but didn't he like miss 1 game, come back and play a game, and then miss a game, and then miss games?
Yeah, he started week 1.
Yeah.
Missed weeks 2 and 3. Started week 4.
Yeah.
Missed weeks 5 through 7.
Yeah. So that's the problem. It's like you're not sure when it's going to heal itself up.
Yeah.
And one like misstep, you can set it back a ton. Like I know turf toe seems like such a strange like injury to miss a bunch of games, but it's real.
Yeah, dude. I would not want to mess with that injury. And I think the 49ers are taking a very slow approach on purpose. I wouldn't be shocked if you see, especially now they're 5-2. If you've got any question, hey, start Mac Jones again. That's why you have him. I don't think you want Mac Jones for the entire year, because at some point that off-schedule playmaking that Brock Purdy is so good at is going to become a factor. But right now you've got the cushion. So it'll be interesting to see how the 49ers decide to handle that this week. All right. Here's the tough question we have to ask about the Raiders. They lost 31-0 to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs scored 31 points. They had 30 first downs. The Raiders were in 30 offensive plays.
Oh my gosh.
30 offensive plays. Do you know how hard that is? That's teams do that in a half.
Yeah.
The Chiefs were in 77 for comparison.
I know I got smoked in fantasy football because Patrick Mahomes had 29 points in the first half and didn't score again in the second half because he didn't play.
Yeah. It was wrapped up. The Raiders went 0 for 7 on third down, 0 for 1 on fourth down. They didn't get to the red zone. They had 95 total yards.
Yeah.
25 rushing yards, 70 passing yards. I think we have to start wondering if this is the worst team in football.
Yeah, because they're not competing. At least the Jets, they're bad and they're 0-7, but at least they compete.
Can you do me a favor real quick? You brought up the Jets. And to me, I think the Titans still hold the crown because the Raiders pretty thoroughly dominated them.
Yep.
A couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So the Titans probably still hold the crown, but the Raiders are much closer than I thought they would be this year. And to give some perspective on why we're being so dramatic here, I need this offensive performance to be put into proper context. The New York Football Jets, who lost to the Panthers 13-6, and the Jets have been putrid offensively, save for a dynamite Week 1 performance against the Steelers. The Jets yesterday against the Panthers had 6 first downs. The Raiders had 3. The Jets had, where are we at? 31 total plays. The Raiders had 30. The Jets had 97 total yards. The Raiders had 75. 95.
95.
The Jets scored 3 points. The Raiders had none.
The Jets scored 6.
I'm doing a bit.
13-6. Go ahead.
Those were just the first half.
Oh, that's just the first half.
That was the New York Jets first half stats against the Raiders full game stats.
Yeah, that's wild.
And this is a game against the Chiefs. This is a division rival, and the Chiefs are good. Like, this isn't they should have beat the Chiefs.
Yep.
But it comes back to what we were talking about. The whole reason I was in on the Raiders this year is because I thought Pete Carroll would make this team super competitive. I thought if nothing else, they would be in games and they would be tough to beat. Okay, maybe they only win 6, but man, they had 4 or 5 one-score losses where they were in the game late. The fact that they have just gotten absolutely obliterated by the Colts, and then they go in against the Chiefs and get absolutely obliterated by the Chiefs after getting their second win of the year against the Titans. You're trying to get some momentum, and then you faceplant like that.
So embarrassing, man.
That's bad.
Yeah, and I know Brock Bowers got hurt. It has been hurt. He's missed 3 weeks in a row. They are also at one point they lost Max Crosby. They also lost their other who's their number 1 wide receiver.
Jacoby Myers.
Oh yeah, Jacoby Myers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, so they were down players, but like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're down players or not when you have 0 offense at all. I mean, Geno Smith has been so bad this season.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
shockingly bad.
10 of 16 for 67 yards. Number 1, I'm surprised he only took 1 sack for 5-yard loss because that dude takes more sacks. I'm just sitting there like, what in the world are you doing? Get rid of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is he didn't throw a pick, but which is like a very, very new development because he's got like 9 or 10 on the season.
It's almost worse because typically in a 31-0 game where you don't move the ball like that offensively, it's because, oh man, 3 interceptions, 2 fumbles, muffed punt, like missed blocked field goal return for a touchdown, something weird. No, they turned the ball over once, but beyond that, I just didn't show up.
Yeah,
didn't play. Like that was again gonna pull the Kings back into the conversation, and this is not to fire shots, but this is what it was reminiscent of. That Kings Pacers game at Golden One Center last year. Where the Pacers just from the opening tip, after 5 minutes, you went, oh yeah, like this is going to get out of hand. The Kings did not come to play tonight. That was this, and I did not think the Raiders would get there with Pete Carroll. And if they've now done that, I'm going to say twice. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt in their game against the Commanders, even though they got pretty thoroughly dominated in that one too. This is twice this year where the Raiders have had a chance to be competitive against a good team, and they just haven't been. And if you're not being competitive, then what is Pete Carroll doing here? If he's not establishing the culture that we thought Pete Carroll was going to establish, what is Pete Carroll doing here? He's 96 years old.
Yeah.
What's the goal here? What are they doing? That is such a crushing loss for a team that looked at to start the year like, okay, adults in the room. They got an adult at quarterback and in the front office and a head coach. Okay, they're going to at least start moving the right direction. You're coming off a win, and you deliver what might be the worst single game performance in the NFL this year.
Yeah, I'm going to point out the Chiefs are really, really good.
The Chiefs are awesome.
They got Rashid Rice back, and all of a sudden they look like, the championship teams from a couple of years ago. And all of a sudden their defense cranked it up, which we talked about, right before this weekend, how it almost felt like maybe the Chiefs had missed a window where they could have a great offense and a great defense, that their defense had not been that great this year. All of a sudden they showed up. But still, that doesn't excuse the fact that the Raiders were just horrific. I mean, the Chiefs got like a first down on 3rd and 14 twice in the first half.
Oh, man.
3rd and 14. And like, it wasn't a big deal. Yeah. Just talk about like complete dominance. And I think the AFC is looking around all of a sudden going, uh-oh. The Chiefs are a problem. I don't know. They're a straight up problem.
The Chiefs' last 3 games, I know they lost to the Jags a few weeks ago, but they looked more like the Chiefs. Mahomes throwing the interception on the goal line was uncharacteristic and really swung that game. Trevor Lawrence falling down twice and still scoring the game-winning touchdown. Obviously, it changed that game. But for the Chiefs to then come back and play as well as they did against the Lions, and then to just so thoroughly stuff the Raiders in a locker like this.
Yeah.
That is a Chiefs team that is very much back. And I think the AFC is going to go through Kansas City again this year. That was the other takeaway from last night, aside from the disappointment that the Raiders are not going to get to 8 or 9 wins like we thought they would.
No.
Sorry if you bet the over.
Yeah,
I don't think we're getting there.
Yeah, they're not getting anywhere near.
Can't go 6-2. Can't go 6-2 the rest of the way.
No, they can't. No.
I'm at the point now where I'm wondering if Pete Carroll would be the coach next year. You're wondering if he's going to even be the coach at the end of the year.
Yeah. This thing's gone off the rails. You can't, that's what we talk about with the Kings. Like, establishing a culture, it means something if you're building something with the players on the roster. You're building something, right? But you've got to be able to, that's the frustration with the Kings. Like, you're trying to build this culture and build this identity for a team of which most of the players know that they're not a part of moving forward. That's a problem. That's like a huge problem where, you don't know what exactly are you building? You're building something like on sand. So that doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense. And with the Raiders, it's the same thing. Like, you want an adult in the room. You do have some building block pieces. You just can't take such huge steps backwards all the time when you're trying to build something.
Yeah.
But at least I do know that most of that team is going to be intact, or a good portion of it. Clearly they've got to find a quarterback of the future, and they still need a bunch of offensive line help and all that stuff. But at least they have some building blocks that they're pushing forward with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got to Kansas City's 46 on the first drive and didn't reach midfield again.
Oof.
Sorry, I'm just...
No.
It's as bad as it gets. Hey, speaking of as bad as it gets, the New York Giants lost a game to the Denver Broncos where they led 26-8 with 5 minutes and 19 seconds to go.
Ooh.
And they lost in regulation. The Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter.
It's crazy.
Just a totally bananas game.
It was crazy too. Man, Jackson Dart, like we talked about this last week a little bit. I was in jest, right? Just making a little bit of fun with the X in his name and the big eye blackout on one eye. But then watching him yell and scream on the sidelines, that is one intense dude.
Yeah. My guy wants to win.
Oh no, he wants to win really bad. Like when they went up late in the game, he lost his mind on the sidelines.
Yeah. And
that the cameras just kept following him as he's yelling at everybody. Like, you get yelled at and you get yelled at. It was a little too intense.
Sure.
But then to
scale
lose
it back a little bit. You got to scale it back a little.
Yeah, then
sure.
to lose that game is tough.
Yeah. That's a bad we had a bit on D'Lo and KC last week where it's like arrow up or arrow down. And Giants were arrow up. That might be one that you don't come back from. 33 points in the fourth quarter.
It might be, but also like the fact that they were in that game, it isn't. They
were dominating that game.
I know
they dominated that game for 55 minutes.
Yeah,
and lost.
It's crazy.
Oof.
Yeah, Brian Burns, he's been incredible. Yeah.
Brian Burns, very good. Kayvon Thibodeau, very good.
Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence, very, very good. Yeah, Giants, it's still arrow up, but that's a bad loss.
It was a bad loss.
Hey, real quick, not speaking of bad losses. I don't want to say that. That's mean. We're giving away Kings tickets. I don't even know. I was trying to transition, but no, the Kings got to win. They got a preseason win. They beat the Lakers. They beat the Lakers. No, I was going to say, speaking of bad losses, but then I remembered that they won a preseason game. They had a win.
They did have a win.
I got to recalibrate mid transition.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Kings. They beat the Lakers 117-116. I do want to get into that, but I also want to send you to the Kings home opener next Friday at Golden One Center.
Okay.
We're giving away 2 tickets to the Kings vs. Jazz opening night, Golden One Center, Friday, October 24th. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. Courtesy of the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
All you have to do is go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the contest page. You enter. That's all it takes.
Okay.
It's that easy. And you can be out at Golden One Center for the home opener against the Utah Jazz.
You keep pointing at me. I will be there whether...
James, you can't win these tickets.
I cannot win these tickets, and I will be there no matter what.
I think I'm pointing vaguely at listener.
Yeah.
But,
random listener, you could...
Or viewer, if you watch on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. You could join us at the Kings game on Friday.
The thing I like about these online giveaways where you go to ESPN1320.com is our podcast listeners get to play too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
nice.
ESPN1320.com. Go to the contest page. You could win 2 tickets to the Kings opening night game at Golden One Center against their home opener at Golden One Center on Friday, October 24th against the Jazz, courtesy of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
We're
2 days away from opening night where they're playing in Phoenix against the Suns.
The NBA season starts tomorrow.
Yeah, it's wild.
And then the Kings play Wednesday. Can't wait to dive into that. I also can't wait to dive into their preseason win. They beat the Lakers. The Lakers dress rehearsal was a loss.
That's right.
To a deeply shorthanded Kings team. We'll dive into that next here on the Insiders. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Boy, Quinshon Judkin had a nice game. Yep. I'm going to need more coffee at the next break. Coffee is cold. What's going on, everybody? Got to plug in my coffee cup. Oh, thanks to baby daddy. Yeah, cold coffee's bad. Cold coffee's not good. But I had taken my cup charger and hidden it in my bag because we had our big event here on Thursday night. And so our studio had to be spotless. Yeah, thanks for joining in on the Kings Beat for those of you who made it on Saturday. Yeah, iced coffee is different than just room temperature gross coffee. And I am a big cold brew guy. Yeah. Chris Cho, do I think Neek should start over? Wait. I mean, should Neek start in place of Keegan Murray when he's hurt? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. The crazy thing about Neek is we're seeing this crazy passing ability. This wild, like he's so good as a passer. Very, very surprising.
That little left-handed.
Yeah. Like a little drop pass. Yeah. Yeah, he's got all kinds of skills. Bow hunting skills, nunchuck skills.
It's a mix between a lion and a tiger. It's pretty much my favorite animal. Known for its skills and magic.
Marcus, I'll be in the building on Friday. Kyle, I need to send that text out. Who's coming, who's not to these weekend games?
What happened?
Are you going to be there for either of the games?
Oh,
let me see. I'm going to send this out just right now. Not Wednesday. Wednesday's in Phoenix.
Sorry, Friday.
Kenny and Damian. It's Jazz on Friday, and don't we have a Sunday game? Oh. Kyle, your mic isn't on.
Oh, whoops.
Let me see. Sunday. Lakers at Kings.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
It wasn't a winless preseason for the Kings.
It was not.
They did it.
No one wants to go winless in Sacramento.
They beat the Los Angeles Lakers 117-116. I have two big questions for you.
Okay.
Was there anything? I think I know the answer. Was there anything to take away from this for you? Or was this just DeMar DeRozan didn't play, Domantas Sabonis didn't play. This isn't really what the Kings are going to look like, so it didn't matter.
No, I'm kind of the counter to that. Like, I think, I'm always looking for check-in games, and I don't care why you had a check-in game.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought Dennis Schroder was spectacular scoring the ball.
Needed literally anything from Dennis Schroder.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's exactly what they're going to need in the regular season. I just needed to know that he could play basketball on this team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I am slightly concerned that everyone keeps calling him a pure point guard, and he had 2 assists, and he's had like probably 5 total assists on the entire preseason, if that. So I'm a little concerned by that.
He's a pure point guard insofar as he's a point guard and not a.
He's 6'1" and he dribbles the ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like literally, yes.
Yeah, he's not a pure point guard, and that's why
He's not a pass first point guard.
I've always been very like confused by everyone who wants to combat me when I say that there's not that much difference between him and Malik Monk as a point guard. There's just not. Malik Monk is one of the better pick and roll passers in the NBA. So anyway, I think it's interesting that we saw the check-in game from him. I think Keon Ellis having a check-in game was absolutely so needed. And for him to look so confident and start bombing away from three, that is exactly what the Kings need from him all season long. If Keon averaged 12 points a game, the Kings would be so much better.
I am so with you.
Yeah, it's just like he has got to have like 6 3-point shots per game every single game.
Let me see if I still have my notes on this from the other day. Unfortunately, I don't think I do.
Okay.
Oh, I do. Okay, so Keon Ellis specifically. I talked about this with Damian and Kenny. Keon Ellis in games where he shoots 6 or more threes in his career. Okay. In the 23-24 season, in games where he shot 6 or more threes, he was 37 of 78. That's 47.4%.
Okay.
Last year, 61 of 135. That's 45.2%. For his career, 98 of 213, which is 46% on the dot. Friday night, 6 of 9. They need Keon, especially with Keegan Murray out. They need Keon to shoot that bitch. They have to shoot the basketball.
Yeah.
You have to shoot it. Keon specifically.
I mean, I'm 100% on board with that. I don't know how you figure out this backcourt and all that stuff. I don't care. I need to see Keon Ellis on the court, and I need to see him shooting shots.
Yep.
Like, that's it. Like, he needs to be on the court. Right now, he's your best defensive player. Like, without, it's not even remotely close.
It is.
With Keegan Murray out 15 to 20 games.
It is Keon Ellis and then a chasm.
Oh, yeah.
And then pick another player.
Well, the next player is probably Nick Clifford, a rookie. I mean, that's realistically, maybe you throw Dennis Schroder in there, but Dennis Schroder isn't a lockdown defender. He's a pesky defender, but he's not like a lockdown defender. So for me, I'm really confused, like how you aren't highlighting Keon Ellis. Like, he has got to be in the game, and I don't know what the answer is to that, but I certainly was excited to see him have like a big check-in game.
Yep, they needed it bad.
The other thing is, you can see the vision, right? Like when we watched Summer League, I saw the vision for what Doug Christie wanted. It's a bunch of young guys who don't know what the hell they're doing on the court, right? But when I watched the game the other night, like, this is it. This is Kings basketball. This is what they want. They want gritty. They want punch you in the face. They want don't back down from anybody, and against a pretty solid Lakers team who played Luka Doncic major minutes, who played guys like Marcus Smart plenty of minutes, and a lot of their starters plenty of minutes. I thought that this was one of those games where you could see that the Kings, there is a style of basketball that they want to play, and we saw it. It's gritty defensively.
Yep.
It's like it's taking advantage of like mistakes. It's that kind of like opportunistic defense. And then on the offensive end, it's moving the ball. Everyone touches the ball. The first 10 baskets, 9 assists by the Kings, and all 5 starters had an assist in the first 10 minutes, in the first 10 buckets.
That is much more like it.
Yeah. It was like, hey, I see the outline. The question for Doug is like, I see the outline, but how do you have that same exact sort of, like on-court activity when DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray are on the court? And, by the way, Russell Westbrook, who's now part of your top, 8 or 9 man rotation, 5 guys missing from your rotation, and you pass the ball, you hit threes, you look like a competent defensive team. I need the starters to look like that when you tip off on Wednesday night.
Yes. I'm right there with you. I think that there's. I want to. I have two things on this. One, just from the preseason perspective, it was just so nice to see some form of urgency.
Yes.
Like the understanding that, like, okay, the game doesn't matter. You're going to go into the regular season 0-0, but can this collection of players? It was something we talked about the 49ers, again, different circumstances, but like, can you rally around this?
Yeah.
Can you young players or players who are further down the bench say, hey, I'm going to earn some minutes tonight by playing this style? I just needed to see that Doug was getting through to somebody. And getting that for most of 48 minutes was honestly, win or lose. Something happens. Lakers hit a shot at the end of that game and win 118-117. I don't feel any different.
Yeah,
I just needed to see the correct play style and the correct force. And again, it's preseason. I know that sounds so silly, but given the way we saw the Kings play in their first 3 preseason games, that was a big deal to me. That's just kind of what I was looking for.
I'll even tell you, I watched Isaac Jones, and I was thinking, okay, Isaac Jones is not stood out at all the way through preseason. Just not at all. And he's had a couple of nice wide open looks from 3 that he's hit. He's missed 1 or 2 as well. But he, like, as a rebounder, as whatever, he has not stood out. He started this game, and I thought in the first quarter, first half, he didn't stand out at all. And then we get to the final, like, 8 minutes of the game, and he figured it out. Like, all of a sudden, he is flying in for putback dunks. All of a sudden, he is so active, and he's all over the court. And some of that is, you're playing against lesser players. But the Lakers didn't go to their bench fully until like the 4-minute mark, and the Kings went to their bench at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, a bunch of their starters played 30 minutes.
Yeah, and so I watched Isaac Jones kind of have this moment where it's like, if I'm going to be on the court, this is who I have to be. And I don't know if it's 10 points, but the 10 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, a block, that's perfect. Like, go out there and play as hard as you can for whatever minutes you're going to get. And so I do think, we can talk about preseason not having any value. It totally has value. It's just, especially with only 4 games. I mean, you have got to build up. This is not the NFL where you're sitting a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
You've got to build your players up and have them ready for week 1. And I thought that this was about, with all of the injuries and all of the illnesses and all that stuff, I thought this was about as good a performance as you could expect.
I'm with you. I think there's a bigger picture thing. We only got a couple of minutes, but you mentioned the starters and being able to play that style. I do want to dig into that. Before we step aside and pay some bills, though, we have not gotten into Game 7.
Okay.
Tonight in the American League Championship Series, and we will go back to talking about the Kings in a bit, but I want to get this in. If you're anti-Dodger, which I'm guessing 98% of the people listening to this are.
Of course.
Who are you rooting for tonight?
Oh.
Like, if you're obviously you're gonna root for whoever's playing the Dodgers in the World Series. But who do you think has a better chance to win?
Man, I don't know. I don't. I wish I did.
It feels like a coin flip.
Yeah, Toronto, I think they've got bigger bats. Like, they don't have I mean, they have some big bats, but they don't have, the big dumper on their side.
It feels like, I mean, Cal Raleigh, obviously, Eugenio Suarez, who hit the grand slam the other night, is dynamite. But it does feel like the Blue Jays lineup is much more of a consistent threat,
top to bottom.
Yeah. But I've been pulling for the Mariners all playoffs. Like, they're just so fun.
Yeah.
And T-Mobile Park is so loud, and the energy there is amazing. So I've just kind of been pulling for the Mariners.
Okay.
I'm with you. I think it's a coin flip against the Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm just here for good baseball watching. Yeah. I think
it's been a good series.
Yeah, it's been a really good series. It's fun. It's back and forth. It's, big time hitters having big time moments.
Yeah. Somebody said in the chat, David Lopez said both teams would need Jesus to suit up to beat the Dodgers. Unfortunately, he might be playing for the Dodgers because that game Shohei had the other night was I think it's the best baseball game that anyone has ever played.
Oh yeah, I mean we talked about the Nick Kurtz 6 for 6 with 4 homers and 8 RBI, a double that should have gone out of the park as well.
An all-time great hitting performance.
Yeah, exactly. But when you have a guy go out there and do what Shohei did on that stage,
up 3-0 in the NLCS, a chance to send your team to the World Series. He starts and goes 6 innings of two hit shutout baseball with 3 walks and 10 strikeouts.
Yeah.
And then also went 3 for 3 with 3 homers and a walk at the plate.
And one of the homers went out of the park.
Went out of the stadium.
Out of the park. Like, what in the world are we watching?
Regardless of what you think about the Dodgers, and I understand if you hate Shohei and you want to do all the, somebody's in jail for him, like cut the crap. There are several players like this right now across the various leagues. He is one of those players that I feel lucky to be alive to watch.
Oh, yeah.
He is one of the greatest, one of the best baseball players of all time. You got to need some more titles to get into the greatest conversation.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I tell people all the time, like, if you really, really want to, like, if you want to take your kids to a game, like, he's not going to play this weekend when the Kings play the Lakers, but the next time LeBron comes through town, it might be the last time LeBron ever comes through Sacramento as a player.
Mm-hmm.
It might be. If you want to take your kids to a game and have them fall in love with it, bring them out to watch Victor Wembanyama, because it's something that they will never, ever, ever see again. And at this young of an age, watching him play the way that he does, but he is a absolute crazy person to watch on the court.
Yep.
Like, that's like, there are things that happen that you should probably like take a moment, spend a little bit of extra money and go do.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I am right there with you. If you get the opportunity, do so. You know who one of those players is? Lauri Markkanen. And you can win tickets to see Lauri Markkanen at ESPN1320.com. We have A1 Combat tickets to give away.
Oh.
We're going to do that old school. We're going to do that on the phone.
Oh.
Give away tickets on the phone. Just a heads up, Jesse. I'll come in here and give you the heads up on that. We're going to do that. We've got more Kings to dive into. We've got more NFL Week 7 to dive into. The 49ers are kind of having the season I think the Kings might want to have. And I'll tell you what I mean next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Super excited to have Jesse back. How much time do we have?
Okay. Hang on, guys. Locked in? Let's go. Jesse Tapia in the building. Where are we at? Oh, hang on. I got to switch this to over here. And then I got to do this. And then I got to do this. And then I got to go over here. Jesse Tapia in the building.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? I missed you guys.
Come on.
Glad to be back.
Anything interesting happen in life?
Yeah. Had the best week of my life, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, so just so everybody knows, and just so you know, Jesse, we have an A1 Combat giveaway. And it'll be I forget which caller it is, but name, phone number, and email, I believe. Name, phone number, and email, and then promotions can call and get whatever else they need. Name, number, email. We'll just do that. Actually, Mark's right out there. Maybe I'll go ask him. But just so you know, and just so the other people know, I'm very interested in what's been going on in your life the last 2 weeks. But I'm going to wait to have you share all that with D'Lo and Casey. Sounds good.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, I will say I tried officiating while you were gone.
Didn't work out.
Some games got out of hand. The host of the next show said that he was going to smash Gavin's cupcakes.
Oh,
I would have sent him home.
A lot of not in this league, pal. A lot of that for me.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. I'm looking for my flags right now.
They're behind the poster because for up front I had to hide a bunch of stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot you guys had to
So
do
they're
that
behind
front,
the
yeah.
poster.
Shit,
Oh, the
I'd have missed
snacks?
that.
Yeah, they're with the snacks. Also, while we're here and discussing things, I have to jet pretty quick tomorrow. I have a concert to get to in Oakland,
oh.
so I got to jet pretty quick after the show.
Yeah, I was thinking about going down to Kings practice today.
Oh,
I don't know. Hmm.
hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and behind the glass on the ones and twos, it's Jesse Tapia back in the building.
What's up, guys? How's everyone been?
We are so happy to have you back. I want to ask you so many questions, but I know Damian and Kenny are going to do that. And so if you would like to know what Jesse's been up to the last 2 weeks, listen to D-Lo and KC, where I'm sure the first segment will be all about your life.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. We'll talk about the wedding, all that stuff. There was some funny things I'm sure they're going to want to bring up. So.
Can't wait. Cannot wait. Sorry about the Dolphins.
Oh, brother, I turned that game off about 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Enjoyed the rest of my Sunday. Watched the other games. It's simple with them. Fire everybody. He get Tua the hell out of there, and then I'll check back in next time.
Hey, is Michael Penix a little Tua-ish to anyone? Anyone get that vibe last night?
I don't know. He's still got time. He's still got time to be saved.
I guess.
There were just a lot of plays where he had time to throw and then just wound up throwing a duck. Like just to nobody in particular.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't super impressed with Michael Penix last night.
Well, I'd also point out that one of the problems that Penix have is the 49ers don't get any pass rush at all, and all of a sudden they do against you. And that can be about your line, but it also is about you not moving and finding like the area and the pocket to go hide.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have that pocket presence.
No.
Yeah. It's like did you ever play Madden when they have like you could do the drills and you could do like the pocket presence thing and you're like
I loved it.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't feel like he's played that.
No.
So I didn't think he was horrible, but the same vibe I get from Caleb Williams. Like if you put any pressure on him at all, then it's like, oh no, that's where again we watched a couple of weeks ago where Mac Jones got hit, just crushed multiple times, but stood in there and like threw a laser to somebody.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the arm strength that these guys have, but he just has a much better presence. And I guess part of that's probably because he's been in the league longer, but also either you get it or you don't sometimes. And I'm not sure the Penix totally gets it.
Yeah, they're just, even when he wasn't pressured last night, I get that aspect of it, but there are just a couple of like, that throw the result of that play was not what I was anticipating. All right, so the Kings beat the Falcons last night, and welcome everybody into the
49ers beat the Falcons.
49ers beat the Falcons last night. The Sacramento Kings did not play the Falcons, at least not yet. I've been trying to draw this parallel between the 49ers and Kings because they're both in these kind of strange, and they got there differently. The path to this point is very different for both teams, but it does feel like you have on both sides veteran players who are of high quality, all-star caliber, Pro Bowl caliber players, all NBA, all pro caliber player who you have to play. And because you have them, you are in some form of playoff contention, or at least expecting to be. But then you have this group of young players, and again, not apples to apples, because in the NFL, it's typically easier to get young players on the field than it is in the NBA to get young players on the court, where you have 15 roster spots and there are only 5 guys on the field, etc. But I think the 49ers are having the ideal version of this type of season. And not on purpose, because they'd rather be healthy, where you're not having to play Michael Williams so much. Although I think Michael Williams is going to play a lot. You're not having to throw Tatum Bethune in at this point. You're not having to rely on Connor Colby at left guard. I don't. But to that point, they're continuing to win despite that. And I think, again, taking the injuries out of it, I think when we try and paint the most optimistic version of the Kings season, it looks a little bit like this, where your veteran players are contributing, to be sure. Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle last night was sensational as a run blocker. Mac Jones stepping in for Brock Purdy.
Kendrick Bourne coming out of nowhere to have a whole bunch of yards in a couple of games.
Can the Kings figure out how to get to that, where it's a good mix of veteran guys are going to play, but Nick Clifford is getting real run, and Maxime Reynaud is a rotation player, and Isaac Jones is a rotation player. Maybe starts at the 4 some games while Keegan Murray is out. I kind of wonder if they can get to that point, because I think what the 49ers are doing, again, injuries aside, is kind of the ideal way to do it, where you're playing the young guys, but not so reliant on them that when they do make mistakes, it's going to torpedo your season.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a way in which you come out of this specific season with Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, Isaac Jones, Maxime Reynaud, and Nick Clifford as 5 players that you believe are part of your core moving forward. Now, they don't have to be the top end of your core, all of them, but part of your rotation, part of the group that you'll lock in and have part of your team for a few years, right? Because I think that's one of the most frustrating things as someone who sort of has a finger on some of the pulse of the Kings fan base, is that there's just this undeniable thing of what exactly are you doing with all of these old players, and how much are they going to block? A lot of fans would just say hey, we would rather have a high draft pick next year, play a bunch of young guys, let them become the basketball players that they're going to be. And if we're going to have a bad year, and if you're going to keep saying 2027, let's go ahead and have a bad year where it results in something good.
Yeah, it gives you that. And Kenny talks about this a lot. You don't have to pick in the top 3 to draft a good player.
Yeah.
But your odds of finding a great player are higher the higher you go in the draft.
Of course. Yeah.
Which is the theory there.
Well, and you can botch a top 5 pick without any question.
We know all about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, though, what Kings fans need to see is that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Because as of right now, even the 2 guys that are pretty good NBA players of your young guys are Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, and they're both 25. It's not like they're 21, 22, even 23-year-olds that you're looking at the next 7 to 10 years and saying, oh, we know what we've got, right? They're not super young. And so you're hoping that some of these other guys develop. And again, none of those other guys that I'm talking about are particularly young either as far as prospects. Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, 22, 23 years old. These are
not a bunch of 18-year-olds.
Yeah, this isn't the Jemias Ramsey.
Mhm.
You're hoping that you strike gold with a second round pick that's just a leaper.
Mhm.
So I do think that there is some like light at the end of the tunnel for a Kings fan. And what we're seeing from 49ers fans is you're seeing that same thing. The defensive side of the ball, it's just they're wrecked. All of their star power is gone, and they're still finding ways for Bethune or for the young safeties that they have to come up and figure things out, for Michael Williams to step up and be something.
Mhm.
So there is some positivity, even though I think if you could tell me that the Kings would win anywhere near the percentage of games that the 49ers have,
well,
I would be like, that's not going to happen.
I don't think so either.
No, where the Niners, 5-2 now.
Mhm.
And you're just looking at a team that gets it. Somehow they're figuring out ways to win. I really hope that the Kings can figure out that thing, because it would be okay if it's ugly basketball,
Mhm.
as long as that ugly basketball is leading to win somehow.
Mhm.
And that is, I think, the willpower, the sort of the design that Doug Christie's looking for.
Yeah.
Give me gritty. I don't care if it always looks pretty.
Mhm.
I want gritty, and I want you guys to find ways to win. I thought that Friday night was a prime example of, hey,
agree.
like, look, that is definitely a way to win.
I think Friday night also kind of highlighted this push-pull that I think we'll probably be talking about for 82 plus games this year,
Yeah.
where the starters are clearly their best players by a pretty significant margin. Zach LaVine is one of the most efficient scoring guards in the league and is as capable as anybody in the league of going for 50. Domantas Sabonis is one of the very best centers in the league. DeMar DeRozan is a Hall of Famer, and put it in pen that he's going to give you 20 a night. I get it. But at the same time, I think one of the difficulties for Doug Christie is going to be if the starters go out and come out flat and they're down 10, and then Keon Ellis comes in, and then Nate Clifford comes in, and then Russell Westbrook comes in, and they start playing the quote-unquote correct style and get them back into the game. I wonder where that push-pull is going to be, especially now when we have proof positive against the Lakers in the preseason that, there's a bunch of dudes on the bench who are going to do what you want them to do.
That's the key.
And so, does that mean if Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis or Keegan Murray or who am I missing? Or Dennis Schroder is not doing the thing that you want them to do? Is it going to be less minutes? Do they go to the bench? That's that's the number one thing I'm watching, and it gets even more interesting following Friday night's game, where you saw Devin Carter didn't do much and was a plus 14, and I don't even really remember him playing. And
he didn't play much early.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, when you're watching,
what does that look like?
When you're watching Nate Clifford hand out 7 assists, and that's multiple times during the preseason that he's had that kind of assist numbers, and some of these assists he's throwing are just bonkers, just spectacular.
Yeah, he's very talented passer.
Yeah, his court vision is crazy, and the crazy thing about him too is it just how he's developed as a player. Go back and look at all of his college stats. He didn't have this at all, and he's developed this along the way. Like, so shout out to Colorado and Colorado State for having a game plan with him and developing him. But my goodness, man, I went from like, okay, maybe 14 to 16 minutes a game as a rookie. I would be okay right now if he's splitting time at the small forward spot. 24 minutes.
Has he done enough to start?
Yeah, he's done enough to start with Keegan Murray out. And I certainly, like, in all honesty, there's a very good chance he's your starting small forward at some point during this season or in the near future. And in a perfect world, I think he's probably your starting 2. Like, just because then you'd have like huge, like size advantage, 6'6", with a solid wingspan and good athleticism at the 2, but a creator, a guy who's creating for others. And that's been one of the highlights of the preseason, is just how much he's shown that he's ready to play right now, and that there is so much more to his game.
Having a secondary creator is such a massive advantage for an offense.
Oh yeah.
You can just attack from different angles. You can there's so many different offensive things you can do when you have more than one guy who can put the ball on the deck and create a shot for somebody and create their own shot.
Well, that, and they told us like early in preseason, one of the surprises was that Nate Clifford's like his understanding the pick and roll game was so much further along that they thought. They're like, holy cow, he's making every right read in the pick and roll.
Yeah.
If that's what he is, then put him on the court. Like there's no reason not to.
This is okay, and this is where we get back to the playing the young guys conversation. This isn't just playing him for the sake of playing him. This is playing him because he might be one of your 7 best players already.
Oh yeah.
And I think you have to give him the opportunity. And whether you don't want to start him because you don't want to run the risk of now you have to bench him, then cool. Then don't start him for a couple of games. But like you said, if he's getting 20 minutes a night out the gate and he's playing well in those 20 minutes, I think he has to be one of the players who moves into the starting lineup very quickly.
Yeah, I agree. And what are you holding on to these spaces for? Like there's no reason. There's no reason.
None at all.
Yeah.
None at all. Before Maxime Reynaud is the Kings' youngest player at 20.
Is he 21, 22?
22 years old. He turned 22 on April 7th. How many players on the Washington Wizards are younger than Maxime Reynaud?
5?
9.
9?
They have 9 dudes, including Malachi Branham.
Oh, wow.
Has been in the league for 1,000,000 years, it feels like, is younger than Maxime Reynaud. Isn't that
crazy? And it's crazy. I think, was it DeMar? DeMar let Maxine borrow one of his cars for his driver's test.
Oh, driver's test. Nice.
Yeah, he didn't have his driver's license.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Salute. Malachi Branham, Keyshawn George, Cam Whitmore, Bilal Coulibaly, AJ Johnson, Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, Will Riley, and Trey Johnson, all younger than Maxime Reynaud.
That's going to be so painful to watch. And then it's those guys
tough watch
with Chris Middleton and CJ McCollum.
Yeah. Very
Wild.
humbling that the old ass guys on the Wizards are a full year younger than I am.
Ugh.
Cool. That's neat. Love to get old. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. ESPN did some preseason NBA rankings. Where did they have the Kings? We'll tell you next.
Oh yeah, I was wrong. It wasn't DeMar. It was Zach that let Max drive his car. There is a long history of Kings players who get to Sacramento and don't have their driver's license. Like, again, DeMarcus Cousins learned how to drive in Sacramento. I remember Nick Stauskas lived in the apartment down the street from Arco and would walk. You could see him walk across the parking lot every day, and he actually learned how to drive in the Kings parking lot and the Arco Arena parking lot. Oh,
Alfonso, that video is crazy.
Tua will take all the first team snaps in practice and remain the starter at least for next several weeks. Yes, McDaniel said he will be the starter this week.
Luck to them.
Unless McDaniel isn't the coach.
He's not going anywhere right now.
Wow. That's sad.
Yeah, the owner's a bum who doesn't do anything. So
you good?
It's pretty wild.
I'm just stating facts. Like he is, dude. Like everyone should be fired, but all the beat writers are saying he's fond of the GM still. He still believes in Mike McDaniel. They can turn it around. So just in circles we go.
Sick.
Him wearing those glasses on the sidelines, like the photo grays that turn dark.
You love those.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Man, I have one person who puts just a ton of political stuff in my timeline. No one else. One person.
Is that person a minority owner of a
Yes.
major pro sports team?
Yes. Do you follow that same person?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like literally the one person.
Hey, real quick, thumbs up or thumbs down? Tatum Bethune wearing Fred Warner's rookie jersey into the game last night, but they wear the same number. So Bethune who wears number 48, was wearing a number 48 Fred Warner jersey into the game last night.
Oh.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up.
Yeah, down.
I think if it was 54, if he had worn 54 as a rookie, I'd be okay with it. But it looks like Tatum Bethune was wearing a Tatum Bethune jersey into the game. I like the idea, though. Love the sentiment.
Oh, man.
I have an off-air thing to say. You guys will be informed of everything that's going on. Like I said, I just want to make sure
mics are
that
off still.
No, my mic's on.
That was Mike's on.
I was telling everybody that they'll be informed. So we're not. You're good.
Okay.
So hang on. James is over there. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia back in the building on the ones and twos. All right, ESPN did some rankings, some preseason NBA rankings, and I think there's a funny couple of things in here. So the Sacramento Kings. I'll just kind of go through these. They're ranked 21 in the ESPN preseason power rankings. Would you like to know the teams directly around them?
Sure.
Because 21 feels right to me.
Yeah, to start. I mean, I think they can get.
I'm with you. That feels like a good starting point, though. Especially no Domas for the season opener, no Keegan for 4 to 6 weeks. Like it just there's a chance it gets ugly. So, 22 is Toronto, 23 is the Blazers, 20 is the Pacers. No Tyrese Halliburton, no Miles Turner, and 19 is the Sixers.
Oh,
who the hell knows with the Sixers? Whatever they are.
Well, they have Embiid.
Allegedly. So that's where the Kings are to start. ESPN gives them a 7.1% chance to make the playoffs.
Okay. I
think that's the right number.
Does it have a projected win total?
Yeah, 35.1.
Okay.
I'm trying to, okay. Help me. I have made it so clear on this program that I am not high on this year's Kings team for a litany of reasons. I don't want to do the thing where I put on my purple glasses because I'm here.
Okay.
35 just feels so low to me. Like maybe I'm just doing the thing that I've been doing the last couple of years, and I'm just overestimating everything. Maybe it's a disaster without Keegan and without Sabonis out of the gate, and they start 0-8, and the season's effectively over before it starts. Maybe that's how this goes, and they win 31 games. But 35 just feels like so few games.
Okay, but as somebody who's lived through
please,
so many of those seasons, I mean, it wasn't until the 2018-19 season that I saw 39 wins.
Oh,
I mean, in the first.
Although I guess 35 is 6 below 500, 6 games worse than last year.
Well, yeah, but like you got to remember that for years the highest win total was 33. Like until Dave Yeager ran, had the run and gun Kings, like they won less than that every single year. So maybe that's what's, sort of jading. Like Luke Walton put up 30 and 31 wins. Like, and those were shortened seasons, 72 game seasons. But like, I remember a season where like 25 wins, 27 wins, 28 wins, 28 wins, 29, 31. Like, that was standard. And so maybe that's what like makes me look at this and go, okay,
Sure.
like the pathway. I think the weird thing about this team is that there is a ton of talent. I don't care if it's older talent or if it's young talent, whatever. There is a bunch of talent on this roster. I just have a really difficult time seeing how they fit together.
I agree.
And that's always going to be what sort of like limits what my view of this team is. You know, I told you I went on with Nate Duncan on the Dunked On podcast, and he chose 35 wins. I chose 36. That was before Keegan Murray was out 4 to 6 weeks. So, like, if I'm going to be realistic, I mean, that could cost you, 2 wins that you probably could have had. Maybe. But then again, maybe they come out and they're just like really, really surprising. So, I mean,
I think that's hitting the nail on the head.
Everything is on the table.
You said, but you use the word surprising.
In that if they're good, it would be a surprise.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe inadvertently perhaps hitting the nail on the head.
Okay.
Like there's a pathway to the Kings being good.
Yes.
Or 500 or a couple games better. But it would be surprising. And I think that's ultimately, I think I would be surprised if they won like 42 or 43 games. Because I just, but 36 just feels so low.
Yeah.
Like, 35 just feels so low to me. But man, the bold but realistic prediction from ESPN is that the Kings will make the play-in tournament.
Okay. I mean, I expect them to be competing for that. And I'll keep telling everyone, like, as difficult as the first half of the season is going to be, the first 20 games of the season, whether it's because of Keegan or just straight up because the schedule is ridiculous. The back end of the schedule is that easy. So there is going to be a time where a lot of teams are cashing it in. You play a lot of those teams down the stretch. And there are a ton of wins sitting there on the table. Now, what does this team look like? I think that this could be one of those seasons where there are like 2 or 3 distinct seasons within a season. I think there's going to be this first 20 games that are going to be a bit of a grind as they're trying to find themselves, right? And when you do win, it's going to be on the back of like an extraordinary performance by 1 or 2 players in multiple games, right? When you pick up wins. Then I think that there's going to be a settling down period where they're building up to like the trade deadline. And then I think the trade deadline, that like the week or 2 before the trade deadline to the end of the season is going to be a completely different season because of the schedule and because of potential roster changes.
Yeah, that's I think maybe the biggest pitfall is if they do get off to a slow start, does DeMar DeRozan start asking out? Does Domantas Sabonis start making noise behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Does Zach LaVine say, get me the hell out of here? Does Keon Ellis make it known, hey, this is my last year here. I don't want to be here anymore. Like if they start out slow, I think there's just it feels like for them to get to 43 or 44. I'm trying to talk myself off the fence here. That's why I'm waffling. It feels like as we talk about this more, for them to get to 43, 44 wins, everything would need to go really right for the entire year. And for them to hit that 35 or below mark, it would take like a slow start.
Yeah.
Where you just kind of get guys checking out. And now we're playing out the string and it's December 9th.
Yeah, and I've been a part of those seasons way too many times.
I'm sure it is the very last thing you want to cover.
Oh, yeah. You get to the end of the season and you're just like, why are we even here? Because clearly they don't want to be here. Like that's where you're at. You're looking at a team and you're like, I still do this job because I love it. But at the same time, you get to some of these seasons and you're like, this is brutal to watch.
Yeah.
Like you're on your way to the game and you're stuck in like even the smallest bit of traffic. You're like, it flashes through your mind. Should I just turn around? Should I just cover this game from home? Like it does.
So-
Like that's where it becomes really, really difficult. And I hope we don't get to that. I
Well,
hope we don't.
And that's why I think guys like Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, maybe Devin Carter,
Yeah.
I don't know, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis. That's why I think trying to isolate those players and play those guys is going to be so important when in terms of just keeping the season interesting. If it does go sideways early, and if they aren't going to win a ton of games, is Nick Clifford playing 28 minutes a night and looking like, oh, this might be a point forward type of player.
Yeah.
Is Keon Ellis earning a long-term extension? Is Keegan Murray taking that leap? And that's honestly, we haven't talked about him a lot because he's out the first 4 to 6 weeks. But if the season again does get sideways early, I think that's where it's like, all right, Keegan, it's time to start making this offensive leap that we're all kind of waiting on.
Yeah.
Because now it's like you're not trying to make the playoffs. You're not trying to make the play-in.
You're just
trying to make the
hoping.
play-in, but
You're hoping though that they haven't that they're not so entrenched with the veterans at that point that they can't see the forest through the trees.
God, I hope
right. So we do have a bit of breaking news. Christian Brown, Denver Nuggets guard, has signed a 5-year, $125 million extension.
Wow, good for him.
We also just to wrap up a couple of these smaller ones. Shaden Sharp this weekend signed a 4-year, $90 million, and they also locked up
Tamani Kamara,
4-year, $82 million. Man, that's a great, yeah. You got to find one of those guys, and maybe that's what I think this season might be about. It might be about like giving Nick Clifford enough that he's not overwhelmed, but enough that he can grow into a position. And this we thought that the handoff would be, DeMar to Keegan, and it might be DeMar to Nick, and not just positionally, but as if we are seeing that DeMar to Nick, that will help Keegan as well. That will create some of the space that Keegan needs to grow as a player as well. I don't know what this season's going to look like, but I do think that there are concerns, especially when you have so many veterans. It's like,
sure,
at what point is Russell Westbrook going to be like twiddling his fingers on the bench and going, hey, like, look, you did sign me. The crazy thing, he got a non-guaranteed contract.
Yeah, really weird.
Yeah, so if he's got a non-guaranteed contract, like at what point do you go, okay, this isn't working.
Yeah.
Then again, maybe it does. That's what we have to leave the possibility open to.
Or maybe he's going, it's Russell Westbrook saying, hey, this isn't working. The Grizzlies need a point guard, and they're in the mix in the West. I would like to go there. Can you cut me, please?
Yeah.
I think that door is open too. Real quick, there's a stat in this ESPN piece that I want to get to, but we have stuff to give away.
Oh,
A1 Combat is coming to Hard Rock Live on Friday, November 7th. That's this year. We're giving away 2 tickets to Uriah Faber's A1 Combat number 32 at Hard Rock Live on November 7th. That is a Friday. These tickets are courtesy of A1 Combat. We have 5 pairs to give away. We'll be giving them away all week. It's professional MMA in the cage with nonstop action. Billy Brand, the great Billy Brand, takes on Ethan Ewing for the vacant bantamweight title. No word on whether Ethan Ewing is related to Patrick Ewing. Joy Killjoy Pendell defends her featherweight title versus vicious Zarina Turi. There will be 16 bouts of incredible UFC style professional fights. Tickets available at Eventbrite or a1combat.com, or you can call the ESPN 1320 studio line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. Caller number 9 will win those 2 tickets to A1 Combat at Hard Rock Live on Friday, November 7th, courtesy of A1 Combat. Here's the stat that jumps out to me in this Kings piece. The Kings will look to improve their defense. I'm just going to quote this directly from ESPN so I don't mess it up. The Kings will look to improve their defense with Doug Christie as head coach, especially around the rim. Sacramento allowed 1.07 points per direct drive last season, worst in the NBA, according to Genius IQ. The Kings were also 27th in opponent blow-by rate on drives. I don't see that getting any better. I don't think they've really done anything unless Nick Clifford is an awesome defender out the gate. And maybe he is. I don't know how the Kings do better at that specific thing.
I think there's a possibility Dennis Schroder is a better instigator of the defensive scheme and doesn't get blown by.
Okay.
And that's like in the second half of last season. Like Fox isn't a guy who got blown by all the time.
Yeah, not very often.
Yeah. So that's not who we're talking about. And like, look, if you get better effort by Zach LaVine, you get better effort by DeMar DeRozan. Like maybe you do have a little bit there. I don't know. I need to see what Russell Westbrook looks like defensively too. Like what does Russ look like? And hey, I was at the press conference yesterday. Russell Westbrook intends to play on Wednesday. Like he
I would hope so.
Like, are you playing on Wednesday? Like, yeah, I'm playing. It was like, hey, how come this took so long? Oh man, we got this deal done really quick. It's like, okay.
My guy just didn't want to do training camp.
I guess.
He did the Aaron Rodgers.
Maybe.
Sick.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm out on the 18 jersey, by the way. It's weird to me. I don't like it.
Well, yeah, but what's he supposed to do?
00?
Yeah, but can you have a 0 and a 00?
I think so.
Can you? I don't know if you
Golden
can.
State had that.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because Malik is 0, so.
Maybe they didn't. That doesn't
matter. And he did 18 for his 18th season. Yeah. That made sense to me. Yeah.
And I guess he can't do 4.
And I mean, like it's Omri Caspi's jersey number. Outside of that,
I
don't know who
just
else.
Gave it away. Oh, we can do. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Let's dive into the Sacramento Kings all-time number 18 jerseys. Stand by. I have that tool right here, courtesy of our friends over at Basketball Reference. Uniform numbers. Number 18. 14 players have worn the number 18.
14?
A lot of them pre-1980.
Okay. So not Sacramento Kings.
The last player to wear it.
Okay.
I'll just do, 3 players in the Sacramento era have worn it. The first was Derek Smith.
Okay.
Not the former 49ers.
The late great Derek Smith.
1987 to 1989. Then it was Omri Caspi from 2010 to 2017. Can you name the last Sacramento King to wear the number 18?
Someone like Daquan?
No. I would say in that vein, though.
Yeah, so like KZ Okpala.
I getting warm.
What was Kessler Edwards?
Not 18.
Oh.
Kessler Edwards got waived.
Oh.
He's available. Oh man.
Would you rather have Kessler Edwards or Russell Westbrook?
Oh well.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's a tough look.
It's
oh boy. I'm not going to come up with it.
Jalen Slauson.
Oh man.
And
you know what? I knew that. I remember him wearing 18 now. That's wild.
Hell yeah.
We should do that day. Like I'm not always great with numbers. Like I remember old time numbers like from the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, but as far as like newer numbers, I don't know.
Do you know, okay, real quick so Keegan Murray wears number 13. Do you know who the Sacramento King was to wear number 13 before Keegan Murray?
There's a lot of number 13s.
There have been a ton of number 13s.
Yeah, Tyreek Evans wore 13.
Yep.
But there was someone right before that.
Doug Christie, of course, wore 13.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, man.
The person who wore it before Keegan Murray, Tristan Thompson.
Oh.
Robert Woodard, Dwayne Dedman, Corey Brewer, Alec Burks, Yorgos Papagiannis, Quincy Acey, Derek Williams, and Tyreek Evans.
Wow.
And then Darryl Watkins in 2008. Those are the players who have worn it since Doug Christie.
I don't remember Darryl Watkins in 2008.
Well, let's see. What did Darryl Watkins do with the Sacramento Kings? The great Darryl Watkins, who's now 40, played 9 games in the 07-08 season, averaged 1.3 points and 1.3 rebounds.
Oh, he's a center.
Yeah, he's a center.
Okay.
Can't believe you don't remember those thrilling 9 games. 8 minutes a game?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Tough.
Speaking of thrilling, the handoff is next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports.
I instantly was thinking he's a Syracuse guy, and he was.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fired up, computers.
Did you get one? Yeah. 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 Still looking for an A1 combat winner, by the way. Damian Barling. You didn't hear it, but you got air horns.
No, I heard it.
Did you? Nice. Oh, good. Daryl Watkins' middle name, not his nickname, was Finesse. Marvin Bagley is the Wizards' 5th oldest player.
Oh my goodness. Wait. Yeah, he made the team, right?
I think so. I think this is this year's roster, yeah.
Happening. Good. George Carl said that even a Coke machine would have more than one rebound in 30 minutes. And the only one who had played 30 minutes and had one rebound was Derek Williams. He didn't actually say Derek Williams' name. But then Derek Williams was from then on known as a Coke machine.
Tough scene.
Tough scene.
Hey!
Russ Dog.
Hey, big shout out, Russ Dog. Won some A1 combat tickets. Hell yeah. Hey.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know if I need to. These bags here are for you. I talked with Katie today. They're trick-or-treating bags for the little ones.
Oh, very nice.
So you can.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's dope. Thank you.
Gregory Kaiser. What do I think of Precious Achua? I think I would actually sign Precious Achua if you had an open roster spot, but you don't. So, is what it is.
Did he not get signed?
He got waived.
Oh wow.
I think he got waived by the Heat.
The
He'd gone back to the Heat. How old is Precious? 26. Not a good three-point shooter. There's that one season when he shot 36%. Every other season's horrible. Leezy, Spencer Dinwiddie, meh. I mean, why would the Kings need Spencer Dinwiddie? They have like 7 versions of
Hard
Spencer
pass.
Dinwiddie, which I think
they're
are all better.
better.
Yeah, they are. Oh, since you paid for this question earlier, which that you're just throwing money into the abyss, but
And that's not true.
okay.
It goes to our YouTube account,
Okay.
which goes to Odyssey and counts as revenue for our radio station.
Oh, okay. Any chance that they attach assets to a vet or two to clear a runway for Neek?
Hang on, we're back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen, James Ham, Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling, D-Lo, and KC coming up next. But joining us now for the handoff. How's it going, guys?
What's good? What's good, baby?
There we go.
Excellent. I'll learn to
Love
turn the mic on. It's my
Yeah,
first.
I'll
day.
learn to make sure the mic is turned on.
At some point
Pause.
during this handoff,
Mhm.
remind me. There's just a random question that
Oh, great. That'll
ask all-
last till
Get
Friday.
it started.
Well, it is football.
Okay, what is it?
Am I not seeing something with Michael Penix's arm? Because you would think he was Jeff George the way Collinsworth was talking about him, it's just a rocket out of his arm.
Kyle
Yeah,
called him Tua today.
I
And it looks
said that
fine.
it looks a little kind of shades of Tua to me.
Which is fine, but it's not Josh Allen. Like when he throws the football, like, oh
Yeah,
man, that's
I
a
don't-
rocket.
Yeah, I was not impressed by Michael Penix last night.
And Collinsworth was like, I'll tell you, Mike,
Watch it,
that
watch it.
ball, it just gets on him real quick.
If he talked
Football.
about his
What
was
if
that?
he talked about his hip swivel
Jerry?
one more time, I was gonna throw my phone through the TV.
I mean,
Now
I'm
watch
telling
his
you,
hips.
Mike,
Watch
when the
way
ball
he-
gets on him that fast, Michael Penix, that arm strength.
This isn't one
Is
of
that
his
what
best.
Chris Collinsworth
That's
sounds
not,
like to
that's
you?
not. There's no way that's what.
And do you not think that
That was-
sounds like Jerry Jones?
that
No,
sounded like
Jerry is a
the
lot less.
All of your impressions
Excited.
sound the same.
that sounded like the bad guy from
more of a
Sinners.
whisper.
That's what
Oh,
that
that's
one
a good
sounded
point.
like.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
More than
I
Chris
didn't.
Collinsworth.
You guys watch a lot of football, man. I just didn't know.
I was not impressed.
Am
by
I selling
Michael
the
Penix,
guy
though.
short? I don't know.
Until he can win a game outdoors or do
Oh.
anything outdoors.
Oh, he's Peyton.
He might be.
I was telling Kyle
It's
earlier.
Michael Penix, Peyton Manning, 916-909-1320.
It feels like he doesn't have like any pocket awareness at all. And I feel the same way about Caleb Williams. Like Caleb Williams, if you can get pressure on him, like he throws the ball all over the place. And it felt like the same with Penix. As soon as you got pressure, it was like, oh, well, that's not a good throw at all.
Yeah.
100%. I was coaching from the couch.
Oh, that explains the 49ers victory.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
Shout out Bob Salah. We were on the same page. I was like, man, just bring the heat, man. Bring 5 or 6. If you bring the heat, he don't respond well to that.
No.
He does not respond. He throws fading away. He doesn't step up in the pocket. Just bring the heat when you need to.
There were a lot of throws, and I credit the 49ers defense with a lot of this. There were a lot of throws that Penix made last night that seemed like they were to nobody.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 receivers kind of in the screen, but the throw was way over here. And again, I don't know enough about the Falcons offense to know if that's miscommunication or if it was just a matter of, man, the Niners are doing a good enough job of making him throw the ball before he wants to or before he gets comfortable. And I was stunned that they were able to do that last night. I think last night's performance was more impressive than their performance against the Rams 2 weeks ago.
Strongly disagree, but I think their defensive line, I think that's what was causing Penix a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
At least, maybe more by the fourth quarter, he looked shook.
Yeah, I
He
totally agree.
absolutely looked like he. What did Cap Rooney say? Happy feet. I got happy feet. It's
Mhm.
like he just keeps it's like and then there was the plays in the final 2 minutes. The game was over. He couldn't get rid of the ball.
Nope.
He's like looking, and then he just curls up into a ball and gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I think that in credit to Tatum and that crew and Robert Saleh, like they made his life miserable.
Yeah.
And it absolutely affected the way he played. I don't know if he's any good at all. Like I wasn't in on the Falcons when the season started,
Mm-hmm.
but obviously they've played a little bit better than I expected. But yeah, he got shook up.
Yeah, he
And
definitely
he was
did.
thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that happens with young quarterbacks. Like you think about it.
Mhm.
Like Cam Ward is TitansWire.com.
Salute.
I guarantee you he's thinking about turnovers now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just
Definitely.
turning the ball over so
Mhm.
much. Like there's no way he's not thinking about it.
Shout out to Tatum Bethune too. I wondered this when I heard his name, but yes, his family is part of the group that founded Bethune-Cookman College.
Huh. Fascinating.
Yeah, I wondered. Like I was like, I don't hear a lot of Bethumes,
Yeah.
in life. I wonder, but yeah, I don't know how many years back, like how
Yeah.
many generations back, but yeah, they found a Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, he said on the broadcast, I've been studying my whole life. This
Well,
is kind of
yes.
what I've been doing. Like,
Yours,
all right,
man.
salute, man. You're ready. Yeah, he was very good last night. The reason I said it was a more impressive win than the Rams win earlier this year is because that Rams win took like a missed field goal, a fumble at the goal line,
A fumble they caused.
no doubt. But Matthew Stafford was carving them up. And then Sean McVay had an insane play call at the end of the game, and the Niners got to stop. Like, salute, they got the win. Like that, it was a massive, massive win. I called it the best win in the Shanahan era. Last night was more impressive to me though, because that Falcons offense had been rolling a little bit, and Bijan Robinson has been one of the most electric players in the sport. I did not know how the 49ers are going to guard Kyle Pitts. With all the injuries in the secondary, I thought they would struggle with Drake London. They held Atlanta to 10 points.
Of the two games, the 40 yards is the most impressive stat of the two games. The Bijan Robinson.
Yes,
yeah,
I
Bijan
totally agree
Robinson
with
to
you.
40 yards is the most impressive
I
stat.
totally, and I thought going into last night, all right, Bijan's going to get his. He's probably going to score a couple touchdowns. Can you limit the other guys and just try it? Can you limit the amount of shootout it needs to be against a really good Falcons defense? And then they just put together a vintage 49ers performance, vintage Shanahan Niners performance with no Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa. Your offensive line was banged up. You have no Brock Purdy. Jawan Jennings playing on one leg with one arm and one rib cage. It was really, really impressive win, and their first 2-score win of the year.
This is a credit to coaching first and foremost. And when I say coaching, I mean Kyle Shanahan and what he's fostered in that locker room and in that organization, and also Robert Saleh. We talked about it on Friday. I said I want to see if he's that guy, defensive coordinator wise. I'm not saying like, oh, you could take the four of us and make us a top 5.
Right.
That's not fair. But I do want to see you continue to have a good defense, even though some of your stars aren't out. And at least for one night, and I think he'll continue to do it, but for one night, he was in his bag. He did a fantastic job with the scheme, with the times that he would send the pressure and everything. And I don't think it was on the broadcast. I actually think it was afterwards. Now that I think about it, I think Lucas talked about it, but it kind of was what we had talked about. He had told the defense, he's like, look, gonna be a lot more man. Be ready to cover.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I just thought that was a way to simplify things. Like, keep the guy in front of you. We'll try and bring some pressure when we need to, but all the exotic schemes and stuff, we might have to slow down on that while these guys get used to everything. So he did a fantastic job.
Well, playing man just gives you more options when blitzing too.
Right.
And it
100%.
makes that easier.
Which
so,
I think you need to do without.
and it's just really clear that Robert Saleh listens to D'Lo and Casey.
100%.
He's like, man, Casey
I told
said,
you I was
what,
coaching
Casey,
from the
man?"
couch. I told you I had the intercom. We were on a Comrex.
Robert, it's coming.
Over.
I think
So he over.
I had to point out we all have one rib cage. I had to look this up.
I meant one side of
That's
his rib.
it's fine. I was like, wait, are these considered two different rib cages, or is it just one giant cage? It's just one cage.
I stand
So-
corrected.
I'm a doctor on the radio.
Saleh has been like, it's to me the biggest difference in this season. Like, we were so concerned, like during remember when the build-up, whether they were going to get Saleh or not, and then it looked like it was falling through. And then it's like, are they going to get this guy or that guy? It was like, how could you leave the defensive coordinator position open this long? My goodness, man, there have been a couple of master classes that he's thrown up there.
Absolutely.
And there's one
He's
thing,
probably why Kyle Shanahan's not going to win Coach of the Year again.
Well, and Shane Steichen, but
well, yeah, the Colts exist.
No, the Colts do exist. Kyle's been juggling quarterbacks and IR receipts since the season started.
this is going to be, if this season keeps going the way it's going, let's say the Niners just go 12-5, and it's just like this the whole year, Shane Steichen's going to win it. And we're going to have the conversation of like, is there any path to Kyle Shanahan ever winning this award?
He lost his starting 2 quarterbacks and went to the NFC and didn't win. Like, he didn't
With
win.
Mr. Irrelevant,
Like,
who's
he
never thrown a
cannot
pass in
win
the
that
NFL.
award.
The
And
last
this
pick of the
year,
draft had never done that.
the excuse is going to be, well, he got Robert Saleh back. Like, if we could give it to a defensive coordinator, we'll give it to him.
Meanwhile, he's got guys. No disrespect to him, but I didn't even know he was active or on the roster. What was Malik Turner?
Yeah.
No. We need you to play, big dog. We
Yeah.
got Sky Moore. Hey, Sky Moore. Hey, we're running some
Sky
40.
Moore make a little play last
Make a
night.
move. Get that first down. Shout out Sky
That's
Moore.
not Sky Moore made a play last night.
Swear to
No
God,
way.
broke a tackle and everything.
Wow.
That's where
Oh, I'm
you
so proud of
start
my
talking
guy.
coach of the year.
I'm so proud of my guy. I've
You
told
can
guys
make
since
Sky
day one.
Moore into a football player. You're the coach
Come
of the
on.
year.
Almost broke one on the kickoff return.
It's crazy.
Almost.
It's not just
Got
the
tripped
big
up.
name guys, too. If you're looking like the defense, they've lost their 2 superstars.
Mhm.
But on the offensive side of the ball, they've lost their quarterback. They've lost their receivers. And then he's sitting there playing roulette with his offensive line. Like these guys, how are you winning with that offensive line?
Well,
Yeah.
it might have got better.
Like they
Wow.
might have got better.
Well, oh,
Hey, man, no, I don't want to be disrespectful because the man, he's trying
salute
his
to
best.
Jake Brendel.
He's trying his best. You know, he got hurt. No disrespect, but the amount of times I don't watch all the film. I just see little clips here and there, and it's usually, I guess, it's bad reps. So that's why I see it. The amount of times he literally gets his ass beat, and what I mean by that is somebody just tossing him to the ground. He's rolling around, just getting beat up. It happened when he got hurt last night. The play he got hurt on, somebody just goes right in the A gap or whatever gap that is.
Oh.
Just tosses him to the side. Brendel's rolling around on the ground. And poor guy. But
The bad beat.
Hennessy, look.
You just insulted him for 2 straight minutes and called
his
him.
guy,
you
though.
know,
No,
said
poor guy, man.
With all
Poor
due
guy.
respect.
Well, I didn't say he was my guy. I didn't say that. I said poor guy. But Hennessy, look, I was sitting there. He gets in the game.
Shout
Brendel
out to
gets
LeBron.
hurt. He gets hurt, and I said, Hennessy can't be any worse. It can't be any worse.
Yeah, they were fine.
It's a what they say. I forget, but they
Addition by
open the gate.
subtraction.
Well, they open the gate every time on the middle of the offensive line with Brendel in there. It can't be any worse. If Hennessy is doing that, that's what's been going on for so long.
Sure.
Yeah,
All right. I thought it was a good win last night. Really, really
It was
good win.
absolutely a good win.
Oh, that's the other thing.
We're entering the stage of the season where they're all good.
Yeah,
Like
no,
every-
I
like-
agree.
We're 7 weeks in. Like, yeah, all of these wins are good now.
Yeah.
Shout out to John Lynch and de facto Kyle Shanahan as well,
Mhm.
because they don't get enough credit for like the personnel they were able to put out last night.
Mhm.
Lucas isn't. I'm not saying he's an all pro or anything like that, but
No,
that's
it's a career special teams guy.
They identified him,
Mhm.
said, "Hey, I think he might be good for what we're doing." Got him. Bryce Huff, same thing with him. You talk about Malik Mustafa and what he was able to do, and obviously Diamond Orlando. You guys know how I feel about him, but I think that's and Batum and Winters, and that's a testament to those guys identifying certain types of players that would fit best for what they're trying to do. And at the very least, having guys there that you won't fall off a cliff if you lose your starters.
Mhm.
You know, they're prepared, they're ready to go,
Yep.
and they're ready to make plays. And that's we talk about all the draft picks they miss and every time. They make some good moves too,
Mhm.
finding talent and developing that talent.
I want to run through this real quick. Their starters on offense. Do you have something, James? Sorry.
No, I was just going to, somebody asked in the chat
Mhm.
if Nick Martin is a bust and Lance Smith, but yeah, if he can't get on the field now, I think.
Did you watch? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Did you watch the game last night? It's not like we're having a conversation where the Falcons watch more football. But it's not like we're having a conversation where we're like, wow, the Falcons just ran all over the Niners. Guys were open in the middle of the field all day. Tatum Bethune was terrible. D. Winters was terrible. If that was the conversation, then yeah, why isn't Nick Martin playing?
Yeah.
Tatum Bethune was very good last night. D. Winters has been awesome all year. There's no room for Nick Martin to play. They brought in Nick Martin to be the starting will linebacker, and D. Winters took a massive leap this offseason and is a better player right now.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
does not mean he's a bust. My God.
And Nick Martin had a really nice tackle on a special teams play late in the game.
Yeah,
It's like,
well,
hey, he's figuring it out. It's going to take a little while. Sometimes a guy doesn't step into the league and be great.
Yeah.
It happens.
The one thing that I remember from the draft pick of Nick Martin was unbelievable physical talent, unbelievably gifted. They're going to have to teach him how to play football a certain way.
Yeah.
Which means like, yeah, that's going to take time. He's not. I don't look at Nick Martin when they drafted him and the things I read about him as a day one, put him in there, he's going to be making plays for you. Like, no, we probably won't see. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see like Nick Martin on consistent downs until next year, starting next year, middle of next year. Like he's a little bit of a project, but his talent, his physical gifts were so. They were leaping off the page so much. He was like, yo, let's take him and let's try and teach him. So,
I think they didn't think D Winters was going to be able to play.
Mm.
And then he did.
Yeah.
I think, and then he's been inactive because there's just not a spot for him.
Right.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit like Michael Williams. It's like he's playing because he has to.
Yes.
If you had another option early on, then he wouldn't play as much. But now it's like, hey, now you're there. You're the guy. We ain't got nobody else.
Yep.
Didn't know who Clifford. What was the guy? Who was the guy that came in when Bethune got hurt?
Curtis Robinson.
All right, wait a minute.
Curtis Robinson's a 49er legend.
Oh yeah,
a special teams guy. To Stanford, tore his ACL last year.
Let's see what Nick.
Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Let's see what Nick could do real quick. Although that guy was going to be calling the plays, right? I wouldn't want Nick doing that.
So that's exactly. James brought this up the other day. The Niners don't cross-train their linebackers at all the positions. Nick Martin had not played the middle linebacker spot. That is not an option. That would be like, Malik Monk is just going to play center now. Why isn't Malik starting at center? Like, what? Because it's not the position he plays. So, anyways, Nick Martin, not a bust, at least not yet. The 49ers starting offense last night, 7th round pick, Jawan Jennings. Trent Williams, Hall of Famer. 7th round rookie Connor Colby, Jake Brendel off the scrap heap, 3rd round pick Dominic Pooney, 5th round pick Colton McKivitz, 5th round pick George Kittle, undrafted free agent Kendrick Bourne, journeyman Mac Jones, Kyle Juszczyk, and Christian McCaffrey. On defense, scrap heap Sam Okuwanu, low-level free agent Jordan Elliott, Kalia Davis, 6th round pick, Michael Williams, 1st round pick, D Winters, 6th round pick, Luke Gifford, scrap heap free agent, Tatum Bethune, 7th round pick, Renardo Green, 2nd round pick, Deommodore Lenoir, 5th round pick, Marquise Siegel, 5th round pick, Jair Brown, 3rd round pick. That's their starters last night. Man. They held the Falcons to 10 points.
And we didn't even get to Chase Lucas because he didn't start.
Chase Lucas, journeyman,
whatever.
Probably teams maybe the player of the game on the defensive end.
They should trade all their 2nd and 3rd round picks for really good players and just draft around it.
Yeah.
Hey, do you have 4 5th round picks? Because I'll give you this 3rd rounder for it. We'll
can't take all your 5th round. You gotta just kind of back up offensive linemen too. You can just throw in.
Yeah, still start for us.
Throw somebody in there. Great win last night. That was good.
You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Let's shift gears and talk about the Sacramento Kings. So the Sacramento Kings back after beating the Lakers 117-116.
Yeah.
Anytime you beat the Lakers, it's a win.
I totally agree.
That was good to see.
My Trent
It was so good to see. I needed that.
Whatever, all y'all heads, man. Whatever.
Wait,
fine. Run the tape back. You'll laugh at it later. Forget
to
it.
win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
All right, man.
Whoa.
Same deal.
Oh, was that Mike?
All right, man.
Did you hear Nance yesterday?
No.
Oh my God. They did an in-game break, and for anyone who turned away from the Chiefs Raiders game, I don't blame you. They did an in-game break where they updated. I think Tua had just thrown in. I think it was the first play out of halftime, and they run the clip. You know, they do the in-game break, and it goes back to Nance and Nance and Tony, and Nance is like, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard some news out of Miami this week. I was like, oh my God. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Like,
man.
There is unrest in Miami right now. It's
Jim,
like,
they're going to fire Mike McDaniel, Jim.
Oh, no.
I was startled. I was like, oh my
That's crazy.
God.
Nance the most milquetoast. Never says
not
anything
gonna rattle
offensive.
any. Yeah.
Man,
real quick, I got to tell you
It's
guys
bad.
because you guys are my guys. You did Tony Romo right there.
He said we're his guys. He's about to insult us.
Oh,
Man.
yeah, pause.
Man.
With all due respect.
Okay.
My flag is still behind the poster. I have to go get it.
Don't take this personally,
whatever.
Kyle.
We do whatever. I broadcast the high school game, Granite Bay Rockland, on Friday, and I was so proud of myself because I had a Tony Romo moment. This was great, and I'm not even like I'm a football guy, but I'm more of a basketball guy, right? Like,
Sure.
It's football. I just know,
Yeah.
but that's not my bread and butter.
Yeah.
But Granite Bay ran the ball a couple times, got like 6-7 yards or whatever. And I told my man Matthew, I said, Matthew, they're running the ball right now. They've got the Rockland defense kind of pushing up, playing the run. I'd look out for a play action right here. Very next play. Oh, play
Bang,
action.
bang.
Cross the man. Oh,
Come on.
I said, come on, man. Come on, man. Let's go, man. I'm Tony
Just
Romo
drop
out
the
here.
headset, go home.
I'm Tony Romo out here. So.
I think that bit with Romo, it was great like the first week, then the second week, and then by the third week, you're like, bro, how about you say spoiler alert every time
Yeah.
you call the play? Like you're taking all the fun out of it. Like, what is happening?
It was like a 95% hit rate, and then immediately went to like a 38% hit rate.
Yeah, like the first season was flawless.
Yeah.
And then the second season.
He's like, now don't be surprised if they try and attack right here. Run play.
Throw it
to the other side.
And they totally got upstaged by Tom Brady in the red area.
Oh, dude. Tom Brady loves.
Shout out the red area. Shout out Huey Brown, the painted area. My guy. One of the goats. But Mike McDaniels.
McDaniel.
Unemployed. Whatever.
Damn.
Soon. Yeah.
Well, that's what Jim Nantz said.
Apparently not, though. Apparently just riding it out.
You were
the bye week
transitioning to
there,
the
yeah.
Kings.
I was
Sorry.
trying.
Yeah.
I needed to. I know it sounds silly because it's preseason, and they're going to be 0-0 on Wednesday. I needed that.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
needed to see. I
Yeah,
needed
absolutely.
to see. And I told James, even if something happened at the end of the game, Lakers hit a bucket and win 118-117. Like at least they were good for 4 quarters. That's all that's all I needed.
Yeah.
Just some proof that they could do it. And I thought
Well,
it was
without
interesting.
Domas and Keegan,
Yes.
and you needing a way to figure things out. No, I mean they win against Luka.
Mhm.
They win against their
Playing
obviously
in a-
LeBron's not playing Sunday, so
in a dress rehearsal for the Lakers.
They played what about 3.5 quarters?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
I mean,
Their
yeah, like
starters
Luka
went.
played 30 minutes.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. I think it's over 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, I thought overall we saw the design of what Doug wants. It's just whether or not, because, I mean, there are 5 players who weren't there. So how did that look with, Domas and Keegan and DeMar and I don't know who else was missing. Westbrook.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's one more that didn't play. Oh,
Did you say Malik?
yeah, Malik, DeMar, Keegan, Domas, and Westbrook.
Mhm.
That's 5 of your rotation players. Like, how do you get the rest of the guys to play like that?
Those guys to play out.
Can we do like we talk often about loud minorities, be it this, I got you. Twitter, Chatty House, like whatever, like the group gets really, really loud.
Mhm.
I did a heat check at this Kings event yesterday at the Galleria.
Shout out Chester Crick.
We were killing time just waiting for Keon to get there.
Mhm.
So I was up there with Fresh and I was like, hey, let me ask y'all something. Who's your favorite player? Is your favorite player? I said Keegan Murray. DeMontis Sabonis. You know who got the biggest reaction? And it wasn't close.
Russell Westbrook?
Russ got a huge pop, but not bigger than this one.
Malik?
Russ was second. By far, Russ was second.
Mhm.
Malik was 1, and it wasn't close.
Huh.
We
Like,
talked about this on Friday.
Not close.
Huh.
He's one of them guys that
he's-
forever, when he comes to Sacramento, it's
He-
standing ovation.
Mhm.
Like, I'm talking from the floor to the rafters to noise from the people in the back. Like,
Mhm.
Monk got the biggest reaction.
Mm.
They were thrilled Russell Westbrook was there. Thrilled that he's here in Sacramento.
Mhm.
But man, when I said Malik Monk's name, it
Interesting.
hit like it was 2 years ago.
Well,
3
this
years
is
ago.
this is what we talked about this on the show a couple weeks ago, months ago, something like that, about when we would go out wherever, like, and this was like when the strong Malik getting traded vibes were out there, stories were out there, and I think you encountered the same stuff. People would come up to me and be like, "Man, not Malik,
Yeah.
though, man.
Yep.
Not Malik. Like, I
Yep.
want them to do, but no, we got to find somebody. Not Malik." Like, it
Yep.
was overwhelming. And I think we had a discussion on Friday, I think it was, about just who on this team or just in general be like the Harry Giles guy, right? Harry Giles didn't really do
Fan favorite.
anything here.
Yeah.
But they go crazy when he's courtside. Jay Will's on that list. I think Bobby Jackson before he was all Doug before. And we were like, I think Malik Monk is going to be like forever when Malik Monk comes through the Golden One Center, whether he's playing or he's just in a guest of somebody and sitting on the front row. They're going to go crazy for this guy.
Malik Monk post-retirement in Sacramento will get a significantly larger reaction than De'Aaron Fox post-retirement.
Yes.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Not
And
even
it's not even close.
I'm intrigued to see if Vivek was hiding behind like a shrub at the event, crowdsourcing to figure out who exactly is the fan favorite. Like hanging out behind like a ficus tree.
Behind the Mac sign.
Yeah, just like
Mac
you look over and
makeup
there's
sign.
Vivek. Like,
Well, he's a little fella. It wouldn't be hard for him to hide, but I clocked a lot of Kings employees there. It was like, okay, just went and said hi to everybody. So it's not like he didn't get a report back.
Vivek in Groucho Marx glasses with the fake nose and the fake mustache and the big eyebrows.
Vivek Valentine.
He's like, I'm Bill. Hello. I want to play a game real quick off the strength of this Malik thing.
Okay.
Malik Monk, the point of this game is player gets traded midseason and then comes back with their new team. Do they get a video?
Okay.
Malik Monk does.
Yeah, yeah.
DeMar?
He gets a day.
No.
DeMar doesn't get a video.
yeah,
He might, but he should. I mean, he's
You guys are the decision makers. The Kings say, hey, Damian, you did such a great job out at the Roosevelt Galleria. We were all there, including Vivek. He was hiding behind a shrub. We would like you guys to be the ones who determine who gets a video and who doesn't.
Well, we should be.
I totally agree. Given how quickly you got that Russell Westbrook jersey, I know they're listening.
Well, shout out Scooter. DeMar does not. He
I
gets
agree.
a very healthy welcome back to Sacramento, DeMar DeRozan.
Agreed. No video. Doug McDermott.
Okay.
Well,
Come on, man.
Okay. Just going down the
were
roster.
you there when they did that against Utah?
D-
That was
No.
Great point.
a moment.
It's a good point. Kenny was courtside.
I'm sorry. I was
What?
Dallas? DeMar versus Dallas?
That was not like what Doug McDermott did
What-
against Utah.
He
What Doug
single-handedly beat the Mavericks.
I was joking.
Yeah, but did you see?
All right,
Doug
well,
McDermott
run the
come in?
video back for what's his name in LA? What's your boy get a video on Sunday?
Jake Laravia?
Yes, thank you.
I mean,
Just
he
run that.
should.
Just run that,
That 8
minute and a
seconds?
half back.
Zach Levine.
No.
Domas.
yes.
Yeah.
Domas gets one. Malik, we've decided yes. Keon Ellis.
No.
Oh, probably not.
I don't want to kill the bit. It might be over.
Keegan.
Keegan gets one.
Keegan's the last one.
Keegan gets one.
I think Keegan gets one.
Anybody from that though? Well, are those the only people left from being
Yes,
Team One?
Yes, Keegan does.
Keegan
Yeah,
does,
Terrence
and
is-
you'll get a
Terrence is-
huge Keegan.
Not the only person left from Beam Team 1.
Oh,
Terrence Davis get a video?
is he?
Well,
still
Terrence
with
was
us? Yeah.
cut.
Was he?
Well,
he's on the
he's not
roster.
dead.
Yeah, he's with us.
not
Just saying.
dead.
He's on the sorry, he's on the
I think they
basketball
cut
reference.
Yeah, they
Terrence
waived him
on
on
Saturday.
Saturday.
no?
Yeah, they cut him.
Damn.
Trash.
Well, they had to clear
Sensational.
space for Russell Westbrook,
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you could have cut
Yeah,
Devin.
they
Clark.
did. Oh,
but you just picked up his option. So if you're going to cut him, you got to pay him the $10 million.
You know what I would have done with his option? They should have consulted me on that.
Yeah.
Devin Carter up and down
Would've-
game on Friday.
Booted it into the American River. Oh, get your option out there, pal.
It's a complete crap.
Up and down game on Friday. for
An
Devin.
abomination.
He had some
Up and
good
down
moments
game for who?
For Devin on Friday. He had some good moments, and then he had some.
What were his good moments? Maybe I'm watching him with a prejudice.
You're hate
eye.
watching.
Am I?
It feels like it.
It's very
I might
possible.
be.
He was-
You have
might
a
be.
vendetta. against-
I
He's your
don't-
Sky Moore.
Maybe, but much like I don't know what Sky Moore did to you, Devin Carter didn't do anything to me. The Trista stuff always lingers in the back of my head, but I just don't think he's very good.
Yeah.
That's it. He's just
That's the
not
thing about
very
Sky
good.
Moore. I'm not sure he's that good of a player.
I'm pretty sure he's not. He has a little bit more history, I think, than Devin Carter does. to
Andy
show he's
Reid.
not a good ball
Andy
player.
Reid, who's like piecing together offenses with like Lincoln Logs and Hot Wheels, is like, this guy is not good enough. We will take a future 7th round pick. You can have it.
Did you hear that
Andy
Andy
Reid.
Reid shutout stat?
No.
How embarrassing was this for the Las Vegas Raiders on Sunday?
Oh.
Andy Reid, the esteemed career that he has, one of the greatest coaches we've ever seen, had never shut a team out in the regular season prior to Sunday.
Yikes.
This is a man with an absurd win percentage.
Had never shut a team out?
Has never shut a team out in the regular season prior to Sunday.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's how bad it was for the Raiders.
There was another stat they came up
I think
with
that was another Nance
in that game that
sounds like a Nance stat.
I think they've made it 16. The Chiefs have made it 16 games, not including the playoffs, without a fumble, without losing a fumble. They fumbled, but they've got them all back. But it's like 16 consecutive games.
It seems like they throw the ball on the ground just because they know it's going to bounce back into their hands.
Oops.
I just want to salute you
guys.
two.
Watch this. Got it.
I want to salute you two for sticking around that game long enough to hear any of this.
Yeah, because those are stats they're coming up with in the third quarter when
it's
Patrick
31-0 when they're.
Did you guys hear the Jets bit I did earlier? God, I hope not. I would like to do it again.
Maybe. I was listening earlier, but maybe.
We know how bad the Jets offense is, right?
Yes. Jets, Raiders, yes.
Jets first downs yesterday, 6. Raiders first downs yesterday, 3.
Come on, man.
Jets total yards yesterday, 97. Raiders total yards yesterday, 95. The Jets, what was the other one? Oh, the Jets, 3 points. The Raiders, no points. And if you're like Kyle, the Jets scored 6. That was the Jets in the first half.
Come on, man.
Versus the Raiders' entire game.
Against the Raiders' entire game.
Come on, man. That was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in my life.
It was
I'm not
really
even speaking
bad.
in hyperbole.
It was really bad.
They couldn't even get the ball back. And
3
they couldn't
first
stop
downs, not even garbage time, not even the like, hey, here's our cursory 150-yard quarter because the Chiefs have given up. Nothing.
Wow.
The funny thing was the Chiefs didn't give up. They were like, the hell with you.
Yeah.
We're just going to continue to beat you.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're going to run plays that make you look stupid, just like when we did Ring Around the Rosie a few years ago.
We're
going to do
15. I'm taking the 15.
Yeah, take the 15 all you want to. Yeah, but here's the thing. That Raiders team doesn't have the balls to hit anybody.
Well,
they didn't want to hit anybody when they weren't making fun of them. They sure as hell ain't going to hit anybody when they're running plays to make them look stupid.
That's why
they wanted that game to be over more than anyone watching it did.
Which is the thing I never thought I would feel about a Pete Carroll team. And that's why yesterday was so
George
jarring
Karl
to me.
with the Kings, man.
Yeah, it seems that, you're right. I did not think it was going to get to this point.
Neither did I.
I thought Pete Carroll would at least have them competing. I thought he would have them in these games where, okay, they might give up 31 to the Chiefs, but you know what? They're going to score 21. And they're going to make the Chiefs kick a late field goal to win by 10. Like that kind of, and it's just not there.
They're so far away.
They are heinously far away.
The killer too. I don't know if he's ever going to do it. I'm not saying it's all his fault. Like the talent isn't there. Pete hasn't done a great job or whatever, but maybe this is my Devin Carter, maybe.
Ooh.
But why Chimp Kelly was hired to call plays in the NFL in 2025, I have no idea. He was awful at it when he was the Niners head coach. Like awful. Like this doesn't work anymore.
Feels very Nick Saban.
He was awful everywhere he's ever been except one place.
When he was ahead of the curve.
Oh.
He was ahead of the curve at Oregon. And then society and football society caught up. And that was it.
Yep.
That was it for him.
Yep.
And the decision to bring him on to call plays. Once again, maybe it's because I just didn't, I'm not a fan. I don't have a problem with him personally. I just don't think his style works anymore. But when he was trying to change Ashton Genty's stance, I said, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, stuff.
That's bad.
We do have Dyson Daniels signed a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Atlanta Hawks. It brings it to 9 players from Keegan's draft class that have got rookie scale extensions.
Busy weekend.
Is it surprising that Keegan is the 4th highest? I guess he's a 4th pick, but the fourth highest extension dollar. I'll just tell you 241 for Paolo, for Chet, and for Jalen Williams.
Oh man, I have people watching it. I'll look.
No, it's not a surprise. I got you. Kenny agrees with
Oh
me.
man, it's just the game is the game, man. It's crazy.
Don't feel bad. I don't get it either. So
Kenny had a take earlier, and I said you should bring that to the air, and he's like, no, because it's not that. I don't want to. Like, I'm not taking shots at Keegan. That's not what I'm trying to do. Da, 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 da. And then that.
To answer your question, I'm a broadcast journalist. It is surprising. It is surprising. In all
so who
fairness,
should be paid more than him?
I don't even know if anybody should be paid more than him. I think they should all kind of be in the same space. And the fact that Keegan is so far and away above these other guys is surprising.
Yeah, Shaden Sharp getting 4 and 90 was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, but if you look at the other contracts,
Was it really?
Like, I don't know.
Considering the conversation we had about Shaden Sharp the other day.
Yeah, because
the conversation that we had, or the conversation that the league is having.
But we also asked the question, and we agreed. I came back the next day. I said, I asked the question, would you trade Keegan for Shaden Sharp? You were like, no. I asked the question, what you think the Blazers would trade Shaden for Keegan? You were like, probably not.
Yeah, no, I think Portland thinks higher. I think Portland thinks highly of him.
Yeah,
but
I think a 490 deal was the only thing that was going to get done, because, like I said, it sounded like they were content being like, cool, we'll do the restricted free agency thing. If you want 120 million, we'll do the restricted free agency thing, and we'll circle back. And he opted, I guess, for the 490 in the long-term security, because he'll be 27 when he hits free agency again.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Right? 26, 27.
Yeah.
Boy.
I think it's crazy too if you look at the Paolo, Chet, and Jalen Williams contract. Per year, they will make 20 million more per year than Keegan.
Golly.
Their deals are literally 101 million more over 5 years.
Those are 250 deals.
241s.
Right? 241.
Yeah, all three are 241 max money. That's crazy.
And what was Shea? His extension was what, 275?
$6 billion.
Yeah, because they're gonna eventually run out of
so he
money.
tried to pay him more.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of money eventually. Yeah.
I don't think that they are. The way that they broke their cap down, like, it's not.
Yeah, it might be 10 years before they run.
Yeah, I don't think they're anywhere close to running out of money, because they got
4 and
Hartenstein, they got 285.
Yeah,
they got guys falling off the books, because remember, Shea's contract doesn't kick in for what, like 2 years?
Yeah, probably.
So they're in really, really good shape in terms of their cap, despite the fact they signed all of those gigantic, gaudy looking extensions for $750 million. I think it all totaled out to.
Yeah, SGA is 38.3 this year and 40.8 next year. That's a bargain given what he's doing.
MVP.
So do you have the year? What is it? What is his average when the new one kicks into place?
53.
These are estimates according to SpotTrack.
Yeah.
61, 65.8, 70.7, and then a $75.6 million player option when he's 32 years old. I'm going to report now he's picking that up.
Yeah.
Feel good.
Cap goes up though.
Well, wait, how old will he be?
32.
Oh,
cap goes up,
he might.
And somewhere along there, Hartenstein, Caruso, and Dort's money all leaves.
Yep.
Yeah, Dort's got
Hartenstein drops. Hartenstein, I think,
just
drops
this year.
Oh, this is the last year.
And I'm going to guess that he's going to sign an extension there for way less money, that they paid him a bunch of money up front and said, hey, eventually we're going to ask you to take way less than this.
The backwards Joe Smith.
One of those three guys you just named drops the year that 60 goes into place.
Probably Dort.
27,
That's what I thought it was.
27, 28 feels like Dort. We were looking at this the other day. Lou Dort. There's a lot of Dort names. Here we go. 20. Yeah, they have a club option next year at 18.2, and then he's unrestricted free agent in 27, 28. So the year that extension kicks in.
And his value is probably starting to come down a little bit. Like he's a very, very valuable player, but I don't know that he'll get that same type of money.
The Kings will give it to him that year.
Wait, okay. Maybe I'm just off on Lou Dort. He got 5 and 82.5. He'll be 28 when he hits unrestricted free agency. We don't think that.
Oh no,
kind of money would
I
be out
don't
there
agree with
again for-
James at all. No, I don't know
Oh,
how
okay.
much money.
I thought it
Someone,
was.
half jokingly, the Kings would absolutely pay to have Lou Dort.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're. I also wonder how many teams are going to be in like a championship position and like, hey, Lou, you want to take a sweetheart contract so you can come win a title? I think he'll get a lot of those too.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, but
he
he's
obviously
young.
doesn't have to say no. He doesn't have to
Yeah.
say yes to at 28
Right.
years old.
We'll see. We'll see.
We sure will. I'm so fired up. Basketball's back tomorrow, guys.
Yes,
Yeah, man.
indeed.
I really
real
do.
games.
I really do hate. I love that first game. I really do hate that Steph and LeBron aren't playing tomorrow,
Dude,
or playing against each other, I should say tomorrow.
I saw somebody who will
I'm
remain
sure
nameless
NBC does too.
in Bay Area media when it was announced that LeBron's going to miss the first whatever many weeks with sciatica. Quote tweeted it and said, "Man, this makes you wonder how many more times we'll get Steph versus LeBron." Like, Doug, we've been wondering that since 2018. What are you talking about? This is the thing that did it. This. You're just now
This
getting
one
there.
took you over the edge right here.
It's like, oh my God, LeBron and Steph might not play each other a lot more times. Like, yeah, it's got to been the thing.
Did you guys see the other day? Because the preseason is over now. There was one of these basketball accounts on Twitter that I follow. They tweeted out these pictures from preseason games in the past. And it was like LeBron against the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
One was like the Sixers. It was weird. It was like Sixers and Heat in Los Angeles in the Forum. Allen Iverson's rookie year. Nobody in the building.
Weird.
Nobody. And I was like, bro, this is great. Like when you think about it today, I know it's not like packed for preseason games, but I'm gonna be as fast as I can to try and pull up the picture.
I'm looking at a few things while you're looking at this because I was just curious. I didn't really look past the Kings because it's all I really cared about. But LeBron likely to miss a matchup against Wemby, Shea, and probably Giannis. But it depends on when he comes back. He's missing some pretty marquee matchups.
Sixers Bullets in Los Angeles. Allen Iverson, #1 pick, rookie of the year. I can tell by the shoes and the haircut. This is rookie AI. This is like
that's
Cooper
impressive that you
Flag.
did that.
This is like Cooper Flag this year playing, right? Look at this crowd. If you can see it.
What in the world? Where is everybody?
There's nobody at the game. It's crazy. Nobody.
That looks like a COVID game.
Right.
Goodness.
Yeah.
And they had another one with like LeBron, like I said, in Staples, and it looked just like that. Like here's LeBron. This is the game LeBron played in. Crazy. Just random but crazy.
I'm not going to ask you what you guys have coming up. D'Lo and KC coming up next. I didn't ask Jesse anything about his time
I'm happy
away.
Jesse's back.
I know, dude. Hey, I wanted to,
my boy.
I didn't ask him anything. I was like, Jesse's back. D'Lo and Casey are going to ask him all the questions. You'll hear all about the wedding.
Oh, I don't have any questions, but I've got ammunition.
I can't
So the
wait.
next time you go a little flip-floppy over there, just remember, me and Mr. Tapia spent a lot of time together last week.
What a flip-floppy.
Yeah, he turns heel on me every once in a while.
I don't even know what he heard.
Uh-oh. Hey, you're going to find out next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Till tomorrow at 10. Drink water, be nice people. Thanks, Jody. I appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.
Scooter, I saw that. There was a bunch of WWE people there last night.
Yeah, well, they got a Raw there tonight or something?
I think they're here. No?
They're
I think
here.
Raw's here.
Is it 20? It is a 20th.
Today, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't even bother sending out an email.
Wasn't even fucking worth it.
I'm cool.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Good luck, guys. Good luck, guys.
Did you see who came back over the weekend?
No.
Looking crazy. Sting. It's Sting. Sting came back to AEW.
Oh,
he looks
that's
like one of
cool.
those video game characters. Was like, oh yeah, you really aged him 40 years. This is what he would look like now. Look like Santa Claus.
Yeah. Jeez. Well, I can hear an argument that Ohtani's the best player in the game right now, for sure, for sure. What happened on Friday was crazy. He ain't better than Barry Bonds.
Might be.
The seasons that we're talking about with Ohtani, we read it last year. The seasons that we're talking about with Ohtani are like Bonds' 7th and 8th best seasons.
Bonds never threw 6 scoreless though.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, Ohtani ain't never won no Gold Glove though. And like
Who
I
cares
said,
about Gold Gloves, brother? He had what 3 home runs and threw 6 scoreless 10Ks. Come on, who cares?
it was one of the great performances of all time. But when we talk about the man's best season, is Bonds' 7th or 8th best season.
And Ohtani also came in here like 28 years old, 29 years old, I think. He was old enough.
He's the truth. But once again, how are you gonna be the best when his best season barely cracks Bonds' top 10? We going crazy over this guy's best season.
Ohtani did it clean as well.
Well, we don't know that.
Hey, that's what I've known in front of me.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go. Hey, it's opening week, baby. Turn your mark on, and we welcome you in here to the Monday, October 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
And look who's back.
What are you doing with him?
Oh,
Man.
that's gotta be Jesse.
Our boy is back. Come on,
I
man.
was really gone for 2 weeks. That was a while.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that boy. Who you telling?
Hey, how'd you guys? How are you guys? I had the best 2 weeks of my life.
I'm glad you did.
We're
You go
here.
straight to hell, pal. Hey, Kyle did a great job. He did a great job holding everything down from 12 to 4. But those hours before 12 without you were tough. Especially Thursday. You know, them Thursdays. It'd be good. Kenny and I fast. Hey, Kenny, we're gonna copy and paste this, man. We're gonna be in good shape. We're gonna be in good shape. We almost missed power rankings last week. We almost had overreaction Friday because you weren't here. It was just a disaster. Just a disaster. Now, we're going to bring the camera up and everything.
Yeah.
We have been waiting 2 weeks to ask you this. When Mr. Tapia took the microphone at the wedding, could you tell me exactly what was going through your mind when that speech began?
Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked. He grabs the microphone, and I love my dad. All right, so like Mr. Tapia has some rules going into the speech.
Okay.
Were those rules followed? Probably not.
Okay. Was there an explicit rule not to do the New Age Outlaws introduction?
Check this out. All right. So morning of, I'm with my cousin Ronnie, my brother, who was my best man, and my dad. We stayed in my apartment the night before the wedding, and I'm nervous, whatever. I throw on Batman or whatever, calm me down, because that's what I do or whatever.
Okay.
So we're sitting there. He's like, oh yeah, he's just joking around. Yeah, I'm gonna do this in my speech. I'm gonna do that, blah blah blah. And I'm gonna do like this whole big finale. And I'm kind of joking, like, yeah, no, don't do that. Like, just joking, like, no, don't do that. And then he did it.
He did this. He did the full New Age Outlaws gimmick. Hugged Jesse and then turned around, and we're dying.
Oh no, that's the thing too. Like I was filming because I'm looking, the whole place is just erupting, going crazy. People standing up at their tables, just going insane.
Well, what's he do? I was gonna say he gives the mic to Jesse. Jesse takes the mic from him. He turns around, looks at me and Kenny, and points right. He points right at us.
I'm throwing up like, what the hell just happened? And I forget I have to give a speech after that.
Oh,
that was
so
legendary.
Great.
That was legendary.
And this was after your brother gave the opening speech of the speeches, and we just determined that your brother is just your evil twin.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like he's you. Like he's literally you. Looks like you, sounds like you. His cadence is exactly the same thing as you. He says or whatever, just like you.
We're a lot alike, honestly.
Except he is clearly the evil one.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Yeah, growing up, yeah, that was always like I was good, he was bad and stuff.
He comes up to us and goes, "Hey guys, I mean, I listen to the show. I mean, I kind of listen to the show. I don't really listen to the show. I mean, I do.
I mean,
just,
whatever.
You know. Anyways, I'm Jesse's brother." All right, man. Like, cool. Like,
oh yeah, that's my. We used to clash all the time. That's my best friend all the time. Yeah, we talk.
When did that turn? When would you say that turn?
Probably when he got to freshman year of high school for him. Yeah, when he probably grew up a little bit.
And he's older or younger?
He's younger. Yeah,
he's younger. How
4
much
years younger?
4.
Yeah, I'm born 96. He's 2000.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We figure it's probably best we put our powers together for good.
Okay. All right. That's good stuff. And you had us at a great table, man. We had a great time.
No, that was mine. I put that one together myself. Yeah. Shout out to the classes.
Yeah.
I'm really close to them.
Yeah, the table was up.
Shots were flowing.
Yeah,
shots were flowing at the table. I said, "Oh,
bottles that were not at the bar started like making their way out from under tables." It was like, okay, all right, we here. That was a great time, man. We had my best part, my favorite part was, Katie goes, "You gonna get emotional?" And I was like, I don't know. I don't think so. And then I saw your dad, and your dad was clearly already erect.
Oh, so we're waiting for like the whole thing to start, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're just in the little reception area, or whatever. And I'm standing there with my mom on one side, my dad the other. And he's like starting to cry and tear up. And he's like, "Oh, like your grandma, this." I'm like, "Dude, no, you can't do this right now." I literally tell him, like, "You can't do this right now. Like, I gotta make it at least there. You can't do this right now. You gotta keep it together." Like,
yeah.
And
so your dad falling apart made me laugh so hard that I was just like,
no, yeah.
I was like, I knew I didn't think he wouldn't make it down the aisle before he started crying.
We get to the end, and I'm hugging him or whatever, and I'm like telling him at the end, like, "I got you. Don't worry. It's like my wedding."
He's been waiting for this day his whole life. Yeah. This was his day.
Then he tried to make me cry when we were at the open bar. I was like, "All right, Mr. Tab, you stop it."
He's a real emotional guy. He's
Stop
not
it.
too emotional, but when he is emotional, he's emotional.
Oh yeah. And that was like he kind of got it all out of his system. And then when we got to dinner, like he was cutting up.
Oh yeah, he was
having a good time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, beautiful wedding, beautiful reception, everything.
Crystal
man.
looked
Food
incredible.
Was great.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, she looked great. It was a perfect day.
The location was fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, the setting that was beautiful.
Very nice, man. Well, we're really, really happy that you're back, man. So
yeah, me too. I missed you guys.
Okay, all right. Well, we missed you, and let's get into it because there's a lot to talk about that happened yesterday. There's some things to talk about that happened over the weekend. We got a Game 7 tonight. We saw one of the most legendary performances we've ever seen on a diamond.
Did we ever?
We saw a Kings victory that we got to talk about. Russell Westbrook was introduced to the media yesterday afternoon. I didn't compute that he's practicing for the very first time as a Sacramento King today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty confident that just wrapped up. So any sound we can bring for you from Doug Christie and whoever spoke at practice today, we certainly will. We're just a couple of days away from the start of King season. We're about 24 hours away, a little bit more than 24 hours away from the start of NBA season. We got two really interesting games for two very different reasons. Tomorrow as the NBA returns to NBC. And even though no one asked for it, there's 2 football games tonight.
I'm not mad at it.
I am.
I'm not mad at it.
This is stupid. The Bucks and Lions are at 4:00.
The other one is a tradition, like NBA 7:00 start. That's crazy.
Nonsense out of here.
Great.
Texans
Seahawks.
Just on ego, I'm not watching that second game. You're not getting my ratings point, and I'm going to be convinced that that's enough for them to stop doing this crap. But I'm locked into that first one, so we will do our best to cover all of this over the course of the next 4 hours. But we'll pick up where we started with the insiders, and that's the 49ers beating the Atlanta Falcons yesterday, 20-10. They're 5-2 despite everything that has happened here through the first 7 weeks of this season. This team sits at 5-2. And the number one thing that stands out to me, man, is George Kittle returns and Christian McCaffrey looks unstoppable out of the backfield.
Man, it was crazy to see. Is George Kittle that vital to the run game?
Man,
where they just look like a completely different group on that offensive line, and Christian McCaffrey looks like his old self again. It was maybe he is. One of the things I thought about during the game is I wonder if George Kittle being there, he's the best blocking tight end or out of the guys who receive still, but he's the best in the game. And that'll help. But maybe just his presence, maybe some of the things he's able to do as far as communicating and being vocal and knowing other teams' defense, kind of in the way that Fred Warner was as a middle linebacker for that defense. Just been around the block, knows the personnel of other teams, knows the coaching style of other teams. And I wonder if that alone could be something that offensive line and those tight ends were missing, and they had him back. And he just uplifts everybody with his mere presence out there and his knowledge, his IQ of everything that's going on before we even get to his talent.
He looked a lot like Christian McCaffrey. So I think this is to maybe accentuate the point that you just made a little bit, because Christian McCaffrey yesterday at times, like if you remember Le'Veon Bell, the word they used to describe Le'Veon Bell was patient. Like he would wait. Like it wouldn't just be, oh, Le'Veon Bell attacks, whatever gap, whatever they were doing. It was just, he'd get the ball, and even though it's quick, he'd survey everything and see it. It felt like Christian McCaffrey was doing that at times yesterday. And I'm not saying he was waiting for Kittle's block or running behind George Kittle every time or waiting for George to do something. What I'm saying is he looked like he had a different level of patience knowing George Kittle was on the field. And you go back and you watch some of those runs, particularly, even they didn't get any points out of it. I thought their first drive.
Yeah, they was cooking.
Their first drive was incredible.
That game should have been 10-0.
It probably should have. And he being Christian McCaffrey again, he just looked almost relaxed that George Kittle was out there, and it caused him to be a more patient runner. I didn't watch 50 plays from the last 6 weeks, but I watched a handful from last week and a handful from the week before, and you see just Kittle ball, boom, McCaffrey ball, boom, McCaffrey ball, boom. Go back and watch some of the film from yesterday. McCaffrey, hold, go. McCaffrey, go. And I was like, oh, man, that's really – Le'Veon Bell was the first runner that I watched do that at that level. Christian McCaffrey did it so amazingly yesterday.
Well, check this out. To that point, it really felt like Christian McCaffrey because of George Kittle's help, but also the offensive line just did really well on their own. He was able to get the handoff, hit the hole, and go. He was able to go. As opposed to get the handoff. Oh, somebody's in the backfield. Let me get let me get their hand off them, and then
Yeah,
let me
right.
start back up
Yeah.
and get. At that point, they got you at 2-3 yards. Last year, he's able to see that opening and full speed. There was no stop in between. There might have been a jump cut or something like that, but there wasn't any halt in his momentum once he got the handoff and started to go. And I think George Kittle had a lot to do with that. I think that offensive line, maybe for whatever reason, was extra motivated to play at a higher level than they have been previously. And yeah, they dominated on the ground like we were used to seeing from a Kyle Shanahan team.
Yeah, they ran that defense ragged, which is good because I wonder, we brought this up a little bit last week. I asked, because I thought this was early last week because I misread the practice situation that was going on. I thought Brock Purdy was returning. When Brock Purdy was limited on Wednesday, I thought for sure that meant he was going to be a full participant Thursday and they were going to be off and running. Obviously, that wasn't the case. He winds up not playing. But I did wonder if maybe now is Mac Jones is a good quarterback. He's shown us that. But also, he is a backup quarterback. And maybe, even under Kyle Shanahan, there's kind of a point where you just have done what you can do. The surprise has worn off, the newness has worn off, and maybe just things start to level out at a different rate than it was when you started, when it was like, oh man, look at what Mac Jones is doing. Oh, and then remember, Brock comes back and then he's back out there again. It said the two most amazing things that have happened, or the most amazing thing this season is Brock Purdy has had 2 different stints of being on the injured list, and Mac Jones has had 2 different stints as the starting quarterback. I feel like it's time for I feel like they need Brock Purdy back. Maybe Mac has kind of done what he can for you, and you've got some things going now, perhaps with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle together, or just George Kittle being back, because again, he only played a half of football so far this year. You got that defense under. They're in great shape with Robert Saleh over there, and every person who has stepped into every role that they've been asked to play. Maybe the final piece is Mac has been good. He's been really good. Maybe the final piece is to have Brock Purdy back.
Yeah, when you can get Brock Purdy back 100%, there's no debate, there's no question. There's no controversy. He's a better quarterback than Mac Jones, who has played really well in his time. But like you said, you get about a 3-4 week runway before you see why Brock was the starter or something like that. And Mac didn't play bad last night or anything, but he has his limitations. He's also not very healthy, so you got to factor that. But I will say this: if they're able to, if this isn't an admiration and this is just kind of what they're going to look like going forward, potentially running the football, that may add more weeks on to how long you can play Mac Jones. Because if you're able to game plan and to a certain degree hide his deficiencies with a consistent run game, that might buy you another week or two, which is what you might need to get Brock Purdy back on the field anyway, and to be able to win and play at a high level. So them being able to run the football the way they did last night might buy Kyle a little bit more time to not necessarily have to face what you're talking about, because it does feel like it's on the horizon. But we can buy a week or two if that's who they are as a running team nowadays, which you didn't see that the first 6-7 weeks of the season. So it was like, yeah, this is run its course. It's not going to happen because we can't run. We need something a little bit more dynamic under center, and it needs to happen fast. But if you're able to run to the clip of, I forgot what it was, it might have been about 5 yards a carry
for Christian McCaffrey. I think it was 5.3, because I think he was like 5.3 and maybe 10.8 in the air. He did have 201 total scrimmage yards.
It's time. It's how we kind of talked about it a little bit a couple of weeks ago. I know the reality of it. Quarterbacks win, all this other stuff. This is an MVP season that's forming right now. I wish I would have kept the
For Christian
projection.
McCaffrey?
Yeah, he's projected at like 1,200 yards receiving. I want to say maybe 1,030 something yards rushing. We did the outlook on that 2 weeks ago. It's only happened 4 times, I think, in the history of the game.
He did it.
Yeah. 2,000 yard receiving, 1,000 yard rushing season. And Niners there's a lot of football left to be played, but if they're the NFC West division winner and possibly a 1 or 2 seed, yeah, like this might be the year an MVP goes to a guy like that. At the very least, he should be top 5.
You know what the excuse me, the consolation always is for a season like that.
Was it offensive player of the year?
Yeah.
That was Saquon won last year. He won offensive player of the year.
Saquon. Yeah, Josh Allen was MVP. Lamar was second. Yeah, Saquon was. And did he have a 2,000-yard season, or was he just short?
I thought he had
2,000 on the ground, not 2,000.
Yeah, I thought he did get to 2,000.
Is 1,000 still a big number? Is it? Is 1,000 yards on the ground still a milestone number?
It is that we haven't gotten to the point where people start doing the math and saying, "Oh, actually, it's not that impressive." We haven't gotten there yet. It's still
we're really close.
The number still holds the lore.
I think it does. I think it does. But it is different. Like it's different. And none of those guys that you referenced, including, man, I can't remember all of them. Eric Dickerson did it or no? Christian McCaffrey did it. Roger Craig did it.
Marshall Faulk, I think, did
Marshall Faulk, okay. None of those guys won MVP. Right?
Right. Yeah. But he's been
incredible.
Fantastic this year.
And maybe the difference between this campaign and the one from a few years ago is you lost Kittle in 30 minutes. You lost Brock after 60 for a period of time. You lost again, you take this thing in its totality. You lost Nick Bosa. You lost Fred Warner. Those are like permanent injuries. You got the Jawan Jennings situation happening. Brandon Ayuk ain't stepped on the field yet.
He's too busy in Tempe at Arizona State.
Good for him.
Good for him.
And stay there.
While Fred is literally still at the stadium.
That was the best. That was and I'm not often around when the game like is well over, but I was yesterday and caught the B-roll of the 49ers going into the locker room and Fred right there with his scooter. Just he dapped up every single player, coach, person in a 49ers hat that walked by him.
That's crazy too, because I love seeing that from Fred. I expect nothing different from Fred, but even I would have been like, bro, come back in 2 or 3 weeks, bro. You just damn near 6 days ago, you just had this angle looking the other way. We'll get the boost, from you in 3 weeks. But he was there. So that was dope to see. That was really dope to see. And I could imagine somebody had said he was like in the film rooms on Saturday.
I believe that
with those guys, man. So
he has not had the procedure yet, or has
he had?
He did have it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He, at least the one that I know of, I saw the picture of him.
Oh, yeah, he was in the yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see Fred out there. Good to see those guys on the defense step up. you know, and I wonder, we talked about it last week. I wonder if this was a game that they needed to get out there, play, get past it. I
Yeah.
think Trent was on SVP after the game, and he was just talking about. He was like, "Yeah, you know, it's sad. You know, we hate to see it, but the reality is this league don't stop.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
They're gonna try and beat us just as bad without Fred. So we gotta step up. We gotta be ready."
And what he was saying was, no one cares that we're hurt. No one's
Right.
going to show sympathy to us because Fred Warner got hurt. No one's going to show sympathy to us because Brock Purdy or Nick Bosa or whoever is hurt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He had a lot of post game duties yesterday. He had the NBC with Tatum and McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And then he had the SVP joint.
I didn't know. I found out yesterday that they do a post game show on Peacock. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
either.
George Kittle was on there. I think John Lynch was on there too. They were on
I
there,
know-
like,
I
you know
have
how
no idea.
Amazon does their.
I've never watched the show I've never watched the game
Yeah.
on Peacock before. I always watch it on.
Yeah, I guess maybe they tell you can switch to Peacock for more.
Well, I think
post-game
now that you say that, he does say that, and I've never once done it.
Me neither. But they do the whole thing, like their set is out on the field, and just like
cool.
the Amazon Prime. And Kittle was out there, and like I said, I think John Lynch was out there. George Lynch, 2001 Philadelphia 76er. Small forward.
It's
on
really the weirdest thing about you, by far.
It was a great team.
Your incredible knowledge of
They
that.
did a doc on that team last year.
They did. I didn't watch it. I'm gonna watch the Allen Iverson one though. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We're just getting started, man. We're so happy that you're here with us. Jesse's back with us. We're in full force. We'll talk a little baseball. We got a game 7 tonight. And we've got some news coming out of Kings practice. Whew. We'll talk about it. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, Sac State kept showing up on my TikTok feed this weekend.
Oh man. Yeah, it was a story. all
Yeah, it
over
was
the place.
something.
I was right
It
there.
was something. Oh, Hammer's not there. Nobody have any video from today? Sean was working all night. Dennis Schroder was a non-contact participant at Kings practice.
The interesting thing about that is there was a lot of people there. There was a lot of 20,000 plus. There was a lot of people, and they just didn't have a lot. Like the security that they had, they do a great job, but they were understaffed in that situation for that amount of people. But it was that, for me personally, what I saw. I don't know if anybody saw anything differently, but for me, it was that moment. It was that fight. It was fighting, man. You know what I mean? And it was a bad look. I hate to see it. I was sitting there shaking my head the entire time, like, this is ridiculous. Like, what are you guys doing, bro? This is crazy. But like the kind of backlash that's happened since then is, I think, a little over the top. There are fights literally every week in the NFL at NFL games. I saw a fight at this Miami-Louisville game on Friday, this quote-unquote brawl. It happens every week. But because it gets attached to hip-hop, and let's just be real, it gets attached to black people who are fighting. Now Sac State is deemed unsafe potentially. And that's not fair. That's not fair at all. I literally see fights every weekend at football games. I don't know if they have anything to do with football or not, but yeah, that's unfortunate that that's how it's being perceived. They need to step up, just get more security there in general for crowds like that, not because of violence, but just better crowd control. That's just a lot of people there. 20,000.
We're being honest. They wasn't really fighting. I saw from like 5 angles. Like, what are y'all doing?
We had all.
Y'all just threw a plastic trash can. Like, what did you think that was gonna do? Oh, get out of here.
One of the guys had like a puff jacket on, and it got popped, and he was running away. And the trail would you just follow the feathers that were
follow the drip. That jerk girl you got on your head, you better not never commit no crime. Follow the feather. Follow the feather.
That was
Lazy said it was promotion for Raw tonight.
WWE came early. It was a hell of a night though. It was electric out there that night. Glad they won. That would have been a problem.
Came through on Sunday. It was like, yeah, man, it was crazy. And it wasn't more than 20 minutes later before I look at TikTok. I was like, oh. No. All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. We've got some things to talk about here today, including a really interesting note from practice, Kings practice, that is. Let's start with our man Daniel, though, here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Daniel, what's good, baby?
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Hey, watching that game last night, the run game got a lot better after Brendel went down. I think he's so bad that he's out. You got somebody who's halfway competent. I think you're going to see a better run game. Also with CMC, that kind of they use him way too much. I know they have to. They're not going to be able to carry that through the whole season. They got to bring in Garendo. They got to give some more. They just got to take it off of CMC and give him a little bit of a rest, because I don't think he's going to last the whole season if he plays this much.
So a couple of things. He said when Brenda went out, is that what he said at the beginning? Yeah, I disagree with the usage thing. Like, Christian McCaffrey could get hurt in preseason. He could get hurt after, 1,000. People have said the same thing about Derrick Henry. People thought Nick Saban was running Derrick Henry into the ground. I was one of them who thought he was running Derrick Henry into the ground because he ain't going to be able to use him next year. So what's he care? Derrick Henry's had a Hall of Fame career being a high usage player. Obviously it's a little bit different now, but, most of his career, he was a high usage player. I know the 49ers are asking a lot of Christian McCaffrey. I don't think that's going to, I don't think we're stealing minutes from a late regular season game or whatever,
right?
Because he's catching a couple of extra passes. I mean, I think what was it, 17 on the ground yesterday?
24 carries on the ground.
Okay, so didn't even watch the game. Didn't even see it.
I mean, I don't.
Oh yeah, because he had the 5.4. Sorry,
I'm not trying to Tennessee Titans this thing or the Cowboys with DeMarco Murray this thing.
Oh man.
But like, this is it. Like, this is McCaffrey's opportunity. I believe it's one of his last opportunities to be that type of running back, to be top flight like that. I think he's got 1 or 2 more years of being able to be this type of MVP caliber type player. And the Niners kind of are looking around, and this is, who knows how this, you might have an opportunity to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't the time for no pitch clock. This is not the time for no pitch clock. And I'm not saying run him into the ground, but I also wouldn't let that play a factor in my play calling if I was Kyle Shanahan, or my game planning. One thing they were able to do yesterday, which is better than in the weeks prior, is they were able to get 9 carries in there for Brian Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get 9 to 11 Brian Robinson carries, That's a good sign because that means he's probably running the ball effectively where you feel good enough putting him in there. And Christian McCaffrey's getting a little bit more rest. But for the most part, this is go time. Like this is it. This season, you might have a chance to do some things. And yeah, in a perfect world, you'd have somebody that when you could take McCaffrey out because right when McCaffrey comes out, we're bringing somebody in that is the same caliber of runner, receiver, threat, all this other stuff. But it's not where you're at.
Yeah, and as you point out, this team can get some things done this year. Like this, there's through 7 weeks, or it'll be through 7 weeks after tonight. There's no like, whoo, look at them. Like the 6-1 Colts, people are like, wait, is this for real? It's not like, oh my God, look at this. This is incredible. It's like, nah, we're all just kind of waiting. I think that's a really good football team. But we're all just kind of waiting. We saw the Packers tie. We saw Buffalo lose last week. We saw the Lions lose last week. We saw the Eagles lose a couple in a row. There's no look at them. The look at them team might be Kansas City, who all of a sudden is starting to look like a Patrick Mahomes-led team, and they're the defending champions. They obviously have the pedigree of the last, what are we up to, 3, 4, you go back beyond that, the last 5 or 6 years now, under their belt, and you start to wonder, man, is this, what are they, 4-3 now? Are they the most dangerous team in the NFL? And so it's right there for San Francisco. And if that means Christian McCaffrey has to run the ball 20-plus times and catch the ball 10 times, then yeah, that's what he's got to do.
I want to ask you a question. I meant to ask you this last week, and they're working. I'll leave Kyle alone on this one, but I'll ask you as well. Before Fred Warner got hurt, the thought was, all right, you lost Nick Bosa. Hey, go get you Hendrickson. Go get you a pass rusher because you got opportunity to be special. Then Fred Warner gets hurt, and the thought process was, all right, you can't be as aggressive now because you probably aren't winning a Super Bowl without Fred Warner. So before we're like, hey, a second rounder or whatever, go get in. Nah, not no more, because now you need to be smart with those things, because why would you do all that to go get somebody that you can't win a championship with because you lost Bosa and Fred Warner? Talking about everything that you just talked about, looking at the way they played last night, do you think the Niners are back to, hey, go get you somebody and you can do this even without Fred Warner?
To me, that they never left that. Because I figured whoever they were going to get wouldn't really impact Fred Warner anyways. Like I don't think don't do something reckless. Like don't trade multiple picks for someone like Trey Hendrickson or even Max Crosby, who didn't even finish the game for the Raiders yesterday. And the Raiders absolutely need to trade Max Crosby at this point. But don't do that. Be like they never have.
What would that be? Like 2
don't
first
trade
rounders or something?
2 first round? Oh, any first rounder to me would be that. Because Trey Hendrickson, you're talking, we're bringing you in, and if you can sign him,
that's what I'm thinking.
Whatever,
like
if you sign him, like great, but like the idea is you're here for a few months. You have an opportunity to win a title. Now, we brought Trent Williams here with the idea of clearly, we want Trent Williams to retire as San Francisco 49er. We're bringing one of the best to ever play his position in here to play this position for a long time. It's not to win a championship right now. It's to help catapult what we're doing. If you can ask and answer those questions, and those answers are, no, we want to find the next Trent. We want to find the guy that then, yeah, okay, you could be more aggressive in that. But if you are really looking for what might be a potential Band-Aid, yeah, I'd be a lot more careful. Anything above a 3 to me would be that would be pretty risky to me, unless and I do not know the vault of 49ers picks. You have a ton of second round. And if I'm Kyle, I'm not trade. Maybe I don't trade 4, 5, and 6 because I just got a slew of Pro Bowlers and all pros from those drafts.
They got, I believe, I'll try and look this up too. They got some more of those compensation picks not too long ago.
Okay.
So I think they might have like 2/3, 2/4 or something like that over in next year's draft. And yeah,
I still think you could be aggressive. Just
I've gone back to
wisely
that.
aggressive.
When Fred went down, I was like, and partly because as much as people say he's going to be fine, and I believe he is, you gotta. I don't think he's ever going to be the same. You know what I mean? So you can't just, Fred will be back.
You don't think Fred's going to be the same?
I don't think it's Brandon Ayuk and what I think about him after his knee injury. I think Brandon Ayuk will be lucky to get to 75% of what he was before the knee injury. So I don't think that's what it is with Fred, but I don't think he's going to be the same.
Really?
Yeah. I
wonder.
wonder.
Think that's true. But one, Fred, I feel like is one of Fred's best things is his IQ. I don't think that's getting damaged.
No, but the physically, I mean, is he going to still have the foot speed to stay with a CeeDee Lamb 30 yards down the field?
Well, it don't matter. CeeDee ain't going to play. CeeDee going to be injured that game. It don't matter.
Yeah, I worry about that. I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be an all a Pro
Shout out
Bowler.
CeeDee though. That boy played yesterday.
He did, man.
That boy played yesterday.
Everybody was out there playing for the Cowboys. Yeah. Added cooking. I think he's still going to be great, but when you talk about I want to see exactly what the diagnosis was with the injury. Do you have ligament nerve damage with that? Is that something that is going to hamper you forever? Was it just a clean break?
I just think it was I have to go back to Niners wire. I thought it was clean.
Okay. Well, they say
that's why
the dislocation. That's what you worry about. I never saw the follow up with how the procedure went, but the worry was the ligament damage and the nerve damage when you have a dislocation. I talked about the other day. One of the surgeons said he might be back by February.
So we were talking about was it Karis LeVert? The break. So I always thought to that day that Karis had a break, but it didn't. He didn't. It was a dislocation. It was just a really, really nasty one. We'll come back. We'll get back to the 49ers at some point. We've got to talk Kings basketball though. We got to talk. We got to talk Dennis Schroder and what this starting lineup might look like on Wednesday, because we might be adding another name to that injured list for the games this week. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
They got an extra 4th rounder this year, an extra 5th rounder this year, an extra 6th rounder.
3 starters right there.
An extra 7th rounder.
So we're going for MLB expansion now, huh? All right, man.
That was always a goal. Not but just MLB.
Feels like a desperate attempt to get the city to support the A's. More. Support the A's more, I should say.
I do believe something was told to Vivek. I don't know if a promise was made. And it could have been bullshit. It could have been like,
something told
you
like
do
what?
this and we'll consider you. Yeah. You do this and we'll consider you. They're not really
no matter
thinking
what.
About you.
No matter what people think, Vivek's not an idiot. He's not stupid.
I think something was told to him. Like I said, I don't know if it was a promise. I'm not saying that, but he didn't just, I'm just going to help him out and do whatever.
That's the other thing. Rich people don't do other people rich favors for nothing.
Yeah, they ain't doing it for free out of the goodness of their
Mm-hmm.
heart. It could have been like when I say promise or something, it could have been he got promised ownership in the A's and he'll be part of that when it goes to Las Vegas. It could be that. It doesn't have to be Sacramento Century. But he didn't just do it just for the
love of the game.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like Sean or Matt were there today. Deuce post video? No Deuce.
Michigan, they get respect here. They get respect, absolutely. I think were they in my power rankings? I think they were.
Yeah, they're in both our power rankings.
Absolutely get the respect. That offense is the truth.
Just found this video. This is Ric Flair walking around on the sideline in a Rams jersey, shaking hands with the 49ers.
Yeah. I'm about to say he was at that game, right?
Yeah.
And I think he was talking to the Rams before the game.
He's over here talking to John Lynch.
That dude, Ric Flair, look, I understand. He'll talk to anybody
He
and
really
throw
will.
on a jersey and be like, I'm with you guys.
I'm with whoever pays me. Walking around with this dude is crazy. Is that Charlotte that's with him? I don't know. Rick's got 3 gold chains on. Like the Rams jersey is 16, but there's little like stones on it to make it look shiny. He got a Rams hat on and some loafers. And I think that might be Charlotte with him. Goodness gracious. Ric Flair. Oh boy. So multiple reports coming out of Kings practice today. Sean Cunningham tweeted, Dennis Schroder was a non-contact participant at Kings practice today. Of course, the Sacramento Kings are 2 days away from the start of their season. They'll open on the road against against Phoenix on Wednesday. Then they'll open up the home portion of the season against Utah on Friday. We know not only Keegan Murray, but we learned over the weekend that Domantas Sabonis won't play in either one of those games. Now there should at least be question as to whether Dennis Schroder is going to play in Wednesday's opener against the Phoenix Suns. James was obviously here with us, so he wasn't at practice. I've gone through all the usual suspects looking for video of like the notification I have is a 12:30 media availability. So that, those guys have been whoever spoke has spoken. I just can't find it. So I'm not really sure what happened to Dennis and what this week might look like for him. But man, they're dropping like 49ers out here in Sacramento.
For real. Friday night in the game, Dennis had a play where he went to the basket, and I think DeAndre Ayton landed on his foot. He lost his shoe or whatever. And Dennis was he got up, was kind of limping off. Seemed like he was upset with like a non-call more than being in pain, but he was limping off. And I believe, because I didn't watch the game live, and I didn't finish the game from that point. I got to go back and watch it. But I believe he came back into the game.
He did.
And played well and did all that. But
played really well.
At the time, I thought he was going to be out for the rest of the game. I was like, okay, well, that happened. He's limping. No need to bring him back. But he came back and played. And after I saw that he came back and played and, recanted that moment, like, okay, everything's fine. And then you see the injury report today that no, not everything is fine. And his status, it feels like right now, his status for opening night is up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it's up in the air. This doesn't feel obviously a third starter being out of your lineup is a big deal. This doesn't feel as big of a deal as it might have felt a week ago because, one, you have Russell Westbrook to be the point guard, the starting point guard for you, should be necessary on Wednesday and Friday or Wednesday or Friday. But you also have this is the position group, like losing Domas and Keegan at the same time because of the way this team is built is brutal.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely brutal. Potentially losing Dennis for a game or two or a week or whatever, it feels a little bit different again, because you have Russell Westbrook now to potentially be the facilitator, but you also have that, you still have the Malik, DeMar, Keon, you still have that heavy depth chart of guards that you feel like if one's out, like, and maybe this isn't necessarily true for DeMar. I feel like DeMar being out would be pretty tough for this team, but you remove any of the other guys and it's like, okay, we have enough at this position to kind of fill in for them. That's not the case with Keegan and Domas,
right,
but I think it's the case potentially if Dennis is out.
Yeah, and you got enough guys in that guard room to just kind of hold it down for a little bit. They're a little versatile, obviously. I think Schroder's a little bit more of an organizer.
Well, they all do something very different than the other ones.
Yeah, but like you said, you can kind of, it feels like you can get by.
For a game or two.
That's what I was thinking. Like the first 3 games of the season, if you don't have Dennis, you have enough guys to plug in to the rotation to be able to be okay. That's what I would think. Especially with, like you mentioned, Russell Westbrook being on the roster now too. If you didn't have Russ, or maybe, oh, here we go, it's going to look like it looked last year with no point guard or something like that. But Russ helps that out a little bit.
Yeah, and this probably goes without saying. I think Jake Gayden tweeted as much. Russell Westbrook did get that run with the guys in his first practice as a Sacramento King. He ran with the starters, whatever that might look like, because we don't know who's starting at 4 or 5 for Sacramento. We can figure it out maybe, but we would just be guessing at this point. We saw Isaac Jones start on Friday. We saw Isaac Jones, and I think it was Drew Eubanks start at the 5. I assume Drew Eubanks is starting.
Yeah,
I'm just assuming he's starting, and they're not going to start Maxime Reynaud as welcome to the league kid. Like, I don't think they're doing that. But I do think there is some question as to who's starting at the 4. We saw Isaac Jones start on Friday. We saw Saric start in the game on Wednesday. I think most Kings fans, could be wrong, I think most Kings fans would probably like to see Isaac Jones out there just because I think most people think Dario Saric is probably a dead end. Like, there's no real point in it. And I thought Isaac Jones actually played well on Friday.
Yeah, he was cool.
I thought he played well. I think he's played well most of the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
things out there.
Yeah, it's not like, he hasn't jumped off the page like Zach LaVine did. He didn't have a what's Hammer call him? I'm sure he'll say it. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sure he'll say that when he joins us at 3:00 that Dennis had his check-in moment. Mm-hmm. He hasn't had one of those, but I still think he's been noticeably good. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if it was enough to for Doug and his coaching staff to feel like, yeah, he's going to be our guy. Again, just because someone starts Wednesday doesn't mean they're going to start Friday or Sunday or so on and so forth. Maybe things have changed a little bit with Domas being out. Maybe they want to come up with something different. Maybe Drew Eubanks and Isaac won't work. Maybe Drew Eubanks and Dario Saric won't work. I'm not sure, but I'd expect a lot of either change or early substitutions, regardless of who's starting at the 4 and the 5, beginning on Wednesday.
100%. I agree. I meant to ask this question earlier during the handoff, just being an S starter, but Nick Clifford was really good on Friday night. He was really good all preseason, but he was really good on Friday night. He was doing a lot of great things on the offensive end and creating, scoring, all this other stuff. You know who he was primarily matched up on Friday?
I don't think so.
Luka, who had like 31. Mm-hmm. So what's the line they always like to use when they talk about people they don't like? Oh, yeah, you scored a lot of points, but if you're just giving up 30 on the other end, does it even matter? We're going to do that with Nick? Absolutely not. We're not going to do that. But me and you,
say there ain't no we.
Me and you, we can do that because we don't look at Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan as like this bad player where, oh, you scored, but you didn't stop nobody, so it don't matter. Like, no, we like these guys are good. They rock. And that's how I feel about Nick. But we're going to use that same argument this time? No, we're not.
And Kenny's being nice this week. When he's saying we, he means you. Just so you know.
That's we're using the same argument. Or are we just doing it when it's convenient?
You know who I was happiest for? It wasn't Nick or Dennis on Friday. It was Keon.
Keon played really well.
I thought Keon
to see that.
I thought Keon was terrific on Friday, and it was kind of a check-in moment or whatever. It was like, okay, that's a different player.
So we had we didn't have the conversation. I was listening to the insiders, and James Hams, he'll be here with us at about 3:00, and we can talk more about it. But the performance that we saw on Friday, Kyle and James looked at it in a way of like, that's how you're supposed to play. And
if you're Keon or the Kings?
If you're the Kings.
Okay.
That's how you're supposed to play. And is Doug Christie going to be able to look at those veterans that aren't playing that way and say, hey, I'm going to get you out of here, or I'm going to take your minutes away, and we're going to go with the guys that are playing. I look at it a completely different way. Those guys hadn't done a damn thing in the first 3 games. It was about time they showed up. Those guys hadn't done, outside of Nick, those bench guys, they hadn't produced anything. We watched the games. We talked about it every game. The starters were fine.
The game went to hell when
the starters were fine. It was a game. It was competitive. They were leading. They had an opportunity. And then that second
Clippers
unit.
one being the most glaring example. Awful.
That second unit comes in and they can't get anything done. So this wasn't oh man, this is how you're supposed to play. Starters be on notice. It's like, no, it's about damn time you guys showed up and played. That's exactly what we need. This isn't an indictment on the starting group who has held their own for the most part the entire time. That's how I saw it.
Oh, they did. Yeah, they again, Dennis played well, Zach LaVine played well, but that was it. Like DeMar wasn't even there. Like DeMar didn't play in this game. Obviously, Domas and Keegan didn't play in this game. So,
one thing I also keep seeing too, and I wonder. Well, I know how it's going to go. They're not going to be this full court pressing team like as much as they want to. Like, no, it's not going to happen. That's not the way the NBA plays. But one of the things that I saw happen on Friday that I think happens a lot, and I'd be interested what Doug has to say about this, is Kings score, Lakers are inbounding the ball, Dennis Schroder is denying Gabe Vincent. He can't get the ball. They pass it to Austin Reeves, and he just brings it up, and there's nobody there. And I wonder sometimes is the guy who's guarding Austin Reeves, when a shot goes up, is it his potentially wherever the shot is coming from? It's his job to get back on defense. So say Schroder takes a shot. He takes a shot. It's Zach LaVine's job to get back. He's the farthest on the other side of the court. Get back, make sure you have transition defense ready to go. Well, the shot goes in. He's at the other 3-point line. Does Doug want him to sprint from the other 3-point line up to Austin Reeves to guard him to go 94 feet? I don't know. I wonder. And if he does, that seems like a lot. That doesn't seem sustainable.
But is that ever really what you're talking about? Like if Austin Reeves is bringing the ball up the floor?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Because Schroder got
you.
Gabe Vincent.
Yeah,
so they're just like, okay, we'll just pass it to Austin Reeves. And people were like, why don't we see 94 feet? There's nobody. I don't know how realistic that is in an NBA game.
Yeah.
For a number of different reasons. Just because the NBA players do what they do, because of defensive rotations, like after a shot or before a shot. I don't know if we're going to see 94 feet from every player all game long. You may see it in spots, but not all game.
In the scenario you presented, is it outrageous to think, maybe it's not 94 feet, maybe it's 80? Like you're not waiting for Austin Reeves on the other side of the floor, but you're not trying to sprint to the other side of the court to deny the inbounds pass.
Yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable to me just because when I look at the NBA, this isn't like college and high school where if you guard a point guard too close, they're just going to go by you for layups all game long. That's not how NBA point guards play, especially if that point guard isn't the best player on the team. So, for instance, let's just use Gabe Vincent as an example. Gabe Vincent isn't just going to blow by the person all the time and score and shoot every shot with Luka and LeBron on the team. They're going to be like, all right, it's cool that you broke the press, but get the ball to us. Stop playing. So my thought was always, why not pick up 94 feet? They're not going to beat you and score. So to your point, yeah, go pick them up 80 feet from the basket. What Austin Reeves going to do? He going to go by you and score every single time with LeBron and Luka not touching the basketball? No. So go do it. What you afraid of? But that's not doesn't seem to be the way the NBA has ever been played. So
is Isaac Jones starting on Wednesday?
Will they play Phoenix?
Yeah.
No, I think Sarge is going to start. That's my
Sarge
guess.
and Drew Eubanks.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Sarge, Drew Eubanks, and Russell Westbrook.
Yeah,
what do you think, Dennis?
Schroder,
well, I'm asking you to we have no idea what.
Schroder can't play. Yeah, if
he can't play,
Schroder starts.
Russell Westbrook is starting for sure. The question more was, do we think Dennis Schroeder's playing? It feels like when you talk about having your foot stepped on or ankle, a lot of guys just they say and they'll tell you this quickly. I mean, we dealt with it with De'Aaron all of the time. Adrenaline. You don't really feel it. Like, you feel it. It hurts, but then you start moving and the blood's flowing, and you're not really thinking about it. Then everything stops, and all of a sudden that pain sets in.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's what happened with Dennis Schroeder after that game on Friday.
Yeah, could have possibly been the case.
Because I'm a bit confused. So that game was Friday. Saturday they had Fan Fest. Which it's a it's a practice, but maybe like kind of a unofficial light practice.
Right.
Sunday, I think, was a day off because Russell Westbrook gave his media introductory press conference. And then, of course, Keon Ellis was out at the Galleria. I didn't get anything from the Golden One Center outside of the Russell Westbrook press conference. So I assumed and then the line from Russ where he was answering someone's question, he was like, yeah, I haven't even practiced yet. Yeah. So his first practice was today, which means Dennis has just kind of been trying to get this thing better over the course of the last 2 days. So clearly there's something to it that's bugging him a little bit because he didn't practice today.
Last year, was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago because Sasha didn't participate in the songs and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But with Mike Brown,
who did All I Want for Christmas? Who was that? It wasn't Neek. Neek
I think
rapped.
it was Caldwell.
Oh, was it?
I
think. Shout out to I can't remember who it was. They actually had fun.
Yeah.
Like they didn't take it seriously. Like they just poked fun at themselves and sang Mariah Carey.
Yeah, Sasha was not doing.
They said it was Dylan. All right, he did his job. Someone tweeted, I think it was Sean Cunningham. He understood the assignment.
Yes, but I bring that up to say, I think that year with Mike Brown, they practiced before FanFest. FanFest was like,
that checks out.
FanFest was like, oh, let's just do this for the fans or, do whatever. But because they were late. That's why I knew this. They were like 45 minutes late.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, they're still practicing.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
right.
Like, well, they know what they're supposed to be doing out here.
Yeah, that's right.
So I say all that to say it doesn't feel
we
like
should have known then. We should have known then when Mike made them late for FanFest.
That's why Sasha didn't want to do it. He's like, bro, I just got to practice. I ain't singing Mariah Carey. Done. But I don't think that's the way things went down.
He would have sang anyways.
That's not how things went down this FanFest. Mm-hmm. So to your point, Schroder, he didn't practice. He didn't do nothing with it or tried to till maybe today.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure he's been doing cold tubs rehab. I'm sure he's been in there getting it or whatever sort of therapy the Sacramento Kings training team can give him. But we have such a limited amount of information on what exactly is going on with Dennis Schroder, what happened, even though we think we could figure it out, and whether he's even at the point of having a timetable on a return. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here, 916-909-1320. Our man TC on the line. TC, what's good, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
He's not even on the Bluetooth today, man. He knows what it is.
Hey, listen, I have to tap in. Hey, D-Lo, them picture, that was fire. That Westbrook jersey, bro, I like that. That was a good look, big dog.
Right on, man.
You and Katie, y'all look nice, man, for sure.
Thanks, brother.
Shout
Thank
out.
you. We had a good time.
For sure. Hey, listen, but hey, this ain't even a hot take, y'all. I'm gonna come in hot. So Tyrese Halliburton and Neek Clifford. Neek Clifford will be better than Tyrese Halliburton. And what I mean by their rookie seasons look similar. But how fans out here in Sacramento love Tyrese Halliburton, bro, it's gonna be the same way they love Clifford. But as far as talent-wise, Kenny and Damian, bro, dude is gonna be better than that dude, bro. Mark my words right now. Book it, y'all. Kings fans, get ready. We got us one. We hit on his draft pick.
All right, man. I see you.
I wonder.
The crowd goes wild.
Does TC like jot down what outlandish things he could say?
Well, that's the thing, though. He said it's not even really a hot take.
But he's coming in hot.
Yeah.
That's kind of a hot take. Like Neek Clifford, who has played exactly 0 regular season basketball games, is going to be better than Tyrese Halliburton. Now, if he had said the fan base is going to fall in love with him more than they did Tyrese Halliburton and left it at that, sure. But the idea that Neek is he's gonna be better than Tyrese. Hey, Neek has looked great this preseason.
Yeah. Why we got to go there?
Yeah.
Why we got to go there? This guy's like gonna be the starting point guard. Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah. We're like the starting point guard for Team USA in 3 years. He's an All NBA guy. He's Why we got to go there? Why can't we just say Nick gonna be good?
Because TC, this is sports talk radio, man. TC got to find something to say. TC got to find something to say.
I'll tell you. I'll during the break. Well, not it don't matter if it's during the break or not because I'm not saying it on air, on any air. But I'll text you.
You started the fight at Sac State?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was having a great time at Sac State. I'll text you what I text Kyle.
What is the difference between coming in hot and having a hot take?
Good question.
No
Ask
idea.
TC when he calls back. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back. Raider fans, you're getting bailed out right now because at some point, and it might not even be to tomorrow, you're not getting let off the hook for that sorry ass performance from your football team. That was terrible. Well, we're going to hear from Doug Christie.
Okay.
We'll hear from Doug Christie.
Y'all should thank Doug.
Yeah, Raider Nation. You know what? I apologize to it's been difficult enough for you. I'm sorry.
Stall him out.
I'm sorry.
Stall him out, Debo.
We'll come back. We'll hear from Doug Christie next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
JR did see that. That was unnecessary. I wouldn't call it a crash out.
Are you talking about the podcast with LaShawn McCoy and the other guy? Yeah, that was funny. Relax, pal. JT's and all, they just suck too. I wonder if that was a work though.
What's that?
Outro at the end, cutting off his podcast and all.
I don't know. At first, it felt like it might have been. And then when he was like, no, you fouled for that 2-5. You fouled. I was like, oh, you're really upset. Well, Scout Recycler, I believe you're talking about a 3rd and 1, not a 4th and 1. I don't know. He went with the play action. Probably should have ran it. They've been dominant on the ground for the past 4 or 5 games. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll ask him on Wednesday.
Oh, come on. Michael Jackson is at Walmart now. God damn it. He's working at Walmart. I can't show you the one that I sent.
Better than what they got going on at NXT.
Yeah.
So that was like, what's been going on? Wait a minute.
It's a wild organization they got over there.
The Knockout King. Shout out Scooter for helping me get that Russell Westbrook jersey, man. That was key to our video and then for the event on Sunday. So appreciate you, Scooter.
That one fire too. I said that one.
Oh, that's the one, and he worked to get that one too. He had them searching for it. And shout out to Amazon for finding them pants that just happened to match that outfit perfectly. Or match that jersey perfectly, I should say. the amount of times I realized I needed to send an email to a guest 10 minutes before they were supposed to join us was pretty jarring last week and the week before.
I'm back, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, every single one of them. All right, let's hear from Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie. This is following practice today. Here's DC ahead of the season opener on Wednesday.
Wednesday is when it gets real. First game of the season. How are you feeling? I mean, from training camp, from preseason, going into this, what is the mood?
Vibe is good. We're not moody people, so we don't deal in moods. It's a vibe, you know. I think everybody's in good spirits. It's a lot to improve upon, a lot to do. We know it's a long season, but as you said, it gets real. So we are prepared.
Everyone talks about Westbrook's intensity, like you had practice, game, it doesn't matter. What do you see from the first practice today? What does he bring to you guys?
Leadership, intensity, a veteran voice, internal leadership, aggressiveness. Like there's so many different aspects of his game that are needed for our team and are needed for our players. Some of our veterans as well, and definitely our young players. They get to see what a pro does on a day-to-day basis, and it's about as valuable information as you can get. Can't purchase it. It's something that is in a person, and Russ has it in spades.
With Domas going down, just have you thought about what the rotation looks like? And I'll probably dig over that first unit, but aside from that.
Well, first, he's not down.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. But he is slowed.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to work through it. I mean, you don't replace Domas. I mean, he does so many different things on the floor, first and foremost. So we'll see when we get down to Phoenix who dons the court first. It's really not about who starts. It's about who finishes, and it's about that we finish the game as victors. So whatever that means to figure that out, that's what we're here to do.
With the addition of Russ and his familiarity with so many guys on this team, is there anything you kind of tap into that of all those things you kind of outlined that he brings to a team? Is there one that you kind of lean on more than the other, especially given that chemistry?
No, I think his value is immense. So you don't try to limit what he does. I mean, there are moments where it's his voice. Then there's moments where it's his actions. And then it's moments where he's pulling a young player aside or a veteran and talking to them about what's expected. So it's not like as simple as, okay, we're just focusing on this one thing. He brings so many different things, and it's kind of similar to how he plays. I mean, he rebounds, he scores, he defends, he pushes the ball, he creates gravity. So it's no different. It's very similar to, how you look at him live his life. And that is a blessing for all of us here in Sacramento.
I'm going to hit pause right there for a specific reason. And we'll go back to Doug Christie here. If you're watching, I won't even take it off the screen. We're going to go right back to Doug. I don't know. It's at least the second. I'm sure it's more. He keeps saying that starting finishing thing again. And it leads me to believe, and I could absolutely be wrong, he knows whatever lineup he's starting with isn't going to be the one he's ending with. And I don't know if that's at the 4, at the 5. I don't know if he expects adjustments at the 1 and the 2. Like, I'm not sure what it is. You go back to one of the, it was in a season full of weird moments. One really weird moment that doesn't get discussed because we had a star player get traded and a coach get fired was the Malik Monk moment where he's coming back from, I think it was a sickness, if I remember correctly. Like he was ill. I don't think he was injured. I think he was ill. It was something, but Malik was out of the starting lineup.
Yeah.
He comes back. He gets introduced as the starter, but he's not starting. And when they take the floor, it's Keon Ellis out there. And, his thing post-game was, you guys didn't ask. And it was miscommunication with the scorers table and in whatever. But maybe if he had asked, I would have told you, which he probably wouldn't have. But that's what he said. It was like, you guys didn't ask. And someone asked him, like, hey, is this a permanent thing? And he was like, I'm not sure. There was very much a permanent thing. Like Malik Monk never started again. Go back in that stretch, Malik Monk finished games. And it became no different than what it was, under Mike Brown, where he wouldn't necessarily start, but he'd have a hand. And there were games last year where he didn't. And it was just like, you got to get Malik off the floor. It's just not his night. But there were a lot of nights where he wound up finishing games that he didn't start in, even after Keon Ellis got back in there. I think Doug is aware he's going to have to. And we talked about this. We think one of the reasons that the Kings went on that run that they did when Doug took over had a lot to do with it wasn't just relief of Mike being gone. It was that Doug was coaching on a feel. And if he thought someone wasn't playing well, he was making a substitution. He would just let that player play for as long as until they tugged on their jersey or whatever. He did a lot of, we talk about coaching on a clock and coaching on a feel. Mike did a lot of clock coaching. Doug does not. And it feels like to me he's starting to position this as, you're going to see some things that, if these lineups, if these players play the way I expect them to, you're going to see some things change at the end of games.
I think he also understands.
And we might run some unconventional lineups with some of our guys out.
He also understands from firsthand knowledge that it literally matters how you finish the game. And what I mean by that is Bobby Jackson, Hito Turkoglu in some aspects. They weren't starters, but in certain situations, depending on what was going on in that game, matchups, the feel that Coach Adelman had, they would finish a lot of games, though. And I think that's just how he believes in constructing a lineup and constructing a rotation. And you talk about just that in general, but then you throw in the curveball that Keegan is out and Domas is out. Yeah, Sarge might start. You might not see him in the final 6 minutes of the game, though, depending on what the matchup is.
Sure.
So,
or in the second half.
Right. Well,
you know what I mean? Right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Casey Akpala started the second quarter.
That might be it. But I mean, I think that's already his mindset as a coach.
Yeah.
But you add these injuries in here, and it's really like we're gonna go on feel in some of these situations.
Let's go back to Doug Christie here.
Have you been surprised by Meek at all? Is there anything that's jumped out to you just watching his game?
I mean, it would be hard pressed to say no, he hasn't surprised me. I mean, watching him once we drafted him, we got to work out with him the prior year, so got to see him. And then once we got him in a Sacramento Kings uniform, watching him in the summertime, immediately I was surprised by the reads that he made. Not all young players come off of a pick and roll and they're reading their progressions like a quarterback, and he's like pocket, low man, corner, and then he's even reading the guy that's behind him. Like, those are high-level things. When he drove down the other night and he took the defense, brought him to him, and then dropped it off to Dario on the baseline. So probably that aspect of his game, but there's a part of him that doesn't really get rattled, and he just kind of plays his game. And I talked to him about, don't feel overwhelmed. Just go out there, play extremely hard, and we're going to learn together. Like, don't worry about it. I got you. And just watching him do his business and he does his film work. Encourage him to talk to DeMar, Zach, Dennis, and now Russ, like that is corporate knowledge that for him is like a PhD, master's degree, all in one. He just has to be willing to take the information in, and he is, to his credit, as a young player.
Speaking of the rookies, how'd you feel like they did in that talent show on Saturday?
Wow. It's high level, man. Like, listen, that surprised me. Okay, you want to be surprised? I was like, oh boy, Dylan, on and off the court, he is surprising me, yes.
Not Max jumping up on doing a Patrick Beverly?
Yeah, I was more worried about the children that were down low, to be honest with you. But yeah, all of them, you know, like it's one thing to be comfortable, and then to, you know, some people don't like to do that, but be willing to, you know, show yourself in a different light. It just speaks to what type of teammates they are.
And the things that your team will be known for this season, do you feel, how big of an ingredient do you feel chemistry will be at the top of that list?
I think it's huge because there are parts of everyone's game that, like, we have to give of to help the next person. Running the floor to open something up, setting good screens to open someone up, making from good to great passes, communicating on the defensive end, making that extra play, next play speed, not crying to the referees. Like, there are a lot of different things that for us to be the team that we will be, we have to go through all of those progressions. So one by one, we have to do it. And then you have to do it consistently after you do it once.
Up to this point, what stood out to you
We'll wrap up with Doug right there. I'm just gonna put 2 and 2 together. They found out Dennis didn't practice after they talked to Doug Christie. Because not a single question about there were a lot of Russell Westbrook questions. This is his first practice. Mm-hmm. Not a single question about Dennis Schroder. Yeah. That leads me to believe. And then looking back on the timing of tweets there while Doug was talking, it appears they may have already talked to Doug. I think we can hear from DeMar DeRozan coming up here in a couple minutes too. They may have already talked to Doug by the time they found out Dennis Schroder was a non-contact participant today.
They may have. It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. There's some footage I've seen of Russ with the starters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the starters. No Dennis or whatever. So maybe by the time they were able to watch and do footage, they just thought Dennis.
Oh, you have it from one of the media people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's maybe they just didn't even think twice about it. Didn't even put 2 and 2 together.
Sean Cunningham would never. Sean Cunningham would never. He'd be like, Coach, what's going on out here? Where's Dennis? Or maybe they were just told, oh, it's not a big deal. He just didn't practice today. I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal. Here's DeMar DeRozan following practice.
Whenever you guys are ready. Ready to get this thing going?
Yes, very much so.
I love that. No, not really. Truthfully, I could go for about another 4 weeks of training camp, and
excited. Just get back out there. Everything real now. So I'm just excited. I think all the guys just excited to get out there. Especially with the addition of Russ. We're excited for sure.
What was that? We kind of heard a little bit of there, but what was the overall theme of that message you wanted those guys to hear?
It's real. It's just everything, counts from here on out. Coming in tomorrow, going to be a day where we prepare for Phoenix. Next day, we're going to go play Phoenix, and everything from there, once game one comes, it's everything here. It's nonstop. So, just getting in the right mindset, and getting everybody ready.
What was your reaction to seeing Russ added to this roster? I don't think it came as much of a surprise.
I was excited. Obviously everybody know how close my relationship is with Russ. Russ is definitely, a guy I mentioned to him, that everybody that'll be somebody that could definitely help us in many ways. So to have him, on the team is crazy. First ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest point guards of all time. The knowledge, the still what he have left to give to the game, to be a part of that, is definitely energetic. So, it's exciting to see him here.
We saw you.
DeMar DeRozan right there. I said this at the Galleria yesterday. in this generation, when you're talking about the greatest point guards of all time, when you're talking about the greatest point guards of this generation, excuse me, you're talking Steph, because he is. You're talking Chris Paul, and you're talking Russell Westbrook. Am I wrong?
No, that seems. I'm trying to think if there's anybody left out, but I mean, yeah, Russ.
I feel like that's.
There, even
I feel like that's the list.
Regardless, yeah.
That's the list. I mean, Steph gets thrown into a variety of different categories, but in the end, he's listed as a point guard. You can call him the greatest shooter of all time. You can call him one of the greatest players of all time.
Kyrie probably on that list too. Injuries and stuff.
I
take away from it a little bit.
But. Yeah, I agree. Kyrie,
James
to me,
Harden, depending on how you look at him.
I don't.
But regardless of who else is on that list, Russ is on the list, and he's very high up. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd listen to the Kyrie one. As weird as it sounds, Kyrie feels like, despite his absurd amount of accomplishments and the just overwhelming love he has from other players in the league, he's a what if to me. He's not a Derrick Rose what if, because it's not like we weren't robbed of a great player, but I feel like we might have been robbed of something. I don't know what.
Man, prime Kyrie was hurt about 3
COVID
5 years,
vaccinations, like we lost a lot of okay, I'll just say he was suspended. I wanted to say much more. He was suspended. Like all of those things took so much away from Kyrie, from what Kyrie's legacy would have been. Someone mentions Dame.
Dame's on that list. Dame,
yeah. The three I named, I'd put before Dame. I would. But that's me.
Beat Russell Westbrook's ass.
Oh, that's fine.
I remember that series. I was so hyped for that series because I was
This was one of the greatest series of all time.
These are my boys.
That was
right
one
here.
of the greatest series of all time with one of the greatest endings of all time.
Those were my boys.
Just
Those are
iconic.
my boys too. And I was like, oh, they about to battle. They was getting after it. So I'd put Dame on the list.
How many finals did Portland go to?
0.
Yeah, Dame definitely up there. And like he said this before, he has a stake as the second greatest shooter of all time. So I say all of that to say it's not nothing that he's on this basketball team. Whether he's the triple-double MVP Russell Westbrook or not, he's not nothing. Right. And I think we might learn that if Dennis Schroder, we're going to learn that immediately if Dennis Schroder is out on Wednesday. And of course, we have no idea what Dennis will his availability will be moving forward, given him missing practice today. But Russell Westbrook being on this team to me is a big deal.
And he's a leader. He's vocal. He's tough. He's all those things, all those intangible things. But he can also still play basketball. I know, like you mentioned, it's not MVP Russ, and sometimes it's up and down, and you don't know what you're going to get. But don't get it twisted. No disrespect to the Hall of Famer. This isn't Vince Carter 10 years ago. This is a guy that absolutely night in and night out will play a role in this team trying to win games and play a significant role. So, and one of the things he said, I think during the media scrum yesterday was, he's not, and Chris Haynes told us the other day too, he's not saying like a swan song. That's not how he sees this. He said, I still got more basketball to play.
He gave Jason Anderson the meme. And when J.A. asked him about if this might be his last season.
I didn't see that. I was listening.
He hit him.
But the phone was in my pocket. I didn't see that.
Nah, he hit him with the I think he said, yeah, right. Yeah, he hit him with the meme. I'll pull it up. I know I think Matt George has it posted. Yeah, he hit him with the meme.
Zach be tripping. I'm out of here, man.
I don't think he did all that.
No, but he's still trying to play.
Oh, they got it. They got it in GIF form already. Shout out Deuce Mason. Hang on. Got it in GIF form already right there.
And that's a good gift too. That's a good one.
J.A. couldn't go one day without pissing somebody off. That's great.
That's a good one.
That's great stuff from Jay. Right
but
there.
he still can play. He still can play, man. And I think he's gonna help this team out on the court, not just in the locker room.
Yeah. I'm fascinated to see what this all looks like, how this all comes together, and what I don't know. I did not like the way that they played this preseason. Even in the Portland game, I didn't love it. I do love the way that they played against the Lakers, though. Is Portland? Is that the right one? Yeah, the one before the Clippers, right? That was Portland. Yeah. I think I feel better seeing that moment from Dennis, seeing that moment from Keon, to think like, oh, okay, they again, to steal the James Ham line, they've checked in, they're here, that's what they'll be moving forward. Like they're going to have the ups and downs. Keon's is going to have the ups and downs. Dennis, Zach LaVine, who I don't think had any downs during the postseason, he's going to. Dennis is, DeMar is going to. All of these guys will wear. Hopefully, it won't get much lower than not playing for Domas and Keegan. Hopefully, those guys are able to, kind of find their flow pretty quickly. But how does Neek, Isaac Jones, Drew Eubanks, Maxime Reynaud, if he's a part of this, Devin Carter, which I don't think he's a part of this, but if he is, how does this all kind of come together right out the gate when you have a Phoenix team, which I don't know what to think about Phoenix. Utah stinks. And then you got the Lakers, the same Lakers team. Like very literally, it's going to be the same Lakers team on Friday. LeBron James on Sunday. It's going to be the same team that you played on Friday. LeBron James isn't playing.
I'm sorry, you mentioned LeBron. Did you see the broadcast on the Lakers Kings game? It was on NBA TV. So it was the Laker broadcast, but they had Danny Green on there. For the longest, I was hearing the voice and I thought it was D Wade. And so they said, I was like, oh, Danny Green. And Danny Green just could not figure out LeBron's shirt. Did you see LeBron's shirt?
I don't think I even saw it.
It was a shirt and it said, my name is my name. And that was what the shirt was. And it said that all over the shirt. And Danny Green just couldn't figure out. It took me, I read the shirt and then it took me 5 seconds. Oh, my name is my name. Danny Green was like, oh, LeBron with the Slim Shady reference. Eminem. Yeah, the kids don't really know about that too much. So then he let it go. And they come back a little later and they show LeBron. He says, I'm reading it right there. My name. Yeah, it's Slim Shady. My name is. I said, Danny, no. I said, Danny, no.
He can't show his face. He cannot show his face after that.
Danny, no, bro. That's not what it is at all.
My name is Danny. What?
I was cracking up because I thought for sure once he read the shirt, which wasn't hard to read, like you have the camera on him for 5 seconds. It says, my name is my name. And it says it all over his shirt. I was like, for sure he'll see it again and be like, oh, no, it's not that. It's not Slim Shady. No, he went even deeper into the Slim Shady bag. Oh, man.
He doubled down on Slim Shady. That is crazy. Doubling down on Slim Shady is wild. I'm looking to see. I don't know. Maybe it's just us. I don't think most people knew what it meant. I'm just doing a quick search. And I'm getting the impression that a lot of people do not know what that means.
There was
Let me do
a Twitter search, like people were responding to it or something.
I just found a Facebook post, like I did a Google search. I just found a Facebook post that highlighted the shirt, and a lot of the responses were, "What an egomaniac!" Oh man.
I know it. I know it from The Wire.
That's what I know it from.
Pusha T has a song, but I always thought that was after The Wire. I thought that was homage to The Wire. But
What you thought? What was an homage to the Wire?
Pusha T's title, he either has a song title or an album. My Name Is My Name.
Oh, that's a Marlo, right?
Yeah, that's Marlo.
Yeah, that's
where I know it
that's
from.
the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's if the street said my name is my name, that's Marlo.
There's no
it's
second
not Pusha,
guess
it's
about
no one else. It's
There's
sure
no
as hell
second-
isn't Slim Shady.
There's no second guessing that.
Danny Green
Come on,
cannot show his
Danny.
face in the locker room again.
She's like, yeah, my name is.
Oh,
yeah, you know that.
That's tough. That's tough, man. We'll come back. Gosh, there's so much we got to get to. We should probably touch on Sac State a little bit. If we don't reference what happened on Friday night with Shohei Ohtani, we may never get to it.
okay.
We have contracts being signed. We have the contract everybody was wondering if it would be signed over the weekend.
If I signed it.
Well, we'll come back. This is D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Text you real quick.
Yeah. Making the rounds again?
No, at least I don't think so. I guess. I was so flabbergasted by that over the weekend. Like, it wasn't even that deep.
Yeah. Laughing, having a good time.
Ace BK, what up, boy? I gotta talk to my dog, man. I ain't talked to him in a minute. We talked through text, but it's that parent life, man. That parent life got my boy. I gotta hit him though. I gotta hit him up. I don't even know what to do in no 13th round. Danny Garcia fought over the weekend, but I didn't watch it yet. He got a knockout. His final fight in Brooklyn, nobody really asked for, but good for Danny Garcia. I like Danny Garcia. Somebody asked if he was a Hall of Famer. I say, I don't feel like he was a Hall of Famer. He had a heck of a career, but I don't feel like he was a Hall of Famer.
Thanks, Michael. Buddha, I'm going to stick with my dumpster of a team, but congrats to you guys. Drake May looks like he's legit.
Chris, he hits the baseball better than Ohtani. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He also plays the field better than him since Ohtani doesn't play the field. Now, Ohtani pitches, I understand that. But we're talking about like an 8-time Gold Glover. Ohtani's a great base stealer, but the only member of the 500-500 club is Barry Bonds. Ohtani might be the second member when it's all said and done. I don't even know if there's anybody 400-400.
Well, Ohtani don't really play the field because he pitches, right?
He pitches once a week.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got to give him the off days between that where he just hits.
He can play the field the other days.
That'd be a lot.
What he does with that is out of this world. I don't want to do that.
No,
I ain't never seen that before. That's crazy. I ain't trying to diminish that.
Appreciate you. Keep it real, G. Wedding was a great time.
That was a really good time, man. I had a really good time. Although I don't know if I told you, but I went to the hotel.
Yeah, Jazz was telling me what happened.
Oh man, yeah, that was my bad. That was
Made it
on
work.
me.
It's all good.
And then it was time to go, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm calling the hotel to get the shuttle." It was like 9:30. They're like, "Oh no, we don't come up there till 11." I said, "Well, the guy told us to call, and we would be able to go." So I don't know why he told you that, because they paid for an hour. 11 to 12 is when they cost. I gotta get back to town. So I ended up calling an Uber, which I was surprised they had Ubers available out there. But
Yeah, it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Shout out Auburn.
Youngsters.
James Ham is going to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as we get ready for the start of Kings basketball. Of course, the NBA season gets underway tomorrow. Two games I'm really excited for to start the season. One I'm a little less excited for, given the fact that LeBron James is going to be out. But we'll dive into those and some of the news surrounding them coming up in about 30 minutes. Go ahead.
This will go in, because you said if we weren't going to get to it, we probably. Shohei Ohtani is a one of one.
Oh my God.
I've never seen anybody do what he does out there. That game 4 performance, one of
Iconic.
the greatest sporting performances ever. Just out of this world. When he hit the third home run, I just wasn't watching, but I got the notification. He hit another one. The second one was a bomb.
Oh my God.
I saw that somebody's had the video of somebody in the outfield out there, like in the stands, and just watching it go over their head, over the pavilion was insane. He's not the best player to ever play the game. He's not. He may end up being that.
So,
but
can I
today,
stop you right on that point?
Yeah.
He's 8 years into his career.
Mhm.
We don't have to have this discussion today.
Yeah.
Like proclaiming someone is the greatest to ever do what they did 8 years into their career in a game where people regularly play like 20. It's a bit too much. And I know we love hyperbole and we love 24/7 sports talk and we love the we've never seen this before, which that's true. We have never ever seen what Shohei Ohtani is doing before, ever. But it doesn't have to equate to the greatest that we've ever seen to do.
Oh.
Isn't it kind of warranted though? At least the conversation. I mean,
he's doing things we've never
It's like-
seen.
like
It's
he's gonna
like-
win his 4th MVP.
So yeah, it's the Patrick Mahomes thing. People really do want to believe that Patrick Mahomes is the greatest to ever do it. He's not. He's not. But what was the next line you said? He might wind up being Patrick Mahomes may very well wind up being the greatest quarterback we've ever seen. Today, right now, and this is just pure hyperbole because all those people who say Patrick Mahomes is the greatest we've ever seen, all the people who say Shohei Ohtani, he's the greatest we've ever seen, if their respective careers ended right now, you would not say that.
Right.
You'd be like, no, it was Brady. Like we thought De'Aaron Fox, in a much smaller scale, we thought De'Aaron Fox was going to be the greatest king ever. He's gone. He is not. He did not surpass Chris. He's not.
I think the difference between Mahomes though and Ohtani is that Ohtani's doing it at like as a pitcher and as a hitter. Mahomes, like that's just one
No.
quarterback or whatever. Like Ohtani's doing stuff like you said, we
No,
haven't seen.
we've
It might
never-
be hyperbole, but it's like no one else is gonna do this after Ohtani. Like no one's gonna throw 6 scoreless 10Ks or whatever. Like it's kind of, I feel like just the way he's doing it as a pitcher and as a hitter, like now it's kind of orange because it's different.
For sure. It's incredibly unique. It is a one of one. It's these are like tales of what they try to convince us Babe Ruth was.
Yeah.
And it's unlike anything we've ever seen. And to your point, Jesse, it's probably unlike anything we will ever see. I did see Barry Bonds win like 7 MVPs. Like I don't don't know. Like I watched him play too, and I know it's different. This is closer to the Mahomes Brady argument because it's a hitter. It's a baseball player. Shohei is just incredibly unique, and what he does is that it's the level in which he does it is crazy, and he could wind up the best to ever do it. But 8 years into his career, I don't believe that he is.
Shohei Ohtani, in his 8-year career, has been walked 541 times. Barry Bonds was walked 872 times in a 4-year span. He lost 872 at bats in 4 years. And still has better numbers than Ohtani at the plate.
So
more than just at the plate, though.
So
that once again, he's
like with Bonds.
Ohtani
We talk one thing and stuff like that. Like
so, hold on.
He's like a 9-time Gold Glover. He's one of the best left fielders of his era. He was the only, and once again, Shohei may get there, the only member of the 500 club, one of the best base runners, base stealers the game has ever seen.
So when you say his numbers are better than Ohtani, you're measuring the first 8 years of Barry Bonds' career?
No, I'm just measuring that time when he was walked 800 times.
Oh, so you just were selective in where you picked the numbers?
No, I
think the most accurate measurement would be Shohei's first 8 against Barry's first 8.
That's fine. Shohei has never, the most time he's been walked in a season is 109 this past time.
Okay.
Barry Bonds in a 4-year span was 117. This is just walks.
I got you.
117, 177, 198, 148, 232. He was walked 232 times in a season.
Okay.
And still, that means what that means is over the course of a week in the MLB season, you might see 5 pitches to hit. And he didn't miss ever in that span, ever. Over the course of a week, you're going up to the plate 3 times a night, you're playing 6 times in a week, you'll see 5 pitches that are hittable. And he still had the numbers he had. That's different.
Well,
Shohei different too, but that's different.
We didn't pay for the pay the $10.
This is where
to get the comp.
This is where the numbers watching goes to die.
Yeah, so I so and this is where the again I don't agree that you say a player who's played 8 incredible years is the greatest to ever play this game, but it's, you know, if we had been given the $10 to buy the Baseball Reference Pro Edition, you know, we would have been able to break down Ohtani's and Barry's totals, you know, their sabermetric stuff, their win probability. But if I'm making a case for Shohei, once I get to the bottom of this page where it starts comparing Shohei Ohtani versus Barry Bonds, the pitchers, there's no second name. There's no second name on this comp, right? Like,
I mean,
it's
Ohtani's
just
got him beating MVPs his first 8 to Barry's. I mean, it's gonna be 4-3. But.
So to me, those are the numbers. Like, if you really wanted to break this down and do something with it, those are the numbers that are compelling to me. What did Barry do in the first 8 years of his career versus what did Shohei do in the first 8 years of his career? And you mentioned he's going to top him in MVP numbers. And
OPS is just as good.
Now, I was going to say, just to be
Batting
clear,
average is not even close.
When you look at the first 8 years,
when
you look at the first 8 years of Barry's career, and you look at we talk about the leading the league, the bold black. There's bold all over Barry's first 8 years. Like, he did not come to life in San Francisco. He was him when he got to San Francisco. But it's the same thing over on Shohei's page.
100%. Shohei is amazing. This conversation I don't even like because it takes away from either one of these guys who are. I ain't seen nothing like neither one of these guys. I have not seen anything like Shohei Ohtani. So I don't want to take away from him at all because he's amazing. That performance that he had on Friday that we started talking about, that's just crazy. As somebody that obviously hates the Dodgers and wants to see them fail, I was left in amazement seeing the numbers and then the actual home runs, the moments of taking them, bringing them home. I was just like, this guy.
And that stadium knew it.
Oh my gosh. I was like, this is unreal what he's doing. So I don't want to take away from Shohei at all because he's amazing. He's a one of one. He's absolutely a one of one.
Well, you're a liar because you started this whole thing by taking away from him.
Well, no, he's just not the best player to ever play. Like you said, he might end up being there, but he's not there.
Well, I didn't say that. You said that. He might. You were right. He might end up being there, but
today he's not there.
Barry played in. Oh, dummy! I just closed the tab. Barry, what he play? 17 seasons.
Sounds about right.
I just had it open and closed it because I'm
22 years.
Jesus Christ, really?
Yeah, 22 seasons.
22 is 42.
22 seasons. Shohei's 8 in. Like there's it's Tom Brady played 20. He played till he was 42 years old, 43, 44, something like that.
What if Mahomes was lining up though at safety too and lighting everyone up that way as well?
Oh yeah, that'd be different.
Be amazing.
Yeah, that's the difference. Though,
But
the fact that his career is half as long doesn't matter to you.
Right now it doesn't because he's pitching. He's got 4 MVPs in his first 8 years. He had he's rookie of the year his first season. So like the dude has just been the best player since he's got here.
But that's the Mahomes thing isn't exactly accurate though, because
like
Mahomes lined up as safety. He playing every play. I'm
well,
not taking away from the pitching, but he don't play. He does that once a week.
Well, just like I guess credit whatever scenario, but the point is that you can't like Mahomes just plays the same position that Brady does. If Ohtani was just playing left field and hitting, then yeah, Barry's far and away the best player. But I like find something else for Mahomes to do. I guess like that's what Ohtani's doing.
What this is kind of like, and it's not even like this because Ohtani's so much better than anybody I'm about to name, but it's almost like once again Ohtani's so much better, but it's like Odell Beckham the first 4 years of his career and how they used to be like he's on pace to break all of Rice's records.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you're on pace. And Odell, to a certain degree.
Josh Gordon was too.
Right. To a certain degree, Odell was like one of the best receivers I had ever seen at the beginning of his career. But over time, things happened where he wasn't able to get there. I once again, Ohtani is so much better than Odell Beckham Jr. or any receiver. But Bonds, his numbers and accomplishments, he got a long way to go.
That's the thing. Barry's going to have the numbers, but I think for me, I guess, and other people who think Ohtani's the best, you're just kind of taking what's just kind of happening right now. Like Ohtani's not probably ever going to reach Barry's numbers or anything like that, but also I've never seen Barry Bonds go what he did in game 4 or whatever it was. Like 3 home runs, 6 scoreless, 10 Ks. Like
nobody
it's
that.
just
Yeah,
you, I guess putting the moment up more than the stats.
Nah, I got you. Barry won his last MVP at 39 years old. He was 39 and won the MVP.
He was robbed of like 4 others too.
He won 4 straight.
I think in 92, Terry Pendleton got it. That should have been Bonds. In 2000.
He won it in 92. You might be thinking of 91.
91.
He because he won in 90. He finished second in 92. This man, this dude almost had 2 4-peats as the MVP.
That's crazy.
Not to mention the year before he won it, in 2001, he finished second in 2000.
I think that's the year Jeff.
The 2000
won one of those years, and that should have been Bonds.
The 2001 year ran off. It started the streak of 4. He finished second in the year before that streak started. That's crazy.
Shohei,
Crazy.
I will say this though, Jesse. I will say this. He ended the debate that that was who's the best player today. That performance was crazy on Friday. I could not believe that was going down. That was crazy. When he hit that third one, I just shook my head. I said, man, I'm done with baseball, bro. I got to see this guy for another 10
Yeah, you should be.
I would say shout out Aaron Judge, though. I mean, I talk my trash, but what more do you want the guy to do?
Hitting the postseason?
Well, he was better
got
this
one
year.
this year.
I mean, there was a lot of singles, but
We got a game 7 tonight.
Yeah, we do.
We got 2 football games.
Oh, it's a jam-packed Monday.
It's actually that's Seattle, Houston. Houston's. I was gonna protest it and not watch it,
Yeah,
but
you know
it's Seattle kind of. I kind of like Seattle. They're kind of good. And
whose side are you on? What are you doing with him?
what
What do you mean you like Seattle? What the hell are you talking about,
I
bro?
like the Seattle team.
What the hell are you talking about? You got myself. You got Kyle Madsen in here. You talking about James Ham. You talking about, oh, I like Seattle. What are you doing?
First of all, I'm not worried about any of your fandoms.
It's ridiculous,
And I
bro.
still go to NinersWire.com to get my 49ers news and listen to Candlestick Chronicles. So I've done my support of Kyle Madsen. But no, it's a good Seattle team. They're playing well. And I'm curious to see if Houston, if they can kind of start to get going here. And then, yeah, as I was saying, in addition to all that, you've got a game 7.
They need to wait a couple weeks.
Well,
they can get cooking tonight and then just fall back next week
Yeah.
and then get going again.
Yeah, well, it'll be a short week next week.
It will.
They're in Houston.
These
For those that didn't get it, it's 49ers in Houston next week.
These things always tend to balance out. Last year, the Niners played like 9 games of the team coming off extended rest or something like that, or more rest than the 49ers. I think this year they've already played 3 teams coming off short rest. The Niners have. So there's that. But yeah, it is going to be a good game in Seattle. And it's going to be a good test for CJ Stroud and that crew to see if they got themselves together. They looked iffy. They looked bad. Then they had this moment in this game against the Ravens. That doesn't mean anything to me. You play that Ravens team, you put up points against them, and that defense that was banged up, that doesn't tell me you're back. If you're able to go into Seattle, put up points, get a dub there, that'll go a lot farther than me saying, oh no, the Texans are figured it out. They're about to turn the corner if they can get this one tonight.
Bucks Lions, a battle for the best team in the NFC.
Yes, the Seattle game I was trying to transition to is the one in Toronto. I was
trying. Sure if we were just doing the whole Seattle tonight.
I was trying to mention that in the midst of the 2 football games,
bro,
there's a game 7 tonight.
That's gonna be crazy,
and it's in Toronto.
Just think of it as a Seattle sports fan.
Yeah,
you got game 7 in the ALCS. Your squad.
I'm sure there's a watch party.
Oh my!
At the park.
Oh yeah,
that's the Seahawks game. We'll have it on while the game's going on.
That's what I don't. You definitely put the Seahawks at the back burner because your team has never made the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
This is the game 7 for a chance to go to the World Series. That's going to be crazy. You got a big time game on Monday Night Football with the Seahawks and the Texans. You've got the NBA. Oh, my bad. They ain't got that going on. But
why?
They got
why?
I forgot.
Why?
I forgot. I thought Kia was. I forgot.
What did they do to you? They literally did nothing to you. That was unnecessary.
That was kind of funny.
No, it's a crazy night for a Seattle sports fan, though. I would say this is an easy question. I don't know why I'm agonizing over it. Say you don't have the Damian Barling setup where you can 2-screen everything and you can watch all the games. You got the one TV, everybody's coming over. It's got to be on the baseball game, right?
Yeah.
and you just figure something out.
If I come to your house and you don't have the baseball game on, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Yeah, you could throw you could throw the Seahawks on the iPad. Yeah, you're absolutely putting.
I think you give up the Seahawks season for the Mariners getting to the World Series.
Say that again.
I'd give up like whatever the Seahawks could accomplish if I was a Mariners fan.
yeah.
I'd
Oh,
give
for
up
sure.
all of that.
Yeah.
Like they
Oh,
can lose
for
out the
sure.
rest of the season if that means the Mariners get to the World Series.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna happen though.
Yeah, you've said from jump the Blue Jays.
Vlad Jr. might
Toronto's
hit
lit.
10 home runs today.
Vlad Jr. is lit. Did you see that video of that post game interview with Vlad and the camera work that the guy did? It's actually pretty crazy. They unblocked me real quick. I think I retweeted it. But they're having a post game interview, and Vlad, had the home run. They win. They force game 7. The crowd's still there or whatever. He's on the field. And
I saw this. Is this when he gets like a little when they ask him what's it like, and he pauses?
Yeah,
and
they circle around him.
Yeah.
The camera circles around
Yeah.
him, and it looked like a
No,
movie.
it's very cool.
It looked like a movie. And
It's very cool.
He said, I was born ready.
Yeah.
I was born ready.
Yeah. I saw this live. It's very cool.
Game
Yeah.
7.
What?
Are you ready?
No, actually, let the look at no. Let the sound rock. Look at that smile. I just love.
And even she moves out the way so the camera.
Yeah, she knew. That's awesome.
Hey, you asked me if I'm ready. I born ready.
I'm born ready.
And I wanna know for this season.
Put it on a shirt. I'm born ready.
they're
Put it
born
on a
ready.
shirt.
I'm born ready. By the way, I'm not on the team of this. I'm a Mariners guy.
Big dumper.
Okay. We didn't.
Speaking of
That's his
moments,
nickname.
Speaking of moments, oh boy hit that grand slam in game 5. That was crazy. Then the announcer was talking about, in Seattle is shaking right now. They went crazy for that grand slam. This is great. This is 2 franchises. I know the Blue Jays have won and they've won a World Series, but we're looking at what, 33 years?
It was like 92 or 93.
93 was the last one. 33 years, well, 32 years since they've been to a World Series. Mariners have never been to a World Series. This is gonna be fantastic.
Who's on the call tonight?
I think it's I don't know the baseball guys, but it's their baseball crew. John Smoltz is part of that, I believe, though. I don't know the play-by-play guy.
Was Smoltz out there? Was it? It wasn't Jays versus Braves, was it?
That was 92. 93 was Jays Phillies.
Phillies. Okay, Jays Phillies.
Norm. Mitch Williams. Wow thing. Joe Carter. Touch them all, Joe.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is, does someone have the balls to recreate the call? I always respected Joe for hitting us with the "we'll see you tomorrow night" call. I thought I was like, all right, that's dope.
They should. That would work.
Because there's no way anyone produced him. Like he did that. Like you can't even bring that up to him. You have to let him make that decision on his own.
Yeah.
And he did it, and it was awesome.
He had another one too.
Of course, there's closer ties to it than anyone could have
Right.
to tonight's game,
Right.
but still.
There's he hit the Giants win the pennant, or the Giants have won the pennant when Ishikawa hit the walk-off in 2014 to beat the Cardinals. So he, man, it's
Dab into history a little bit.
Get there. Oh no, I'm not ready for this. And he's right. Germs is right. Kendrick versus Drake Part 2. Loading. Dodgers, Blue Jays, World Series.
Well, get my Dodgers jersey ready. Yes, I got to get my Dodgers jersey ready.
Man.
Goodness gracious. So it's a good sports night.
It is a
Say
good
all that
sports
to say a good sports night. And
So you're back. You're back on Monday Night Football. You're gonna watch.
Well, yeah, but I'll probably be paying closer attention to the game 7. But yeah, I'll have it on. It'll be a busy night of TV watching.
If you could, I already know your answer.
You don't know me, bro.
If you could keep one and get rid of the other, would it be the Monday night doubleheader or the Europe games? Which one would you keep? Which one would you get rid of?
The Europe games don't matter to me. Get rid of the doubleheader. I do not care.
Oh no, okay, yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna say. Get rid of the doubleheader.
Yeah, get rid of the doubleheader. I don't care. The Europe games don't bother me.
The Euro games are trash.
And you're taking a home game away.
And I don't care. And I don't have to watch it.
You're taking a home game away.
Yeah.
It's think about that. That's a home game away from who?
From the Jags.
Not my problem.
Poor Spain's got to go watch the Dolphins in 2 weeks. They don't deserve that.
Shout out to the Jaguars, though. They helped create a brand new segment on D-Lo and KC that we're going to debut tomorrow. Raider fans, you really got lucky today. Your team sucks. And that performance was embarrassing.
Ugh.
Like, it was so bad. I don't know where you go from here.
Fire Chip Kelly.
That would be a good start.
How do you not? How like? But is there a legit conversation at the end of the season? We're firing everybody.
Okay.
I know who they're not firing. Yeah. They're not firing Spytek. That's Brady's.
You're not firing
guy.
Pete Carroll or the GM
No?
or anything like that. No.
You're not firing Pete Carroll?
No, I don't think so. I think you kind of knew the offensive line was going to be hot garbage going into the season.
So we're going to run this back next year.
Your question remains though. Yeah, there's conversations of that. And you shouldn't be having conversations, but yeah, we got to sit down and talk. Like, all right, what does this look like?
Who made Geno? Like, why is Geno Smith so bad again?
Man, I don't know. I don't know. He is New York Jets Geno Smith again.
It might be too easy, but I do kind of look at Chip Kelly in case he mentions how he tried to get Ashton Jeanty to switch up his running style and all that. And once he does switch it back, he's finally running the ball well. And Pete Carroll says he loves that he switches it back. I wonder if just a lot of their offensive issues have to do with Chip Kelly.
Did you say it might be Tua easy? Never mind. You know what? Never mind. We'll come back.
That was cold.
Dude. That was. I turned the game off during the first quarter.
As you should have.
That seems sucks.
Because the only team that might be more embarrassing than the Raiders is the Dolphins.
Oh,
we'll come back. Big weekend in the NBA leading to a big week this week, and it begins tomorrow. First game, Houston and Oklahoma City. And Houston, well, they made some noise this weekend. We'll talk about that, plus James Ham to talk Kings and this Dennis Schroder injury when D-Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Boy, Jaden. Oh. Poor Jaden. Oh, right on, Leezy. I see you over here working. What we got? Oh, yeah, that final play. Good work, Leezy. Good work. Oh, Leezy cutting highlights for us and everything. Man, this picture we took yesterday at the event is one of my favorite pictures ever. I think it is my favorite picture ever. It's crazy. Crazy. Shout out to the Kings, man. We had a lot of fun yesterday. Right on, Lazy. Good work, boy. Good work, Lazy.
Michigan, they're good. I just got to see it in the playoffs, I guess. I don't want to disrespect them, but I want.
Let them have a good regular season.
Like, remember that one year the Jags really blew up and made it to the AFC Championship, I think? Or they beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs that one year.
Hey, Leezy, thanks for those picks that you took yesterday. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, keep it real, G. About 420 or so. All right, James Ham is going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour as the NBA season gets underway tomorrow. The NBA returns to NBC, and it starts with the Houston Rockets at the Oklahoma City Thunder. Of course, that's spicy because Kevin Durant returns to Oklahoma City, but he returns freshly off a 2-year, $90 million contract extension. Of course, that was the extension that everybody was wondering if that one was going to happen before the regular season got underway. And we saw Dyson Daniels sign today. We saw Shaedon Sharpe sign over the weekend. Sharpe and Kamara both signed over the weekend. We've seen a handful of deals get done here, more than a handful of deals get done here before the start of the regular season. But the one everybody was wondering if it would happen is the Kevin Durant deal. And it did. A 2-year, $90 million extension with the Rockets, which seems to be significantly under the maximum amount that he could have taken in Houston. And we'll have him playing until he's 39 years old with this Rockets team that a lot of people believe, and rightfully so, have a chance to win a championship this year.
Yeah, man, this is where he should be in his career. I would think in Houston, and he's got an opportunity to end it with a championship, whether that's this year or next year or whatever. But the way they're set up and some of the things that they have with that roster and the assets they have to potentially add to that roster, he's trying to end his career with a championship in Houston, man. So he's locked in. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, I mean, he strikes me as a guy who can very comfortably play till he's 40.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's one of the most unique players, and I know there's questions about availability and injury, all of that stuff. Like, he strikes me as someone who similar to LeBron in the sense, like, he's going to average 24 points per game, 25 points per game or whatever every year that he plays basketball.
Right. He's not slowing down by any means. Obviously, the body responds differently to injuries the older you get, but we've seen him hurt, and he's able to come back and still just be 26 points a night. You know what I mean? That would be the argument. Like, oh, his body's going to break down. He's going to get hurt. He gets hurt. And the next game he plays, first game he comes back, he's scoring like 27. Like, it's just who he is. I don't know. I don't know how long Kevin Durant can play basketball. Like, you say 40, that's what I think too. Kevin Durant, he might be like 42, 43.
Yeah, sure.
It's crazy what he's able to do, man. So I think that's a good look for him. Good look for Houston. And like I said, they're loading up right now to try and win this championship. Did you see their all tall lineup they were playing?
Yeah. I saw that. I think I saw that this morning or yesterday sometime. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's tough. That is that's tough. Don't know how the Kings match up with that. Look, y'all can do whatever you want to. Don't do that against Sacramento.
The only hope is they can't shoot. That's my first thought. Like, all right, you guys got that on defense. It might be a 7-3 game in the second quarter. They might not be able to shoot, but you got KD there, so at least you got one shooter.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be crazy when they pull up on teams with that lineup.
Yeah, that's gonna be something else. Everybody's 6'11" and over. Jesus Christ.
I don't think an athletic 3-and-D wing would have helped that out, though. In all fairness,
yeah, I don't think so.
athletic wing would not have helped you in that situation. You're not even going to be helped if you have Keegan Murray.
No, but Valanciunas would have helped.
No,
I'm just kidding. I mean,
shout out JV, the nasty boy.
No.
That's who he is. Come on now. Maybe when he comes back to going to one center, man, we gotta make a shirt, man.
Those nicknames are what get him out of here.
That's why he left.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
KC gives him a name.
He's like, nasty boy, I'm going to Europe.
I thought a slick comment was about to follow that up. If the nickname is what gets him out of here.
Oh, I don't know. Who do we want to put a nickname on then? Oh, I know. Damn, do you want to nickname anybody? We'll give you this one.
No, man, I'm not trying to force anyone out of here. You guys need to grow up. Both of you. All of you need to grow up.
Might get it. Hey, look, depending on what's going on with Dennis Schroder, we talked about this earlier in the summer. This might be an opportunity for Devin to get some minutes and show what he's gotten better at, what he's more comfortable with. Because in all seriousness, I do it's really hit or miss sometimes with Devin. But I do see somebody that he should be in the league, and he should be somebody that's able to get minutes off of somebody's bench at least. I do see that from him. And the question was always, was he going to get that opportunity here with all the guards here? I mean, if this Dennis,
Dennis missed practice today because of an ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the extent of what we know. So for those who are just tuning in wondering why Casey keeps referencing Dennis and you haven't checked your push notifications, that's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, I'm sure most people has long since known this, but every once in a while, the radio professional.
But that's the truth. Like, not everybody's attached to their King's notifications. So, yeah, you got to refresh them. But maybe if, Dennis is out for the first game or couple of games of the season, that's an opportunity for Devin, to show something, opportunity. Make it hard on Doug Christie. Make it difficult on him.
I just don't see that opportunity being there for him, though.
Even if Dennis isn't
no, because you're still working with Malik and DeMar and the Keon. I don't
sometimes you might go 3 guard with Neek playing more of a small forward type role, and maybe you get Devin in that way. Because right now you got because Russ would start, so you got Russ,
right.
Zach,
and so I'm sorry, and so Devin's the one in this scenario.
Yeah, that's all he can really play, and I don't even think he's a point guard, but that's where he can play. But
welcome to my world.
You got just think about starters and just their backup, right? You got Russ, Zach. It would be Malik, Keon. You find time for Neek, and maybe depending on the matchups, that's where you can slide in some minutes for Devin potentially. But I'm not. I see people out there.
I hear you.
I see people out there that are like, "Oh man, we're just giving up on Devin Carter, and he hadn't even been in here more than a year." Look, I'm ready to trade him. I am I'm ready to trade him, but I'm not ready to get him out the league. Like I think he can be an NBA player. I just don't see it working here.
He's not necessarily a bad NBA player. It's just that didn't make sense when you drafted him here.
Right. It's
There
not.
was
It's
never
not
a
going to
fit.
work.
No, I beg to differ. He might be a bad NBA player.
Well, maybe, but
Like, what's the evidence that he's not?
The little stint at the end of last year.
he's never really had a chance.
That's the
like
s-
in a,
All
I
right.
guess in a decent role. Like I don't, he might be, but my biggest thing is like, yeah, you just drafted him to a team that just had no use for him at all.
That's true too.
Yeah.
And I've tried to be like, I've talked myself off the ledge. Like he didn't get a training camp last year. He was thrust into an awful situation. I also don't like the way he comes across.
Oh, that's an issue.
So it's like,
right.
All right, man. I don't know. Hey, here's the bet. Just, you know what? I really hope I'm wrong. I hope he's him.
We might not ever get a chance to find
And
out.
I can just be on this radio and say, you know what? I don't know what to tell you. I'm dumb. I can't evaluate draft talent.
I don't think there's
I
a
don't know what I'm
scenario where
talking
he
about.
figures it out here. Maybe somewhere else, but here, I just don't think that's gonna happen.
He's the Jake Moody of the Kings. Wasn't gonna happen in San Francisco. Go to Chicago, do good things, but it wasn't gonna happen here.
You can get walk-offs in Chicago.
Speaking of Chicago, Kobe White's gonna be out for a few weeks, and I only bring that up because the Kings play the Bulls. I think the second week of the season.
Okay.
So yeah, I saw he's dealing with a calf strain.
Part of the road trip.
Yeah, dealing with a calf strain, so they'll miss Kings killer Kobe White.
For some reason, my calendar was all the way in April. I don't know what I was looking for in
Getting ready to
April.
go to WrestleMania.
Was that
It
Saudi
definitely
Arabia next
wasn't
year?
that. I can promise you.
Are
it
we out
wasn't
next
that.
year?
Huh?
So we out to Saudi Arabia next year for WrestleMania?
You couldn't pay.
I
me to
almost watched AEW this weekend. That's how bad it is.
Jeez,
I didn't, but I almost did.
It's tough. It's tough.
I every like
I think
every
they were
once in a
I think they
while-
were drowning the Darby Allin guy.
That's what it looked
Allin,
like.
and they were
Come
drowning
on,
him. I
wait,
think,
what?
right? I'm pretty sure they were dunking his head in like a little bucket of water or
So
something.
I saw. So I
What's
looked
the
up
clip
and,
I saw?
and saw the clip of Sting, and I saw Darby Allin, and so I saw the water. I don't know what they were doing, but my first instinct was, this is AEW. Were they waterboarding him?
Come on, man.
Were they trying to get him to quit by waterboarding him?
It was like he was bobbing for apples with no apples.
Oh my gosh, bro.
It was fighting your boy, Moxley.
Yeah, Moxley.
That explains.
The good
it
news
all.
is I don't think Moxley had a nail stuck in his head, or I didn't see any barbed wire. Just maybe a little waterboarding and
Oh yeah,
drowning, and
the
that's
good
it.
news is they just tried to drown him this
That's
time.
it. That's all. And Sting saved him. Santa Sting saved him.
Damn, I just saw a video of him. Oh, there
I
he
don't
goes.
I don't know what AEW is doing, but I'm very confident it's better than anything WWE.
Oh, it has to be.
Wait a minute. No, yet what? All right, man. Come on.
Are you
man.
watching it? Were they drowning
Is
him?
he getting waterboarded?
Yeah.
He is?
That's
Oh.
what it's like in a fish tank, and he just keeps. Oh, I forgot I got the volume up. Don't want that with AEW. There he is. Yeah, he's drowning the guy.
Well,
all right, man.
Well, from what I understand, it was an I quit match. So he was trying to get him to say I quit by drowning him.
Bro,
look,
that's
AEW
crazy.
is not perfect. They're still trying to figure
That
some
is
things out.
Crazy.
You've never tried to drown anyone to get him to say I quit?
You've never tried to drown someone for the world heavyweight title, Casey?
Right. Jeez. I mean, who of us haven't?
Yeah, Darby Allin. I'm not really familiar with his game. I know his name, but I'm not familiar with his game.
He's one of them dudes who, like, it's a bit too much. Like he's like if Jeff Hardy and Mankind had a baby.
Jesus, goodness gracious.
Yeah, he'll swanton
He's
bomb
worse
through
than
a glass table.
Moxley? Or different?
I think he's different. He's more dangerous than Moxley.
He's Mankind, or he's McFoley, Jeff Hardy, and Shane McMahon all sprinkled into.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the one. Throw Shane McMahon in there. That's the one.
It's like, why are you jumping from this 100-foot high?
Yeah,
thing or
that's
whatever?
the one.
Where Moxley just 2 feet on the ground will just
Hit me with a flaming baseball bat.
Moxley just takes blading to a real extreme level.
Yeah, he does. I'm out on wrestling, man. I'm out. Like we said, Raw's here tonight. I didn't even think twice.
It's so sad. Like it was such a huge part of my life for like 40 years, and now it's like every day I read something or see something to where it's like, yeah, sorry, man.
It was cooked. It was cooked after Cena turned heel. That was like, oh yeah, it's so great. And since then, it's just been terrible.
I saw Triple H arrested this lady at the Tennessee.
I saw that as well.
Game, though. That was crazy.
Wait, Triple H did what?
He's also a security guard at Tennessee Volunteer game. That might have been Alabama.
Tennessee, Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I might have been at Alabama.
Game. Oh yeah, it was at Alabama. Yeah.
Let's
bring cigar game.
Let's bring James Ham in here. Well, we should have sent him to Sac State.
That would have
could have held Law and Order up there in Sac State. Let's get James Ham in here. Hammer, do you know anything about Dennis Schroder and what kept him out of practice today?
No, to be honest with you, I got done with you guys, raced home, and then went for a walk. So I'll check in. And see what's going on, but that's never a good thing.
No, I mean, we talked about the game on Friday. He had that moment where I think DeAndre Ayton landed on his foot. His shoe came off, kind of limped off the court. But he came back into the game and played well when he came back and thought that was the end of it. And then today you hear he's potentially out. And they did label it as an ankle. They said it was an ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're related and if that puts him in danger of not starting the season on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. I mean, you've designed your entire offseason around the fact that Dennis Schroder is your point guard. If you open the season and either Malik Monk or Russell Westbrook, who signed this weekend, are you're starting in backup point guards, that's pretty crazy. So I think we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. And the Kings just seem to have really, really bad luck right off the bat here. And that's not usually a good sign walking into an 82 game season that you already have, a couple of guys on the IR and maybe one more.
I disagree, James. We just get all of our bad luck out of the way now.
Let's do it.
And it's all uphill after this. Everything is fine after this.
Everything is awesome.
Okay, thank you. I actually don't find this one, James. This to me is a lot, and I like Dennis Schroder. Has been well outlined and criticized on this show for weeks now. But to me, losing Dennis is a lot different than losing Domas and Keegan. Those are really difficult replacements because of the position group. Obviously, you just signed Russell Westbrook. He's practicing today. He did practice today. He'll practice tomorrow, and if he has to start on Wednesday, he can start, fit right in, and be perfectly fine. And there's enough depth at that position group where if you have to play 1, 2, hopefully nothing more than 3 games without Dennis Schroder, you could do it. Like, you could do it and not be even remotely close into the same position that you are with both Keegan and Domas being out at the same exact time.
Yeah, the backcourt is the position of the depth, the position where you have the most depth. The front court is thin to start, and now we get to the point where you're missing your starting center and power forward walking into a season. That's not at all what, the doctor ordered to open a season. So I agree with you. Schroder is like, if there's a position where you could lose somebody, it would be in the backcourt. But even saying that, Russell Westbrook has like 1 or 2 practices under his belt. Like he's worked with some of these players in the past, and actually it's kind of surprising how many of these players he has worked with, whether it's Domas or Dennis Schroder or Malik Monk or, name that king. It feels like he's played with Dario Saric. He's played with just about everybody on the roster, which is weird because I don't think we had the same crossover with Drew Eubanks or with Dennis Schroder, where they had played with a bunch of the other guys. So I think it's one of those like 6 degrees of Russell Westbrook. It's interesting stuff. We're going to have to wait and see if Schroder is going to be out and how long he is out for. Because if it is an ankle sprain or a high ankle sprain, it could be a little bit. But saying that, I thought he was phenomenal in the preseason finale on Friday. I thought he really stepped up with the team shorthanded, and he had his check-in game. And to me, it was the best performance he's had in a Kings uniform. Still a little concerned that his assist numbers are non-existent. I think he had 2 assists in that game, 1 in the previous one. That's kind of been where he's been at for most of the preseason. But at least the ball was moving better and he was scoring better.
I was just about to ask you, did he get that checking game that you were looking for? What was it, just purely like him hitting shots that, made you feel like he checked in, or did he seemed a little bit more engaged, at least on the offensive end, than he had in the previous couple of games? He was moving a little different in that game on Friday.
Yeah, I think it's different for every player, but for me, it was the energy. He just played with a lot more energy. Sure, the shots fell, but also I just thought, he was the ringleader, and he was a guy who kept forcing the action in a good way, not in a bad way. I thought he was pushing the tempo. Overall, defensively, I haven't really noticed that much of him. But I do think that it's not a surprise that we saw him have a big game. We saw Keon have a big game. These check-in games that are absolutely necessary when you're getting ready to start a season. And I'd say even Isaac Jones late in that game, I thought he was tremendous in the fourth quarter and really came through, got some rebounds, got some a clutch put back, and started to figure out how he fits into the grand scheme of things with this rotation. So yeah, good stuff. I know John Bull here brings up it's hard to get assists when your team's shooting 30% from 3, but that wasn't the case on Friday. They were lights out, and their first 10 baskets, 9 of them were assisted, and every single starter had at least 1. And so to me, that's a good sign. That's the style of play that Doug Christie wants to play. Let's see if it carries over when you actually start getting players back.
You talked about those check-in games. I thought the one you mentioned him from Keon was really, really important, even more so than Dennis. That was the game I really wanted to see. I wanted Keon to have that big night before things got underway on Wednesday.
Yeah, he was just kind of lost, right? Every game he kind of looked lost in the shuffle, and the game before he played less than 8 minutes. And so we were kind of wondering, when is that moment that you're gonna see Keon step up? And I think what he showed in that game is that he's ready to be one of the 3-point shooters on this team, to step up, and because his team needs it really bad. And I would like to see Keon shoot 6 to 8 threes a game. He's that good of a shooter, and the stats show the more he shoots, the better he is. And to be honest, the more he shoots, the better the Kings are. I don't remember a bunch of games where Keon Ellis had those blow up games where they lost. Like, when he gives you that different element, when he's a sniper from the outside, you're just a much better team. And so I'm hoping that this was sort of a get right game for him, but also one that cemented him as part of the opening rotation. Because barring injury, there's a possibility that he could be one of the guys to draw the short straw, and we'll see.
Did you feel like before any injury, like Devin Carter had no shot of playing or being in part of this rotation to start the season, like if everybody was healthy?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way, not with Russell Westbrook, but even before Russell Westbrook, I didn't see a way that he was going to be part of the rotation. Devin is gonna. I don't even know, really what he has to do to get on the court outside of bide his time and hope that there's either a trade involving him or a trade involving one of the players ahead of him that opens up space on the floor. I don't know that. It's tough. He's in the losing battle right now, and it's because he has right now 5 veterans in front of him that play his position or can play his position and just do things that he can't do, or more consistent and have a longer track record of doing those things. So I do think there is a place for him sometimes with his length, with his rebounding ability, with his athleticism. But at the same time, man, how are you going to take minutes away from Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroder, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine? You're not. So.
Sorry, Devin.
Sorry.
Maybe,
We'll get there,
maybe
pal.
I'm crazy.
No, I don't think you are. We were just having this discussion, like, do things open up a little bit with Dennis out? I don't see a way for him to get out there. Of course, I could be really wrong. I also don't think he's done much to stand out in all of this. I'm not asking you at all to report something, James. Just who do you think? Because it's almost certainly Drew Eubanks starting at the 5. Like, there's not a lot you can do to avoid that. Who do you think is starting at the 4 on Wednesday?
Man, it's tough. To be honest with you, I don't even, they tried Sarge there. They've tried Isaac Jones there. Sarge shoots the 3 ball really well, and that might give him a leg up. I personally would still shift over DeMar DeRozan, move Keon Ellis into the starting lineup, and move Zach LaVine to the 3. But I don't know that they're going to do that. It's really going to have to be like a feel. And, every team is different. Like, who are you up against? But I really like the idea of Keon Ellis starting against Devin Booker. Like, give yourself an opportunity to slow down their number one scoring option. And outside of that, like, they have a lot of centers. They went from having like very few centers to all of a sudden they went out and got Mark Williams. They've got Nick Richards. They've got they drafted the kid with like the number 9 pick or number 10 pick, Malak. Like, they've got a ton of depth at that position, and it's big. It's a lot of big players. So somebody's going to have to get a body on Mark Williams right off the jump. But if you can play small ball against them and just outrun them, that's also a possibility. So I'm intrigued to see how the Kings handle that situation, how Doug handles, opening night. And someone brought something up in the chat I just want to mention. And it's Stevie B asked, do I think that the Kings we're seeing a lot of injuries because of the pace Doug is pushing? And I'll tell you, the 2 injuries that they have that are like very specific, Keegan Murray got swiped down on by Shaedon Sharpe and hurt his hand. That has nothing to do with pace. And to be honest with you, I thought Domas got thrown into the front row by Zubats, and that's where he started grabbing at his back and his glutes. And so I wouldn't be surprised that that's where he got hurt. And that has nothing to do with pace of play. Like, if we're seeing a bunch of soft tissue injuries like a hamstring, but I thought the hamstring was very specific. It was part of being chucked into the front row while they were fighting for a rebound. So that's just all I have on that.
And also to add to that, the Dennis Schroder thing, we saw what happened. Somebody came and stepped on his foot, after a shot or his ankle. And that seems to be what kind of tweaked his ankle a little bit. So I don't feel like it's from anything that's going on in training camp. And sometimes it's just you get these freak injuries, that pile up on you. And hopefully it doesn't pile up much more for the Kings, but that's what's been going on with them. Nick Clifford, man, I want to talk about him real quick.
It'd be great to talk to him.
Yeah. He finished off a really good preseason with a really, really good game on Friday night against the Lakers. Do you think anything that he's done in this training camp and in this preseason has been able to boost like his playing time, the minutes he's going to get, or was he already kind of in that conversation to begin with?
I think he's already in the conversation, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I think every time he stepped on the court, he earned more. And I think the excitement around him is genuine. Like, you're watching a kid who just seems to get it. And the last time I really feel like we had a rookie walk in the door and really just got it was Tyrese Halliburton. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to turn into Tyrese Halliburton and start averaging 20 and 10.
James C.
So, well, but look at what he like the passing. Like there's a game this preseason where he had 9 assists, a game where he had 7 assists, and it's not basic passing. Man, that pocket pass he dropped down, I think it was to
Isaac Jones with the left.
Yeah, Isaac Jones.
Nasty, bro.
Just gorgeous. And the fact that he can defend multiple positions. And I love what Doug's done here because he's pushed him. He sent him out there against the Clippers and he started defending James Harden and then Kawhi Leonard and then Chris Paul. And then you come back the next game and it's like, oh, you didn't see enough Hall of Famers in your last game. How about we throw Luka Doncic at you? Like, this is incredible to see him defending all of these different players. Now, it hasn't been perfect, and he's learning, he's making mistakes, and he's also realizing that he's a rookie and he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt. But these are like learning and teaching moments that I think are spectacular for him. And I could very well see a way in which he's a starting small forward or maybe even the starting shooting guard on this team in a year, in 2 years, where, you know, he's got that kind of future. I think we've gone from him being like a potential rotational player, maybe, to a rotational player with full, you know, starter upside, and probably not that far away either. So it's really good to see. I don't think that there's Zach LaVine has had the best camp out of anybody, the best preseason out of anybody. He's been phenomenal every single time he stepped on the floor. But if you were going to give like the second nod, it would probably be to either Domas or Neek. And I thought Domas before he got hurt was really good. And Neek has just been phenomenal almost every single time he's been out there. And so watching him grow, especially with a whole group of veterans, it's almost like he said it the other night, because I asked him about playing against all these star players. And he said, I don't really get starstruck. And you see that because even on his own team, you can look around very quickly and go, oh my gosh, that's Domantas Sabonis. Oh my gosh, that's DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook. Like, the Kings do have like Hall of Fame caliber players, star level players at a couple of positions. And for him to be able to fit in seamlessly, it just looks like he's one of the guys, and he brings so much more than a couple of the guys that, you know, he's going to be fighting for minutes. He's a better rebounder. He's a more willing passer, and he's a more versatile defender. You're wondering whether he can hold up and as a rookie, but I don't know. If he brings all those other intangibles, I'm kind of on board with him playing as many minutes as you can get him.
Yeah. And that's by any means necessary. Like, however you have to get him into the lineup, you can, and you can probably fluctuate at a couple of different positions to just make sure he's out there on the floor.
Yeah.
He by all early accounts, he is extremely talented.
Yeah.
And he's going to bring a lot to this basketball team. It's just a question of how much and when. Like, how quickly can they get him really heavily involved? How quickly do they want to get him really heavily involved? Like, I remember Tyrese's rookie year, Kings were winning game, like, and then I think he got hurt, and all of a sudden, like, the Kings couldn't win anymore. Like, they fell apart without Tyrese Halliburton on the floor. And I'm just envisioning this scenario where you've got Keegan out and Domas out and maybe potentially Dennis out. And it's like, no, it's cool. Neek is here. And the Kings rally, 3 wins to start the season.
That'd be crazy.
And these guys start to come back, and Neek catches a cold, misses a game. Oh, the Kings lost.
Yeah, I see, like, Michael Fregger here in the chat says, is Jalen Williams the ceiling comp for Neek? I'm not putting that on Neek Clifford yet. Let's see who he becomes. I'm intrigued. I think he's a better passer than Jalen Williams, more creative passer. But whether he plays with the same amount of force or has the same athleticism as Jalen Williams, and not only that, but Jalen Williams is like a second-team All-NBA defender. Like, that's a big thing to put on Neek Clifford early in his career. What you're hoping is that he's a rotational player that potentially is a long-term starter. And if you get that with a 24th pick in the draft, then you did a spectacular job of drafting.
The thing that I like about Neek too is he's a little bit of a throwback to the old days of the NBA draft, because he's an older player. I think he was a senior at Colorado State. It played a little while. So when they get drafted, they come into the NBA, they're grown-ups and they've seen basketball, and there's not as much of a learning curve as opposed to an 18, 19-year-old who still has to develop, still has to learn the game. He's this is how it used to be when when people would draft players, because they stay in college, so they were like 21, 22 years old. So they come into the league and they were ready to play basketball. And that's kind of what I see from Nick Clifford, because he did have such a long college career. The learning curve isn't as great as it is one of the younger guys usually.
Yeah, I totally agree, Kenny. You know, he played 3 years at Colorado, 2 years at Colorado State. And the things that I really like about him is, like, you can see where he worked on different aspects of his game. So, you know, as a rookie, as a freshman, he's at like 0.4 assists per game. Then it's 1.3, 1.5, then it's 3, and then it's 4.4 in his senior year. That's really, really good to see a player who's quietly learning and understanding. The same with his free throw attempts. He figured out how to get to the line, which is a skill. His rebounding numbers go from like 4.6 to 3.9 to 7.6 to 9.6. That's just a player who's figuring it out. And, you know, they really had a game plan. We talked to one of the assistants at Colorado State when Nick was there, but now he's elevated to the head coach. And he was super clear that, like, they had a game plan to talk Nick into sticking around for a 5th year. And that game plan equated to him converting his game from a 3-and-D player to like an all-around basketball player. And they worked really hard to get his 3-point shot up, to get his rebounding numbers up, and then for him to create shots for himself and for others. And while doing that, get to the free throw line. All of those things, Nick just checked all the boxes, and it's why his numbers look so impressive. And this is the one thing I kept saying, because you remember when we got to Tyrese Halliburton in the draft, right? That is the pandemic hits. And I wrote, I think it was 23 mock drafts for NBC Sports, all off of the same exact draft. And with Tyrese, it was very specific. If he can translate his game to the next level, he's going to be incredible. If he can't, he'll fall by the wayside like so many others. It's not like there haven't been players like him, like Johnny Davis, who come into the league and should have all of those same skills, right? But it's all about being able to translate your skill set to the next level. And Tyrese Halliburton was not this type of passer in college. Did he make passes? Yeah, but we're talking about a guy who averaged 5 assists a game, something like that at the college level, not a guy who averaged 10. And so watching Nick take all of these steps, and then the first thing he does in preseason and in summer league is start throwing up, you know, numbers on the assist chart, like close to 10. And you're like, wait a sec, where does this come from? And that just comes from having an extremely high basketball IQ and getting it and figuring out how to fit in. So I think the early results here are really good. I don't think he's going to average 9.8 rebounds per game at any point in his career, but the fact that from a guard or a small forward position, he might be able to get you 5 or 6 is really good. And you're hoping that all of these numbers start to translate.
Do you think that type of, like, the type of way that he's played, does that maybe put a little pressure on DC, or a little pressure on his coaching staff? Like, hey, yeah, I know what we got here in terms of what our roster, we got to get Nick out there. We got to get him out on the basketball floor.
Yeah, it does. You know, I told you guys early on, I think one of the most difficult things for Doug Christie this season, and they just added to the problem, is if you have a veteran, a future Hall of Famer, a multi-time All-Star at whatever position, how do you tell them that they're going to have to sit? How do you tell them that they're not going to get to play 30 plus minutes? I mean, you go back, you know, the year before the Kings signed DeMar DeRozan, he led the league in minutes played at 37.8 per game. Last year, he's one of the Kings' leaders in minutes per game. Like, there could come a point where Nick Clifford just pushes his way in. And to be honest, his ability to shoot the three, his ability to defend multiple positions, his ability to pass and be a willing passer, his ability to rebound, those are all things that he walks into the league. He doesn't have the experience of DeMar DeRozan, but he might be better at every single one of those aspects of the game than DeMar. And so you're going to have to, like, there's going to have a point in the season where, like, tough conversations, or it'll take care of itself, whether it's trade, whether it's injury, whether it's having to play a different position. I think that's where like this Kings team, it just has so many question marks going into it. But yeah, I could definitely see a moment during this season where he's pushing for 24 to 30 minutes a game. And it's just because he's so good and he helps winning. That's I think the biggest key is that his style of play and the things that he's doing on the court usually translate to victories. And so you're hoping that you found like a diamond in the rough here.
Let's come back. Hang on, Hammer. We've obviously got a lot more to talk about as the Sacramento Kings season gets underway in just a couple of days. Wednesday in Phoenix. We'll talk more about the addition of Russell Westbrook and what these first couple of games might look like and why they might not look the same on a night-to-night basis. That's ahead here with Elo and KC and our insider from the Insiders is James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Check this out. Last year, the Cowboys and the 49ers played on Sunday Night Football. They averaged 24 million viewers across NBC, Peacock, NBC Sports digital platforms.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most watched, or at least at that time. I don't know if anything else has surpassed it since then. It was the most watched Sunday Night Football game ever. Since this series started in 2015.
Okay.
They broke down the metered markets. Number one was Dallas at 22.0. Number two was Sacramento, 9.8.
Yeah, no surprise.
San Francisco was 18.7. Always interesting when I see that. I'm not surprised that Sacramento is high up there, but they're above San Francisco is what was interesting to me.
We do have news that Ty Jerome is out for at least a month after being diagnosed with a high-grade right calf strain. Ooh, that team is in shambles. I mean, Jaw's out.
Scottie Pippen Jr. I saw was out.
Yeah, Brandon Clark is out. Their big boy is out. Zach Edey's out for, I don't know, a month or two. Yeah, they're already a disaster. Yeah, securing the Bagley. Neek shot 33% from three on how many attempts? I mean, it can't be more than like 12. I don't even know if it was that. Was he 3 for 9? I don't know. That's a really small sample size. 5 of 16. Okay.
Securing the Bagley says, this is my brand. Securing the Bagley is my brand. It doesn't matter that it's Bagley. This is my brand.
That's right.
I understand
it. Tony, Levine looks good, can compete for an all-star spot this year. The Kings have to win games. I mean, Domas led the league in rebounding by a ton last year and was averaging close. Well, actually, at the All-Star break, I think he was averaging 20, 14 and 6, and he didn't get into the All-Star game. So it's about the almighty win.
Fantasy basketball seems crazy.
I'm in a league with Tony. Sacktown Tony, 1951. It's the league where we had Rory in our league.
Oh,
and, and Rory passed away, and we didn't know it last season.
What did Trey Greenlaw do to a ref? I saw that pop up earlier, but I didn't know what he did.
He ran to the ref. They said he threatened him.
I'm just glad he's back on the field, even though he's going to be suspended.
Well,
Bryce Huff is out 2 weeks. What the hell?
Goodness gracious.
At this point, it's just funny.
Have a good game, get hurt. That's what happens.
Yeah. I mean, the coaching that Shanahan and Saleh have done is just like off the charts.
All right, we're back here with James Ham as we prepare for the upcoming season ahead. Of course, the NBA season gets underway tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Houston in Oklahoma City. And then we've got the Warriors at the Lakers.
Live on NBC.
NBA. Oh, there's a live rendition of Round Ball Rock.
Oh, boy.
That's a little unnecessary. Just roll the tape.
Just play the damn basketball game.
That's what happens though when everyone, for however long it's been off of NBC, just Round Ball Rock, like everyone, this is what you guys wanted. So
I didn't want to lie.
Oh yeah, no, I
Thank
miss
you.
it so much. I miss it so much.
Thank
No,
you.
you know what?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Kenny. Yeah, you don't get to complain. Just sit there and enjoy it. All right.
That's right.
Whoever else,
I
I miss Round Ball Rock.
No,
blah
I
blah
will.
blah.
I never said anything about Round Ball Rock, but I will. NBC is back. This is going to be
Oh,
fire.
yes, you did. What do you mean?
I don't.
You came in here like a month ago. Yeah, they played something with the da-na-na-na. Oh, gave me goosebumps.
Well, yeah, because NBC, Round Ball Rock itself is whatever. Because you know what? Fox FS1 bastardized it by having Round Ball Rock on college basketball for the last 5 years. So I don't miss it in that respect, but I'm hyped. I'm hyped. NBC got the game tomorrow. Opening night is about to be lit. And we're going to hear from Michael Jordan tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I want to hear what Mike has to say.
Yeah.
Do you?
Maybe.
Do you?
I'm
I want to hear what Mike got to say.
I don't see how this goes well for Michael Jordan. Like what do you want him to do?
Analyze the game. Analyze what he sees.
Well, Chris Collinsworth said it was a look into the mind of
Oh,
Michael Jordan,
yeah,
right?
he did. It was
The
like,
hell does
Chris,
that mean, Chris?
shut up, man. Like, Collinsworth, we're about sick of hearing from you.
Well, Mike, I just got to
That's
tell you,
not-
Mike, the way Penix throws the ball, I mean, it's like a rocket.
Can you
Too
do
loud.
something? Can you do something about this?
It
Yeah,
kept
I'm coaching him. Yeah, hold
He
on.
hears
It's a
it.
little too
He
loud.
hears it.
gotta
It's
be
just like The
low.
Rock. You
Sorry,
didn't hear it
James.
at first. He heard it.
I've never heard The
You
Rock.
You need a little bit more.
What are you talking about? What? No. Don't do that. Do not look like that. What
That's
are
probably my
you
best
talking
part
Sorry,
right there.
James. I'm sorry, Kings fans.
We developed a 1-star into a 5-star with that one.
Oh,
Wow.
Don't do that, Jesse. That's cap.
Oh man.
Doug has said several times this training camp in preseason about he's used that old coach's line about it's not about who starts, it's who finishes. And obviously there have been a lot of questions about who's going to be in the starting lineup because the absence now of Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis. And I really feel like Doug is positioning something to where, because again, he has said it so many times that he's preparing us for, yeah, that closing lineup's not going to be the starting lineup. Like you're going to see some different looks, and a lot like he did last year, he's going to coach this game on a feel. And if he feels like someone is off that night or is not playing well, or if this matchup is better for this matchup, like he's going to do it. It's not going to be a cookie cutter rotation for Doug Christie in this version of the Kings.
No, I think the last 5 minutes of a game are going to be the most difficult coaching job he has to do. Like, first of all, you hope that you're in a game, or that you hope that you're close enough that you can either come back and win, or that you've got a lead that you can hold on to. But in those situations, man, you're going to have Malik Monk chirping at you. You're going to have Russell Westbrook chirping at you. You can have DeMar DeRozan looking around saying, don't you know who I am? You know, and then at the same time, you're going to have guys like Keon Ellis who play defense and shoot threes. You know, you're going to have guys like Keegan Murray who, you know, when he's back, you're going to need his defense. You're gonna have guys like Domas. Like I don't know who's gonna finish games, but this is where I think the one ball thing is going to be a problem. There's only one ball, and how do you deal with that during the last 5 minutes of a game? Like when guys are literally clamoring to go win the game for you, and it's like, okay, we need a hierarchy here. And if they can't establish a hierarchy, this thing could really be a mess. And I don't know how they do that, especially with Domas and Keegan out for the beginning of the season. It's going to be a little difficult, but the quicker that you figure out the roles for each player and who does what, the better this team can be. And if you don't figure out those roles, and if you're constantly fighting, then this thing is going to go off the rails like super quick.
Or that could not happen at all. You know what I mean? Like that could not be the case. They could understand. They could be good team players. They could be, guys that understand their roles and understand what's going on here and work together to win some games. It doesn't. If Russell Westbrook is just having a regular game, but Keon is playing like he did on Friday, and it leads to a win, or they're winning or playing winning basketball, I don't know if Russell Westbrook is going to yell at Doug Christie because he wasn't in for the final 4 minutes of the game instead of Keon Ellis.
Yeah, but we're going to have to wait and see how that works out, because some of these guys, it doesn't matter like how the game was going. When it comes to the last couple of minutes of the game, we saw last year, sort of I don't know, like it wasn't dueling banjos. It didn't play out well at all with De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan trying to figure out who was the boss in the last 4 or 5 minutes of a game. It didn't work.
That guy who was averaging like 12 points a game in the fourth quarter. I'm just throwing out the number, but DeMar was pretty good in those situations last year.
Well, in the year before that, De'Aaron Fox won the Clutch Player of the Year.
He was really good in situations too. They both should be out there in those moments if you're trying to win the game.
No, they were both out there in those moments, but who was taking the shot didn't always like track. So we'll have to see how it works out this year.
What's the biggest question you want to see answered on Wednesday? I don't even know that anything can get answered the first game of the season. So I'm going to rephrase that a little bit. What are you looking to, what scenario, what storyline, what position battle, what rotation thing are you looking forward to seeing the most unfold on Wednesday?
Yeah, I don't really care about who plays and who doesn't. I don't care about, it's just, do you come out and look like you're ready to fight? And whether you win or you lose, do you make it a contest? Does it look like you're blending together, that you're finding chemistry? Again, I have my own personal, like the lineups I would go with versus what they might go with. But like at the end of the day, none of the who starts, who finishes, any of that matters. The only thing that matters is, did you play hard and did you give yourself an opportunity to win? Like if this team comes out and they look like they did in the first 2 preseason games, like that's not good. It can't be a continuation of that. We need to see the grit and the grind and what we saw from them on Friday night. That's what I'm looking for. Can you play that style when when DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook are part of the rotation, and Malik Monk? Can you play that style, the never say die, fight until the end, push people around, play physical? And if you can't, it's going to be a long season. Like that's the way out of this thing for this team is to go out there and play the brand of basketball your coach is asking for. You've got to play defense. You've got to play physical. You've got to be the team that punches. And if you're not, things can get a little wonky pretty quick.
Do you think they have enough of the personnel to be able to execute Doug's game plan?
I mean, whatever game plan it is, it's up to Doug to make a game plan that fits the roster that he has.
Well, I meant like the, punch first, all this other stuff, the things that he likes to do. Not all 12 or 15 guys are going to be that, or even all 8 of your rotational guys aren't going to be that. But do you think he has enough of those guys to implement that the way he wants to?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they've got enough. Like, I don't know about, like their bigs aren't like enforcer types. But I look at guys like Russ and guys like Monk and guys like Schroder, like those, if those are sort of your leaders on the court from a guard position, I think that you should have that type of personality where you're somebody who's not going to back down. You're not going to get pushed around. Saying that, it's got to be something that kind of like permeates through the entire group. I don't know, where were we? Oh, Kyle found the stats on ESPN where they were ranking all 30 teams, and I think they had the Kings at 21. And one of the stats was that the Kings led the league in blow-bys. Like, if your guards are going to get blown by, like it doesn't matter who your center is or your power forward is. If it's a free run at the basket every time, you're going to lose, and your defense is going to be bad. So these guys have to step up and have that. Don't just be talkers. You got to show. You got to do what it is that you're preaching and what Doug's preaching, and some of these guys have to be the living embodiment of Doug Christie on the court, and that's to give critique and to yell at teammates and hold people accountable in the moment. And that's something honestly, I think lacked big time last year. The lack of accountability on the court was tough. But this time around, look, if someone decides they're going to take some ill-advised shot, pull them. If someone gets blown by, pull them, because you do, especially in the backcourt, you got a ton of depth. If someone doesn't want to play the defense that Doug's talking about, then they can come sit by you, and they
Yeah, but
can
what
be
if it's
angry about it.
Domas?
Well, that's fine. If it's Domas, then you're up, Drew Eubanks.
Oh,
It is what it is. I mean, but like Domas isn't the one who's standing out and at the top of the key getting blown by. That's not typically the issue. Domas is a guy who's late to rotate and fouls somebody. I'll give you that. But like if somebody's holding their own out on the perimeter, Domas has always been a really strong position defender. He's just not a shot blocker. And, again, with Keegan Murray out, this team doesn't have a shot blocker outside of Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. Those are your shot blocker options.
James said something earlier that I've kind of have been wondering a little bit, and we didn't see it in the preseason at all, especially since Keegan got hurt. I did wonder if they were going to try to find a way to work Keon into the starting lineup. Because he's the closest. I mean, arguably, he's a better defender than Keegan Murray, but he's the closest thing to a defensive presence that you could have in that starting lineup. That's not Keegan, and I don't know how. I know James laid out a scenario where you pretty much just move everybody down and get Keon into the starting lineup. I don't know that that's feasible. Maybe it is versus Phoenix. Maybe it doesn't matter against Utah. It doesn't feel like something you could do against the Los Angeles Lakers, but I have wondered if that's something that Doug is at least thinking about and contemplating trying, just to have that defensive presence on the floor in Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I think Keon is your best perimeter defender. I think that Keegan is a more versatile defender. He can defend probably 1 through 5, where I think Keon is more of a 1, 2, and sometimes he can defend the 3. So I do think that there's some versatility. You lose some versatility with Keon as far as a defender. But if I'm looking at this logically, and you don't have Keegan who stretches the floor and plays defense, Keon is probably the next best option. And yeah, you're going to be small, but that's okay. Like, make up for that with pace, make up for it with, moving quickly within your offensive sets. Like, there's a lot of, gamble a little bit on defense, put pressure and make people make mistakes. That's how you get away with playing small ball. Like the Kings don't have a lot of options here, especially, with Domas out for at least the first week of the season or the first 2 games of the season. So, if you don't have the ability to stop anybody coming downhill, you got to stop people from getting downhill. You've got to initiate contact at way up higher. So I think Keon Ellis might give you the best opportunity to do that. But I also think it could be a game by game basis, because, game 1, you're going to play, Phoenix, who has, a couple of big centers, but they don't have a bunch of height at the power forward position. Then you're going to go up against the next night. You're going to go up against two true 7-footers in Utah in the starting lineup. So how are you going to deal with that? And possibly a 6'10" small forward. So I think they're going to have to make some adjustments here and there. Then again, maybe that gives you the best opportunity is to go up against a Lauri Markkanen with a DeMar DeRozan, with Neat Clifford, and don't let him, if he's going to post you up, you're in trouble. But if he's going to try to take you off the dribble, then go take the ball from him. You're a much smaller player, a much more agile player. Go be aggressive. So I think there are ways in which you can combat sort of the size issue, especially with Keegan and Domas out. But if they win a whole bunch of games right off the bat, I mean, we're going to be talking smoke and mirrors here. This will be a little bit like what Steve Kerr did early in last season with Golden State, where he's running 10, 11, 12-man rotations out there and figuring out ways to confuse the opposition. And then eventually the league catches up to you. What the Kings need is to figure out how to do that until they get some of their players back,
Yeah, it's going to be, Doug has his work cut out for him just in general, but now with these injuries, even more so cut out for him. But I think what you talked about earlier, Hammer, is really the key. You just want to make sure there's a certain level of competitiveness and a certain mindset that you want to go into these games with. If you're Doug Christie and you're thinking about the guys on your team, a physical nature, like I said, a competitive nature, that no matter who's on the court in the starting lineup and all this other stuff, we're all locked into the fact that we're going to compete at a high level. I think we saw that on Friday. I know it was just preseason. I'm not putting crazy stock into it, but they were just out there competing on Friday. And you bring that level of focus to every game. I think that's a good starting spot for Doug Christie and what he's trying to do with this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kings are going to have to be a death by 1,000 paper cuts type of team. They're going to have to be a team that beats you with a bunch of little plays, not by overpowering you or anything else, at least until they get healthy. And it's not easy. It's not easy to be one of those types of teams, but every time the ball's on the ground, you need to dive on the floor and go get it. I've played in slow pitch softball games where you're playing up against a team with 8 guys who hit the ball over the fence, and you beat a team like that by hitting 30 singles, and you just torment them and you don't let them get more than their 2 home runs that they can get. And that's how you beat them. And I think for the Kings, it's going to kind of be the same way. Just come at keep sending waves of players at them, keep giving different looks, give Neat Clifford some opportunity to play the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and see how it goes, and confuse teams by doing it. But at the end of the day, nobody feels bad for the Kings. Again, we talked about Memphis a little while ago. Memphis has half their team is on the IR to start the season, and it got worse today. So yeah, it's just that's kind of the nature of the beast.
When you say death by 1,000 paper cuts, you say that because because the team doesn't have the best ability to hit the 3.
Yeah, I mean they're not going to be a good 3-point shooting team. They're not going to be just to open the season. They're not going to be a good rebounding team unless they sit there and fight and do team rebounding. You can't walk into a season with basically 21 rebounds per game sitting on the sidelines and think that you're going to be a good team, a good rebounding team. So unless you're hitting all your shots, you're going to have trouble. So this team needs to, they need to go rebound, really, really well. They need to help each other out on defense. They need to have those gambling plays where they get transition buckets that make it easier. If you're going to go into a half court game with a bunch of teams, you're going to have a lot of trouble just because of the lack of size, the lack of 3-point shooting, all of those things. So, again, a little bit of smoke and mirrors will be needed in the first couple of games of the season, but maybe even the first month of the season while you're trying to figure everything out.
Hammer, you ready, man? You ready? The regular season number 15, 16?
16.
Here
I
we go.
guess I'm ready. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't think Hammer's ever ready for the start of the season.
I think I'm always ready for the start of the season. I think this year physically I'm in much better shape than I have been in, more than a decade. So I'm excited about that. But I also hate that it takes like a week of preseason and my diet and everything else has already gone out the window because that's the life. But yeah, overall, I'm ready to kind of figure out what this puzzle is. And I don't think we're going to know for a little while, especially due to injury. This is going to be an interesting group and an interesting team to watch play. And if they figure it out and they just get it, then it could be a fun season. If they don't, it could be a really long season. And I think a lot of people are leaning towards that second part. So we got to see.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion or belief, or I'm just naive enough to be like, whether this season goes good or bad, whatever, I'm just anxious to see it play out. I'm not going to be mad today.
All right. Look, they could be everything everyone is saying they're going to be, and maybe I'm a little late to the party with it. That's fine. I'd rather know than guess.
Yeah.
So,
and Hammer, I'm completely agree. I don't think we're going to know for a while. And if we do know, it's not good. Like if we know something about this basketball team in the first few weeks of the season, it's not good. Because there's nothing the Kings are going to do to like separate themselves or get out. Like I think the most realistic options is they get off to a fine start. They're battling. They're taking on some of these good teams, hovering around 500, maybe just above, maybe just below. Nothing dramatic either way, or they're bad. I don't think there's an 11-2 start ahead. That's the thing that I don't think is here for this basketball team. Is an 11-2.
That would be the most shocking of all scenarios.
But see, you know what? And how on edge would Kings fans be knowing the Warriors started last year the way that they did, and then for a solid 2 months look like the worst team in professional basketball? So unless we're trading for Jimmy Butler in February, like I don't think that's.
If this team is 10-10 after 20, then number one, it's a mild miracle. But number two, I think they have something, and I think they're figuring things out because that's without Keegan, that's without Domas for a couple of games at least. But then on top of that, that's against one of the most ridiculous stretches that you're going to face in your schedule, and it's going to be tough. So if they figure out a way to come out of the first 20 games at 500, this team will finish, I believe, above 500. If not, it's going to be they'll be chasing their tail the whole season. And you hope that they've got enough in them, especially the last 25 games, to make up ground. But this could be a very difficult run if they don't at least play near 500 basketball in the first month.
Well, that's Wednesday.
NBA
basketball returns tomorrow.
NBA basketball returns tomorrow. I'm going to do this. It's dangerous on the show, but I'm going to do this.
Oh, don't do this. You're not doing a record projection, are you?
No.
Okay.
There was a football game played at Sac State on Saturday. There was the president, Dr. Luke Wood, on the broadcast saying some things. The Montana head coach has responded and called him a clown. Dr. Luke Wood will be here tomorrow.
Oh,
on D-Lo and
yeah,
KC at 12:30. I know it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. NFL game streaming is looking forward to it.
Bro, when is NBA game streaming?
Hey, you know what's really great? A football game is about to start at 3:55. We will see you guys tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, game 7.
And we did it. We're back.
Clocks are back too. Seem like regular clocks. Commercial breaks, all that other.
Oh yeah.
What time does the game start?
Now, in a few minutes.
Which game you talking
There's
about?
2.
Oh shoot, that's right.
There's 2. Yeah, so the Bucks and Lions are about to start.
Hawk, I don't know.
I just keep banning users.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm doing it with my left hand though, so hopefully.
That's
I'll ban someone else.
The head coach of Montana. He says Luke Wood is a clown. Said everything is just outside noise, and that Sac State should worry more about, quote, the riot that is happening instead of taunting Montana. See, that's the bullshit I'm talking about. That's the bullshit I'm talking about right there.
Huh.
All right, y'all. We will see you. Boy, that fight was a lot of things. If by riot you mean hilarious,
But that's what I'm talking about. You see, that's what I be talking about. I'm gonna just say what it is. You see black people fighting. There was a hip hop artist performing afterwards, and something happens, and all of a sudden it's a riot. All right.
The Doug Martin stuff got really weird this afternoon. I don't know if you guys saw.
Well, I didn't see some stuff this
alerts
afternoon,
popping up, but didn't,
Yeah, he died in police custody. He was caught breaking into someone's house at like 4:00 in the morning, and then there was a big scuffle. And then after they got him like subdued, he stopped breathing. So yeah, not great. I mean, 36 years old. You gotta wonder about the CTE stuff. Yeah,
that wasn't my first thought, but yeah, I guess we'll see. Good. NFL game streaming is back. That's good. James, if you need a place, if you need a place to watch the games. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. We do today.